Καλησπέρα τσατάρα. Τι κάνουμε, πως είμαστε? Αλλού. Άλλη μια μερούλα, πρώτη τελευταία μέρα, αύριο είναι ο τελικός. Semifinals σήμερα, με 2 ματσάκια μόνο, best of 3 όμως. Το Saga Gaming με Wildcard, οι οποίοι παίζουν τώρα, είναι 2-2 στο score πρώτο map. Και το δεύτερο map είναι η W7M με τους Furia, πολύ καλό ματσάκι. Βραζιλιάνικο derby, το τελευταίο μας για σήμερα. Λαστούκο, Κική, καλησπέρα, αλλού. Τι κάνουμε όπως είμαστε? Λοιπόν, για πάμε.
It's the only gun you know, mate. Thermite, Ace, I mean, you know, there's decent guns across there.
You like Thermite's gun?
It's alright. I don't need to get many kills though.
Oh dear.
Για πάμε. Παιδιά, τα prediction που έχουμε κάνει σε αυτό στα semi-finals είναι να περάσουν οι Wildcard και στο άλλο το match να περάσουν οι Furia.
On defense? Yeah, probably as army. On attack? I mean, I have to say Deimos, but you know, it's actually tickling my fancy. Flores.
Yeah?
I love Flores.
Why Flores? Because you're the kind of get in there and cause chaos guy, I feel like.
Yeah, but
you got to slow down.
But these days you can't do it because you have barbed wire, banshees, Fenrir traps, 5 Azamis, and a castle facing.
So you'd rather clear the way yourself and then charge it. Don't fault it at all. There we go.
So yeah.
Our colleague clearly taking after a bit of Doki in this round as well, jumping onto it himself. The Ying being on side is the interesting one for me here. Of course, I haven't really seen it brought along so far, and there's no Warden on the other side to help mitigate that.
Okay then, so quite a slow round so far, minute and a half has gone by, we haven't seen any kills coming out. Wildcard doing fantastic in the entry so far, but as I say that, Sharif gets an absolute freebie.
I bet he's not wise for a second there.
As he's just completely unaware of them trying to clear below, but Kansan is there for the trade 4v4.
4 C4s is probably also why we've got so many playing below, but Doki looks absolutely flabbergasted.
I mean, the only way is that they've had a Valcam and they've seen the Maverick come in, so they planned a retake, which was good, but three guys.
I love how Black Rage just tried to use an exothermic on the floor and they've been like, yeah, we'll shoot that.
The thing is, it may be playing imperfectly because Anaton's currently stood on pillar window. He's got diffuser in hand. He's ready to go in there behind those candelas and maybe look at a plant. I think they are eyeing up that usual default spot. So yeah, Nitros El below is going to do a serious job for him potentially here.
3 Flores drones as well to work on the vert. They haven't been doing that.
They're already an exothermic.
Thermite charge instead.
That's real Chad behavior. I mean, Black Ray is the Giga Chad, let's not forget.
He's the Giga Chad,
he does what he wants. And here we go, spray through. Right idea, but not finding Dash. That could have been a big moment in this round. Thermite gun there being the problem.
That's the problem, I'm telling you.
Please say you got an excuse when you don't get kills, Tim.
Anaton tried to switch things up, but he gets taken down, and that's put the diffuser in no man's land at the minute. Dash picks up a trade onto Arcully, and Wildcard have played this absolutely perfectly. They have read into Kag's game plan, and they've given him absolutely nothing. They've defended from the basement heavily, and they have just worked it wonderfully. Anaton was stood on that window with the diffuser for about a minute and a half. Eventually, he has to just run in through garage to try and mix something up. He gets cut down inside of there, and then that's it. The round's over. Arcully trying to battle to get something going. It was just all that pressure from below. Wildcard really waking up in round 5.
I think, like, for Kag as well, obviously they've lost the round, but did you see what they did there at the end? They used the Ying to bait the other bomb site and fully rotate their attack pretty quickly as well to go for the other bomb site, and it almost worked. And I think maybe 3 months ago, Kag didn't have that kind of level of adaptation in their arsenal.
There's a bit
really nice.
One-dimensional back there.
So it's really nice to see that when they're in a 3v5 or a 3v4, they're not, they're not out the round. Like they have what it takes. They're gonna come up with a plan, like an emergency button, like do something together. Like, and that's just like, that's probably why they're on the main stage right now, and I'm not. So yeah, to be honest.
Well, it's all for our win, Doki. I've loved that bit of insight there. Now, really good point as well. If nothing else, we come back to that point about taking that first one to Dash just not quite managing to finish him off, because then Dash goes off towards control, gets a kill onto his teammate, and it's like, oh, you can see where the round's falling apart there.
Yeah, exactly.
Round 6 up, it's going to be Wildcard's final defensive round down in the basement. Last time we saw them invest quite heavily upstairs. They had 3 players up there. CAG were able to deal with it. They've tried to get an early pick again of Wildcard, but they have been punished. Dash gets taken out. Not the worst operator to lose. The Goyo canisters will already be in place.
Oh,
it's not the end of the world.
what?
He gets caught out big time there.
Yeah, that's a big pick, because he was their kitchen player. And usually, when the kitchen is under the attack's control, they can just push down those back stairs, those exo stairs, and plant the bomb on like the cargo door. And that is a really difficult plant to stop. So like this kill is, they might even not know it yet how big of an opportunity that is for them. But I'm probably going to see them rotate into something like that.
And this is where you hope they got that insight to know, okay, he killed someone on this angle, chances are he was playing in this position, and therefore this is what he was trying to do, and that now means there's a gap there, or they'll leave a gap elsewhere because another player's got to step into that spot where he was playing, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Because you have got Spiker around bending stairs, for example, trying to cause a bit of bother, and I imagine you're going to see some of Wildcard try and slow down that push towards Exo.
Yeah, I mean, and they've did exactly that. They've taken kitchen, they have the 0 cams up, they have what they want, they now just got to make their plan.
A minute 30 into the round, and Cyclops are still trying to clear these top 4 players. Managed to take down Kansan. Chibisu gives him a good advantage. Sharik picks up Baby Shark, and that's it now. The map really opens up for CAG. They've got themselves in a position to get this one done. Bay just tries to get the run out from the top floor, toss the Nitro over the side, just trying to get something going at this point, but nothing to be found for Wildcard. Cyclops at this surely recognised his one on site and just get in there now.
In this spot, Doki, obviously you've got Bay still up on top floor, Spiker alone all downstairs. Like, we'd sit here and go, oh, you're in a 5 versus 2, like, the round feels pretty short anyway. Is Bay not taking a massive risk here, trying to catch out these players of Cyclops when they're maybe at their least aware?
I mean, Bay is just hoping to God that he's going to get kills above. He can do nothing else.
Because now he's the flank threat, isn't he, as well?
He can do nothing else. But I think CAG have got a pretty good understanding.
Ρε παιδιά, αυτός που μιλάει τώρα είναι ο Ντόκι. Μαλάκα, μοιάζει πάρα πολύ με τη φωνή του Ντόκι. Ο Ντόκι καστάρει.
Sorry, that Spiker, but like, yeah, you see, it's like you can't deny this plant. There's got a plant on the door, and there's nothing to be done. So it's like, I think CAG had a really good understanding.
Μαλάκα, είναι ο Ντόκι. Μπορείτε, σε ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για το follow. Να είσαι καλά, bro. Thank you. Ευχαριστώ. Welcome.
They didn't mess around. Okay, they got the kills, but they didn't waste time. They didn't let Bay.
Πόσο λάθος κάνω, ρε μαλάκα. Όχι, δεν είναι. Μαλάκα, η φωνή του είναι ίδια. Ίδια. Legit.
They certainly feel like they're on top of it.
For sure.
Damn. Okay.
Here, but for Cyclops, it very much puts them in the driving seat for this second half. We're going to our bans now and see what gets taken away. I doubt we see CAG come out with a double hard breach ban here in the same fashion that we saw, unless it's a little bit of vengeance of like, yeah, you really screwed us with that. Here it is back onto you. But at least from what I've heard, Doki, a lot of teams discuss what they before we even get towards that halfway mark and use it as kind of an unofficial timeout with your coach.
Yeah, I guess. I think like.
Μετά θα βάλεις να δούμε τελικό όφι, τον επικό τελικό. Όφι Ολυμπιακαρά. Με φαβορεί τον Όφι. Καλησπέρα, mate. Καλησπέρα. Welcome. Καλώς όρισες. Το βάλω στο κινητό όμως να το βλέπω. Καλά που μου το πες. 8 ξεκινάει, οπότε όχι ακόμα. Not yet.
Almost 100% of the time when it's available, they have that luck factor, that annoying factor that makes sense to me. And the Cade Mira.
So now Cyclops know that they're going to be facing more.
Πάμε κουβά σήμερα, μάγκες. Εν τω μεταξύ, τι απόδοση έδινε τον Όφι να κερδίσει το μάτς? Πρέπει να έδινε τρελή απόδοση. Δεν νομίζω όμως, δεν νομίζω. Δεν νομίζω. Δεν χάνεται. Καλά, εντάξει. Έτσι λέγαμε και με τη Λαμία και μας απέκλεισε η Λαμία. Τι είπα? Τι είπα?
It's good. Maybe it wasn't played before because of. You know why it wasn't played before? I used to love Ying, but they nerfed Ying because she has an LMG now. You can't run so fast, so it's really hard to throw.
9,5 το έχει στην Novibet. Ωραία, φίλε. 9,5 να το πάρει ο Όφι. Δεν ξέρω, Μπορητός. Δεν ξέρω αν το έχει η Novibet. Το Invitational το είχε. Να ξέρεις. Το παγκόσμιο δηλαδή του Rainbow. Και αυτό παγκόσμιο είναι, αλλά είναι πιο μικρό κάποιο, είναι major. Δεν ξέρω αν το έχει η Novibet. Ή στοίχημα, δεν ξέρω.
Anaton's just looking for bandit tricking at the moment, but the Zephyr opening the floor up is likely to just force him away, but no, he's having some...
Πρόλαβε, πάμε ρε Bandit. Δυνατός. Πολύ δυνατός.
But did you see what they actually did? They realized Zofia was below, and they retook the bottom garage.
Double run out, what
are you doing?
Outside the window to do that. That's such a coordinated play.
Brilliant
that was
stuff.
actually insane.
Brilliant stuff from CAG. They find themselves 4 versus 3. Advantage in the round, defending their primary.
Ο Saka Gaming, φοβερή ομάδα. Η Wildcard έχει κάνει πολύ καλύτερο τουρνουά, να ξέρεις, από τους Osaka. Αλλά και οι δύο είναι στην ίδια φάση αυτή τη στιγμή. Αυτό είναι... παίζει το ρόλο του. Το ότι και οι δύο έχουν φτάσει εδώ που έχουν φτάσει. Άσχετα το τι πορεία έχουν κάνει, τι αποτελέσματα έχουν φέρει. Οι Wildcard, ας πούμε, έχουν πολύ καλύτερα αποτελέσματα από τους Osaka. Και γενικά η απόδοσή τους στο συγκεκριμένο tournament είναι πολύ καλύτερη. Όπως και να έχει όμως, παιδιά, και οι δύο είναι ακριβώς στο ίδιο σημείο του τουρνουά.
They're saying, hey, wildcard, this is how we are playing this game. We're running at your face. We're attacking on the defense. That's how they want to play. And for maybe an unexperienced team, that's going to start shaking their boots a little bit, you know.
Μπορείς παίζεις R6, ασχολείσαι με το R6.
For replay in round 1 all over again, where, yeah, look who's there. It's Anaton ready, and Wayne has got rid of one. I was going to say, surely you don't go for a second. They'll let this one go through. But that angle works both ways. They can now shoot back.
Anaton's had a great round here on the Bandit. He's just got so much value out of those batteries, and we now see 30 seconds left to go. Baby Shark trying to push in through Aqua. What happened when CAG tried to do that? They got cut down and stonewalled, and I think that's going to be the same that we see here. But no, Baby Shark manages to get a big kill onto Chibisu. 3 versus 3, 15 seconds left to go. Wildcard have to go now, and they understand that, and they start to move, they start to get kills, but ultimately, Fully stands up.
Okay.
Did you see what happened? Mute shotgun holding the box. That's impossible. That cannot happen. I've done it again.
What was that about?
Another
το είχα κάψει, έφτασα μέχρι Emerald 1 και το παράτησα για ψυχολογικούς λόγους. Πέρασε καλά δηλαδή. Μάλιστα. Okay. Εγώ παίζω R6 από close beta, μου είχε στείλει κωδικό η Ubi, η πολύ αγαπημένη μας Ubisoft, που είμαστε και partners. Και παίζω το game 10 χρόνια τώρα. 10 με 10 και μισή χρόνια.
They have to do some small retake to do that, and that's exactly what they did. Okay, he hit a nice shot out the window, but their macro understanding of that round, they were on top of it, and the trust that Anitun must have, his teammates went.
Είναι το μοναδικό game που με έχει κρατήσει, καταλαβαίνεις. Δηλαδή, δεν έχω βρει κάποιο άλλο game εξίσου καλό στο να με χολντάρει και να συνεχίζω να παίζω, καταλαβαίνεις. Και πιστεύω αυτό παίζει το ρόλο του ότι δεν έχω αλλάξει game τόσο χρόνια. Ναι, παίζουμε και άλλα games, αλλά το βασικό game, το main game είναι το Rainbow. Και δεν νομίζω να σταματήσει να είναι. Ήθελα πολύ το Diamond και ξενέρωσα που δεν πήγα Diamond και το παράτησα. Εγώ έπαιζα από season 3. Περίμενα να πάω να το δω. Season 3 δηλαδή έπαιζες για έρενα. Αν έπαιζες season 3. Που είσαι ρε whisky. Εσύ που έχεις στενή επαφή με τη Ubisoft, πες τους να δώσουν shields στο Δήμο, μήπως και δούμε άσπρο. Τι λέει ρε whisky, τι κάνει.
Absolutely key here, but as we've seen from both teams, being willing to play aggressively around the map has been a big thing. For example, Arcoli hanging out towards CC stairs here up on that top floor, and every other player, I think Artan's just dropped back down. Everyone has been lurking around this first floor, looking to challenge.
Πάμε λίγο βάμος, δεν ακούω. Πενώ, πού είσαι παιδί μου, πάλι καλά να παίξουμε με τα ζομπί. Πάλι καλά θα παίξουμε την Thailand 2.
Make a mistake on site where he's isolated or something like.
Γελάμε όλοι μαζί,
Pretty much so far. Like there's a lot of work that the attack need to do. They got to clear top floor, middle floor, and then basement.
It's not a light room, is it? They're really.
Καλά γενικά, αλλά αν δεν φύγουν οι cheaters δεν θα ξαναγυρίσω. Κοιτάξτε να δείτε παιδιά, πιστεύω με το CGX αναγκαστικά θα πρέπει να κάνουν ένα τρελό ban wave. Τρελό ban wave. Για να δείξουν το ότι το καινούριο anti-cheat system γενικά, επειδή ουσιαστικά πλέον το anti-cheat της Ubisoft θα λέγεται Siege Guard νομίζω ή Shield Guard, κάπως έτσι, Shield Guard νομίζω. Οπότε ουσιαστικά ενώνουν το Battle Eye με άλλα πράγματα τα οποία θα βοηθούν για να κάνουν insta ban όσους χακάρουν. Οπότε μόλις βγει το CGX 10 Ιουνίου σίγουρα θα γίνει ένα τεράστιο ban wave. Και γενικά πιστεύω ότι θα το φέρουν σε μια κατάσταση καλή το game από ό,τι είναι τώρα. Γιατί τώρα όντως έχει τρομερό θέμα το game. Έχει τρομερό θέμα παιδιά, δηλαδή σε κάθε game και τώρα άργησα να ανοίξω επειδή ήμουν rank, είχα μπει ένα solo rank και το game που παίζαμε κερδίζαμε 3-0. Ωραία φιλορώσο. Τέλος πάντων και στο 3-0 ο πρώτος τους ήταν Emerald 2, 2,2 KD ο αντίπαλος. Ξαφνικά μας βάραγε μέσα από wallbanks, ιστορίες και αυτά. Τέλος πάντων μας το πήγανε 3-2. Στο 3-2 έμεινα εγώ ένα V4, το κλάτσαρα, το πήραμε. Αλλά και πάλι ρε φίλε, το point είναι το ότι σε κάθε match έχεις ή κάποιον που χρησιμοποιεί macros, no recoil script, ή κάποιον που έχει walls και φαίνεται ποιος έχει walls. Καταλαβαίνεις από το movement, φαίνεται ότι ξέρει. Και γενικά είναι πάρα πολύ περίεργη η κατάσταση με το κομμάτι των cheaters και θέλω να πιστεύω ότι με το CGX για να δείξουν το ότι όντως έχουν κάνει κάτι στο anti-cheat του παιχνιδιού θα κάνουν ένα μεγάλο ban wave. Μακάρι γιατί και εγώ από το 15 παίζω και έχω συγχαθεί το game που τότε ήταν top, ισχύει. Συμφωνώ ότι παλιά και εμένα μου άρεσε πιο πολύ το game. Ξεκάθαρα, ήταν πιο καλό το game. Και σε θέμα ήχου, ο ήχος ήταν πολύ καλύτερος από ό,τι είναι τώρα. Τώρα δεν υπάρχει ήχος. Ξεκάθαρο αυτό. Λίγο ο φωτισμός του παιχνιδιού τότε ήταν πάρα πολύ σκοτεινό. Δηλαδή σε αρκετά σημεία ο άλλος μπορούσε να κρυφτεί σε γωνίες σε κάποια συγκεκριμένα map και να μην τον έβλεπες. Τόσο dark που ήταν. Αλλά γενικά, overall experience, εντάξει και οι server τότε είχαν θέμα. Παίζαμε με πάρα πολύ υψηλό MS τότε. Παίζαμε με, τουλάχιστον για 2 χρόνια με 100 MS. Όσοι παίζαμε από Ελλάδα. Επειδή δεν είχαν server. Μας συνδέε σε ό,τι να είναι servers. Αλλά όπως και να έχει, η overall experience ήταν okay, σε σχέση με τώρα. Είχα μπει game και αντίπαλος είχε spinbot, speed hack, wall hack, aimbot. Έκανα report και δεν μου ήρθε ποτέ το μήνυμα ότι το report το έπιασε τόπο. Κοίτα, αν τα είχε όλα αυτά σίγουρα έφαγε ban, να ξέρεις. Σίγουρα έφαγε ban. Γενικά, όσοι είναι raid cheaters, αυτό το πράγμα δηλαδή να έχουν τα πάντα, τρώνε ban. Δεν τη γλιτώνουν. Γεια σας εδώ. Είναι το name σου. Emerald 1, μια χαρά. Και παίζεις από... Είσαι OG, από παραμπέλου μου έπαιξες. Οκ. Μπράβο. Δυνατός. Οπότε OG και εσύ θεωρείς. OG. Πριν 4 μήνες βλέπω πήρες και rollback ένα game. Πριν 4 μήνες ξαναλέω. Ναι, αλλά εγώ έχασα το έλο και δεν το πήρα πίσω. Πόσα τέτοια game δεν έχουμε πάρει πίσω rollback. Άστο. Αν καθίσουμε κάτω και τα μετρήσουμε τα έλο που έπρεπε να μας είχαν δώσει. Μπράβο ρε Wildcard. Μπράβο.
not hit.
Πάμε λίγο.
Thatchered the C4. I didn't see what happened
You
at the
might see
start of
that
the
on the
round.
replay, and if not, I'll draw it up. But
It was so
wow,
fast, I didn't see what happened.
we were rapidly talking about us being pushed out at the end of the table, and before you know it,
Πάντως, Whisky, δεν θυμόμουν να είσαι τόσο OG και εσύ, ρε, να παίζεις από το 15 το game. Το θυμόμουν αυτό. Οκ.
Let's calm down, let's reset, and boom, wildcard come out the gates.
Παίζεις ακόμα, δεν το έχεις παρατήσει όμως.
so you can see it on the replay that I've got locally. Is like
Το Whisky.
the left,
Nightmare.
whiffed.
Whiffed a C4 again, 2 rounds in a row.
Otherwise, it's a 2K being lined up there, and that
Yep.
completely shuts down that hit. Again, small margins for CAG.
Άμα δεις το history, έχω ένα game που χάνω 96 έλο. Τι λες, ρε. 96 έλο.
Just recognizing that the opportunity might be there. They catch CAG completely unawares.
Κάτσε, ρε, rank 2.0 ή το παλιό το rank. Το παλιό το rank έχανες πόντους, αρκετούς. Γι' αυτό ρωτάω. Στο rank το κλασικό, όταν είχε κάνει release το game, έχανες αρκετούς πόντους. Ήταν έτσι. Έχανες και έπαιρνες. Στην αρχή του season. Δεν ήταν έτσι όπως και τώρα. Καμία σχέση.
And I think CAG are in trouble if they don't get that even. I think
Yeah.
it's one of those. I was thinking if CAG win this, it's 2-1.
Yeah.
It's on board.
Ναι, από τη ΔΕΘ είχα παίξει πριν βγει. Α, είχες παίξει τη ΔΕΘ. Τσόπα, ρε. Οκ. Οπότε είχες παίξει περίπου όταν είχα παίξει εγώ την όχι, εγώ την Close Beta την είχα παίξει. Το game είχε κάνει release Δεκέμβριο. 2014 Δεκέμβριο. Εγώ είχα παίξει την Close Beta τον κωδικό που μου είχε στείλει η Ubi τον Αύγουστο. Και είχαν βγάλει νομίζω κάπου τον Οκτώβριο, mid-Οκτωβρίου, Open Beta. Και είχαμε παίξει και την Open Beta. Οκ.
It works both ways, because again in that first half for me, Wildcard will probably come back later and say we feel hard.
Μπήκα πάρτι από LFG στο Discord.
A couple of rounds there. We really shouldn't have. But at the end of the day, it's
Α, καλά.
you are looking like the better team on the
Γενικά εμένα γι' αυτό δεν μου αρέσει να μπαίνω σε λόμπι τα οποία δεν ξέρω τους άλλους. Διότι ρε φίλε, όντως ο άλλος αν χακάρει τον ήπιες. Τον ήπιες. Δεν ξέρεις τι είναι ο άλλος. Γι' αυτό κιόλας δεν προτιμάω τα open lobbies. Θέλω τον άλλο να τον ξέρω. Γι' αυτό και αρκετές φορές όταν μου λένε άτομα να παίξω μαζί, όταν δεν τους ξέρω, δεν προτιμάω ρε φίλε να παίξω γιατί δεν σε ξέρω ρε φίλε. Και δεν εννοώ το ότι στο κομμάτι του αν είσαι legit. Δεν ξέρω τι είναι ο άλλος.
You want it, you know what I mean? You actually want it. So, but I mean, as I said before, I played against Wildcard. Like they're not bad. They're great.
Γιατί όπως και να έχει παιδιά, όταν είσαι streamer, αυτά υπάρχουν, να ξέρετε. Ο άλλος θέλει να δείξει το ότι και καλά παίζει με άτομα που είναι hackers και τέτοια. Δηλαδή υπάρχουν αυτά. Ξεκάθαρα. Οπότε γενικά 1000 φορές να μην το ρισκάρεις και να μην παίζεις με άτομα τα οποία δεν τα ξέρεις, παρά να παίζεις και να ρισκάρεις. Εγώ αυτή τη άποψη είμαι και έτσι λειτουργώ όλα αυτά τα χρόνια που στριμάρω και γενικά παίζω R6. Γενικά σε όλα τα game είμαι έτσι. Αν δεν τον ξέρω τον άλλον ή αν δεν τον γνωρίσω, δεν κάθομαι να παίξω. 1000 φορές να παίξω solo. Πραγματικά. Και το ξέρετε αυτό, το ότι όντως ισχύει αυτό που λέω. Δεν ξέρεις τι είναι, αλλά η αλήθεια είναι το ότι από όλους τους φίλους μου αυτοί παίζαν καλύτερα, οπότε η επιλογή ήταν open party ή D-rank με τους φίλους. 1000 φορές να κάνω D-rank, ξέρεις. Το έχω επιλέξει πάρα πολλές φορές αυτό. Να παίξω με δικά μου άτομα τα οποία τα ξέρω, τα εμπιστεύομαι. Γιατί ποτέ δεν με νοιάζει το rank, ξέρεις. Ποτέ δεν ήμουν της λογικής. Μένα με νοιάζει να παίζω σωστά το game. Δηλαδή, και τα άτομα τα οποία παίζω μαζί το game μπορεί να μην είναι in god ή να μην έχουν το game knowledge που έχω εγώ τέλος πάντων μετά από τόσα χρόνια, αλλά όταν παίζουμε σωστά το game το ευχαριστιέμαι σαν να είναι στο ίδιο επίπεδο με εμένα. Στο κομμάτι του game knowledge. Και προτιμώ από το να παίξω με άτομα τα οποία έχουν τρελό aim που δεν τους ξέρω, και να φάω D-rank ή yellow rollback επειδή ο άλλος χάκαρε ή το οτιδήποτε. Προτιμώ. Και το έχω κάνει πάρα πολλές φορές αυτό. Να παίξω με άτομα τα οποία έχουν να παίξουν το game. Ας πούμε ο Hightech που παίζαμε τις προάλλες και στο stream του Last. Με το Hightech παίζαμε από γη αρένα και με το Last που τους γνώρισα μαζί. Παίζαμε τουρνουά μαζί με το Hightech, με το Last που ξέρετε ότι παίζαμε τουρνουά. Γενικά ήταν το παλιό μου squad. Ο Hightech και άλλα παιδιά μέσα. Deadwalk. Όσοι θυμάστε από παλιά, θυμάστε ποιοι ήταν το team. Το είχε παρατήσει στο game από το 20 νομίζω ο Hightech και τώρα έχουμε 25. Έχει να παίξει 5 χρόνια το game. Ξαναμπήκε στη φάση του game τις τελευταίες 2 εβδομάδες. Μπήκαμε rank πριν 2-3 μέρες. Και τι έγινε. Δηλαδή έχουμε φτάσει σε ένα επίπεδο πλέον του ότι απλά μας ενδιαφέρει απλά να παίξουμε ωραία το game για να το ευχαριστηθούμε. Να παίξουμε σωστά το game. Πόσες φορές έχουμε χάσει match και λέμε το ότι δεν με νοιάζει. Παίξαμε ωραίο game. Παίξαμε ωραία. Πάρα πολλές φορές. Πάρα πολλά game. Το έχουμε πει αυτό. Το έχουμε γυρίσει και το έχουμε πει. Οπότε γενικά προσπαθήστε να είστε και εσείς σε τέτοια φάση. Μην σας ενδιαφέρει τόσο πολύ το rank. Προσπαθήστε να παίξετε σωστά το game. Και ας χάσετε το game. Δεν λέει κάτι. Αλλά παίξτε σωστά το game. Προσπαθήστε δηλαδή να εξελιχθείτε μαζί με την ομάδα σας, με τα φιλαράκια σας, στο να παίζετε σωστά το game. Και όχι ο στόχος σας να είναι να κάνετε rank up. Πολλές φορές το λέω στα παιδιά του ότι παιδιά δεν με ενδιαφέρει το ότι χάσαμε. Πάρα πολλές φορές. Αν ρωτήσετε όσα παιδιά παίζω μαζί του, το έχω πει πάρα πολλές φορές και στην Κική το έχω πει πόσες φορές. Αυτό. Δεν με νοιάζει το ότι χάνουμε. Με νοιάζει το ότι δεν κάνουμε τα basic πράγματα. Και αυτό που με εκνευρίζει είναι το ότι είμαι πολύ competitive, θέλω rank up. Okay. Αφού θες rank up, okay. Παίξε έτσι όπως ξέρεις να παίζεις, με open lobbies και αυτά. It's okay, είναι επιλογή σου. Σου μιλάει ένα άτομο το οποίο έχει παίξει πόσα ESL Cup. Αν πας κάτω στην περιγραφή θα δεις πόσα Cup έχει παίξει στο Rainbow. Και ελληνικά Cup που έχουν γίνει, LAN. Δεν στο λέει ένα άτομο το οποίο είναι casual παίχτης. Απλά στο λέω γιατί είσαι καινούριο στο stream. Αυτό που ήθελα να πω πριν είναι το ότι το έχω πει και πόσες φορές στα παιδιά του ότι δεν με νοιάζει ρε φίλε αν κερδίσουμε. Το θέμα είναι το πώς θα χάσεις, πώς θα κερδίσεις. Και πολλές φορές κάνεις game και γενικά δεν παίζεις καλά το game επειδή δεν κάνεις τα βασικά πράγματα. Ξεκάθαρα. Δεν κάνεις droning, δεν κάνεις αλληλοκαλύψεις. Πρώτο map πάει στους wildcard. Τέλειο. Τέλειο. Για πάμε λίγο. Οπότε ουσιαστικά το game, τα game τα χάνεις πολλές φορές επειδή αυτό δεν κάνεις τα βασικά. Δεν split pushάρεις μαζί με drone, δεν δίνεις σωστά callouts. Αυτά είναι basic πράγματα. Αυτά δεν αφορούν ούτε να έχεις καλό aim ούτε τίποτα. Αυτά απλά πρέπει να τα έχεις δουλέψει με τα άτομα που παίζεις μαζί και όσο παίζεις περισσότερο με αυτά τα άτομα συνδυάζεις όλα αυτά που είπα και βγαίνουν όλα μαζί ώστε να φέρουν ένα καλό αποτέλεσμα. Yeah, that's it. Έτσι όπως είναι το rank 2.0 δεν δίνει τίποτα, μόνο ώρες in game. True. Ξεκάθαρα σαπορτάρει αυτή τη στιγμή έτσι όπως είναι το rank, το να απλά να παίζεις το game, απλά να παίζεις και σου λέει το game κάποια στιγμή θα ανέβεις. Ξεκάθαρα αυτό λέει το game.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey.
True that.
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step.
Τέλος πάντων, εγώ πιστεύω αύριο θα δούμε και κάποια ανακοίνωση σε στυλ rework στο rank system. Θέλω να πιστεύω με το CGX. Αλλά Δεν ξέρω κατά πόσο huge θα είναι. Κατά πόσο καλή θα είναι η ανακοίνωση. Δεν ξέρω. Θα δούμε. Γιατί και εγώ δεν έχω κάποια ενημέρωση. Δεν ξέρω. Είμαστε στα τυφλάκια μας. Αυτό με τα call-outs είναι το κακό με τους φίλους μου. Δεν θέλουν να τα μάθουν. Δεν το συζητάμε το ότι αν γενικά δεν θες να μάθεις το Rainbow, και δεν μιλάω για σένα, γενικά μιλάω, δεν θα μάθεις ποτέ το game, ξεκάθαρα. Δηλαδή, το Rainbow είναι ένα game το οποίο πρέπει να αφιερώσεις ώρες, πρέπει να έχεις όρεξη να μάθεις το game. Αν δεν έχεις όρεξη και δεν είσαι σε αυτό το mood να μάθεις το game, καλύτερα να μην παίξεις το game. Γιατί το Rainbow είναι ξεκάθαρα από τα πιο δύσκολα FPS shooting game που μπορείς να παίξεις αυτή τη στιγμή. Και γενικά εδώ τα τελευταία 10 χρόνια που έχει κάνει release δεν έχει ποιον ανταγωνιστεί το Rainbow. Είναι το Rainbow. Δεν υπάρχει κάτι άλλο στην κατηγορία του. Οπότε αν δεν δώσεις χρόνο στο Rainbow στο να το μάθεις, στο να μάθεις τα call-outs, να μάθεις το πώς πρέπει να κινείσαι μέσα στο map, το πώς πρέπει γενικά να συμπεριφέρεσαι, απλά μην παίξεις το game. Ξεκάθαρα πόσα άτομα έχουν μπει στο stream μου, με έχουν ρωτήσει επειδή δεν ξέρουν το game και ψήνονται να το πάρουν και γενικά να παίξουν το game. Αυτό που τους λέω πρώτα είναι αυτό που ανέφερα τώρα, ότι ξεκάθαρα για να αγοράσεις αυτό το game πρέπει να έχεις τη διάθεση και την υπομονή στο να το μάθεις, να δώσεις χρόνο στο ίδιο το game και στον εαυτό σου, ώστε να μάθεις call-outs, τα gadget που έχουν οι operators, το recoil pattern του κάθε όπλου, το πώς πρέπει να χρησιμοποιείς το gadget, το πώς πρέπει να χολντάρεις ένα objective, το πώς πρέπει να χολντάρεις διαφορετικά objectives σε διάφορα maps. Δηλαδή είναι άπειρα πράγματα τα οποία πρέπει να τα μάθεις. Πολλά FPS game και γενικά game δεν τα έχουν, δεν είναι τόσο περίπλοκα. Και δεν το καταλαβαίνουν αυτό. Και αγοράζουν πάρα πολλά άτομα, έχουν αγοράσει το game και το έχουν κάνει refund μετά από μια μέρα, μετά από μια εβδομάδα. Κάτσε ρε φίλε. Δηλαδή, τι θα καταλάβεις μέσα σε μια μέρα ή σε μια εβδομάδα? Μην το πάρεις εξ αρχής το game, αφού σε έχω προειδοποιήσει. Δηλαδή, δεν ξέρω. Άρον. Το rank θα έπρεπε να είναι το πρώτο πράγμα που θα ασχοληθούν στο Siege. Είναι τέρμα competitive game, δεν γίνεται να έχεις κατά. Συμφωνώ απόλυτα. 1000%. Αυτό που λέει ο Whisky. Και δεν το ευχαριστιέσαι κιόλας αν δεν το ξέρεις όσο να... True that. Συμφωνώ απόλυτα.
Everyone says that it's so hard to face a team like CAG. What do you think of it? You just did that and won.
Honestly, the rounds we were losing, we felt like we were kind of in out of control and we were kind of throwing them away. I think we had a really slow start. But on attack, once we got our comms flowing and second half of defense, it was feeling much better. So it was mostly us losing the rounds, not them winning them.
We always expect to see the team.
Δεν καταλαβαίνω ότι οι κάμερες ξεκάθαρα. Γενικά το info. Δεν μπορώ να το καταλάβουν αυτό, το ότι το απλό info, το απλό call out μπορεί να δώσει στον άλλον ένα refrag. Να σώσει τον άλλον. Στο να... οτιδήποτε. Ένα απλό call out. Δηλαδή, αυτό δεν καταλαβαίνει ο μέσος παίχτης του Rainbow. Το ότι είναι κάποια πολύ basic πράγματα τα οποία δεν γίνονται, γι' αυτό χάνεις τα game.
Wildcard was making CAG very uncomfortable. They were just so good, so amazing in the way that they were rowing together. That was the
Tactical FPS είναι εδώ στο info. Δεν το καταλαβαίνω. Νομίζω ότι παίζω Call of Duty. Πόσες φορές το έχω πει αυτό. Ειδικά στο solo queue όταν κάνω. Που απλά νιώθω ότι παίζω Deathmatch, ότι παίζω Call of Duty. Και νιώθω ότι παίζουν και οι συμπαίχτες μου, έτσι, καταλαβαίνεις. Δεν μιλάνε, δεν κάνουν. Και μιλάμε τώρα για Elo Champion Diamond, έτσι. High Elo. Πολύ σπάνια δηλαδή να βρω squad που να καθίσει να μιλήσει, να νιώσει ότι έχουν όρεξη για αυτοί να παίξουν στο game. Πολύ σπάνια. Πολύ σπάνιο.
from making it to the grand final for these players being their first
Μπόλο ή Σάικο.
and a few of these being their first international event.
Σε ποιο κομμάτι? Σε ποιο κομμάτι? Το e-sports ξεκάθαρο Σάικο. Το Pro League. Ξεκάθαρα Σάικο. Είδαμε και τον Μπόλο του ότι η Pro League δεν μπορούσε. Δεν ήταν καμία σχέση με τον Μπόλο που βλέπουμε στο stream. Έτσι. Γι' αυτό σου λέω δεν μπορείς να συγκρίνεις δύο παίχτες. Ναι, κανείς δεν παίζει σωστά το game. Τίποτα run and gun είναι. Λες και παίζεις σε arcade. Πώς παίζουμε για ζέσταμα? Στο aim κομμάτι. Κοίταξε να δεις, και οι δύο έχουν τρομερό aim, ό,τι να λέμε, και reflections, αλλά reactions, συγγνώμη, αλλά πιστεύω Psycho. Ξεκάθαρα Psycho. Νομίζω ο Psycho είναι και γενικά από τους καλύτερους παίχτες στο κομμάτι aim, στο κομμάτι το πώς χειρίζεται το όπλο, όλα αυτά. Movement. Είναι απλά beaster, φίλο Psycho. Ξεκάθαρα. Ό,τι και να λέμε. Έτσι όπως πάρα πολύ καλός παίχτης είναι και ο Citizen, τρομερός παίχτης. Παίζει τώρα στο Dark Zero. Είναι πολλοί παίχτες εσύ. Ο Nesk είναι...
Well, I'll tell you one thing for damn sure. CAG, the Japanese fans, they are on a very, very fine line. Thin ice. One last chance to push this to a third map. We're going to go to a short break on the other side. We'll break down the second map.
Alright. Πάμε να δούμε το καινούριο Elite που βγήκε χθες του Amai. Το καινούριο sound που θα βγει με το CGX. Και πάμε να δούμε και το rework της class. Ένα tease βίντεο. Ο καθένας στο στοιχείο του. Μπράβο, ακριβώς. Γι' αυτό δεν μπορείς να συγκρίνεις τους παίχτες. Δηλαδή, είναι εντελώς λάθος να το κάνεις αυτό. Δεν είναι αυτή η άποψη το ότι να συγκρίνεις τους παίχτες. Κάθε παίχτης, ρε φίλε, έχει τα δυνατά του σημεία, τα δύνατά του σημεία. Η σύγκριση ποτέ δεν είναι worth να την κάνεις. Λοιπόν, πάμε να δούμε και εμείς ένα βιντεάκι. Τα 3 βασικά βιντεάκια αυτά που σας είπα και επιστρέφουμε. Για πάμε.
Small changes can make a big difference. Go on, try it. You're in for a real shock.
To get you ready for Siege X, today I'm going to show you how to use reverb to your advantage. Here we are in Bank, and I want to show you how to use the reverb in Siege X to help you identify what type of room the enemy is pushing you from. So to our left we have one attacker, and they're set up in the main lobby, and that's a big, echoey room. To the right we have another attacker on the B site, which is a smaller, more dampened, carpeted room. Let's take a listen to the gunshots and the footsteps and see how different they sound. So you really get a sense that that person's in a big, echoey room. So in this one sounds like it's in a much smaller, drier space. So combined with your map knowledge, you can really use this information to your advantage.
Last big things to see. Back on my push it, I do it for G's. Tuli kafunga tuka tuko keys. Squeezing and goofers in a little bill. Hey, we be getting more paper, no joking no more. We don't need no favors. Hey, and they know all better. We be getting more dough where they need more flavors. They must be hard at what you see, I wanna wow. Ever since I made it, wanna wonder wow. We just wanna get out, what you do, I can't be out. Bully, do me, I'm a down on, not you, wow.
Rainbow Six.
Hey Milosh, how's it going, man? I'm a big fan of Milosh for a long time now, but seeing him like this has me a little bit worried. I hope he's okay.
Cara, o Milosh é um cara legal, mas parece que ele perdeu o brilho, não sei dizer.
Recently, Milosh hasn't been the same person.
A Tortuga lê o jornal.
E eu acho que eu sei o motivo que o Milosh, ele tá um pouquinho para baixo. Ele sente aquela falta do Brasil, né?
A tartaruga lê o jornal.
A tartaruga lê o jornal.
No, that's perfect. Muito obrigado. De nada. Congratulations.
Mas é o seguinte, eu vou avisar ele que o próximo reload vai ser no Rio de Janeiro.
A tartaruga lê o jornal.
You're going to have to be able to isolate some individual picks. The only players that are able to get
Για πάμε. Παιδιά, θέλω να δω τι θα κάνουν στην κλάση. Οι μας λένε ότι θα μπορεί να αφήσει το shield. Σαν shield, ρε παιδί μου, πώς βάζουμε τα shield κανονικά στο defense, κάτω που βάζει το shield. Ότι θα μπορείς να αφήσει κάπως έτσι το shield και θα έχει κάποιο SMG. Δεν ξέρω, κάτι τέτοιο λέω. Άρα, να δω. Θα δούμε αύριο, I think. Στον τελικό. Πώς ρε φίλ. Φίλε, τι κάνεις, how are you? Καλησπέρα, καλησπέρα.
You guys, you've not convinced me at all with this.
It's hard because the thing with Elevate, it's hard to counter them because they are so precise at every.
Όλα καλά, mate μου, όλα καλά. Εδώ παρακολουθούμε το Major.
They're immediately identifying how to go around it or what they're going to do to tackle it head on.
Well, boys, thank you very much for breaking that down. If you're an APAC fan like me, it's time to hold your breath. If you're a North American fan, you can breathe easy knowing that at least you have Chalet up next. We're going to speak to the coaches before we head into the game.
Our colleague spoke about miscommunication in the first map. What else you're going to fix for now?
アルキュリ選手はコミュニケーションは問題があったと言ってたんですけれども、これ以外何を改善したい?
Μπορεί να το αφήνει και να έχει 10 sec cooldown μέχρι να το ξαναπιάσει, 10 sec πρέπει για να το σκοτώσεις. Ξέρω ρε φίλε, κάτι τέτοιο λένε πάντως, το ότι θα μπορεί να αφήνει το shield κάτω. Θα δούμε αύριο το reveal. Πάντως το ότι θέλει κάποιο rework class όντως θέλει. Ωραία.
Cool to hear that. Good luck. CAG really like to abuse the shields, are really aggressive. They were controlling the rhythm of the match most of the rounds. So what do you have in mind to counter that in Chalet?
Well, we know Chalet's a map that they don't really like to play. It was very obvious when they were playing Fear X for their first game. So one thing we realized is...
Είδαμε πώς πήγε με τον παλιό γκόιο αυτό, bro. Πω, φίλε, τι θυμήθηκες τώρα. Κατέβαζε shield και από πίσω είχε τον γκόιο. Full broken, bro. Full broken. Ακραίο. Το μέτα με τα 17 shields και 10 magnets. Να το σοντόκι ρε. Που λες δεν είναι οντόκι. Να το σοντόκι. Αλλό.
He reckons now he becomes Superman, but lots of people are already writing our Cyclops going into this map, Tim.
Yeah, we always knew it was going to be tough from the beginning. It's like they said on the desk, we said it through the cast. It felt like it was Cyclops win this on border, having won that even, or they don't win it at all. Like Chalet was always going to be the stumbling block if they didn't win that first map. They are backs to the wall now. They're up against it.
I got a fun one. When we're ready to do the throw, Doki, do you want to do the throw in the build up into Chalet? Have your little hype moment?
A throw? What the hell's a throw?
We throw it like
you
that,
get all excited.
And the countdown
about the
begins. You get all excited.
No.
I think you should do it.
No.
I'm going to drop you in it.
No.
I'm going to do it.
Oh God.
This is me briefing you. You got to get excited and be like, Chalet. The map 2, and that's what you got to say.
Do you know what this is, Tim? Desno's not very good at that, so he doesn't want me to steal his job. So that's why he's trying.
He's worried about getting nudged off the end of the desk already.
I'm cementing the next major for myself. That's it by doing this. Just the way to go.
He's got his glasses.
That's it.
There we go.
Ο Pengu είχε τρελαθεί και ζωγράφιζε στο MS Paint για να δείξει. Εντάξει, ήταν broken, παιδιά. Ο Γκόιο τότε που είχε φάει το rework που αυτό με τα shields ήταν, εντάξει, ήταν όντως broken. Ήταν full OP. Και τώρα είναι OP ο Γκόιο, έτσι, το ότι έχει τόσο duration η φωτιά, αλλά εντάξει, καμία σχέση με το post.
Find out, won't we?
We'll find out. Let's go to Chalet. That's it.
What I'm delighted about is I've already got a contract for the next major in front of me now. My
It's
job
signed,
is safe.
it's sealed, it's been done. I'm actually sorry about that, chat.
Ήταν και το παλιό Γιάγκερ που έπιανε 3. Ναι, αλλά ο Γιάγκερ τότε, φίλε, είχε και την οπλάρα έτσι όπως τη ζήσαμε. Την οπλάρα. Δεν είχε το ACOG, αλλά είχε περισσότερες σφαίρες. Το recoil του ήταν Smurf. Ήταν ο Γιάγκερ που ξέραμε τότε, χωρίς το ACOG. Εντάξει, το ACOG είχε βγει πολύ πιο νωρίς. Γιάγκερικό, φίλε, πολύ δυνατός. Και τώρα τον έχουν πετσοκόψει.
Staple bands for Chalet, to be honest.
Sorry, Cag not wanting any shields, and yeah,
taking the Blackbeard
exactly
away
as we'd expect.
Leaving the Dockerby up as well.
Yeah, but again, it's just the way the map plays. It's not as big as.
Του λες, λάς, το Ντόκι είναι ρε μαλάκα, αυτό τον έδειξε. Αμη ο Ντόκι μιλάει τώρα. Και εγώ δεν είναι ο Ντόκι, ακούω για τον Ντόκι. Λάς. Κατά τα άλλα είπες τον έδειξε κιόλας. Το random recoil είναι ό,τι χειρότερο που είχε, εννοείς τότε. Που είχαν τότε γενικά όλα τα όπλα, λες. Όταν έκανε release στο game. Όντως είχε random recoil, δεν είχε recoil pattern. Γιατί παλιά έτσι ήταν το recoil, δεν υπήρχε recoil pattern, ήταν random. Όταν έκανε release στο game. Είχε βασικά παλιά πολύ visual recoil. Δηλαδή ουσιαστικά όταν έκανες ADS και βάραγες, το visual recoil στο πώς κουνιόταν ο στόχος σου και το όπλο ήταν πάρα πολύ. Αυτό ήταν το πρόβλημα. Αλλά εντάξει, ήταν playable, μπορούσε να παίξει.
Looks like it might be. Finker on side as well, certainly going to help with that. But right now, lining themselves up, getting up onto the office balcony. Also got some pressure coming in on piano side here. So for at least the beginning.
Και τώρα νομίζω, όχι ρε, τώρα έχουν recoil pattern όλα. Τα LMG έχει σίγουρα. Νομίζω έχει ρε recoil pattern κανονικά, δεν είναι random πλέον. Έχουν βγάλει το random recoil. Όλα τα όπλα πλέον έχουν recoil pattern. Μπορείς να το μάθεις. Αυτή είναι εντύπωση έχω νομίζω. Τα random recoil έχουν βγει τελείως από όλα τα όπλα.
Chibisa has really backed Sharip up there. He's managed to get that nitro in, take the blitz out, and completely fold the rush in half. Absolutely brilliant stuff, because what does it mean? Sharip is still in the half-wall position. He hasn't been moved out. We talk so often about that office wall, about getting it breached. That verticality now is so important. If he can hold this, if Cag can continue to support him in this position, then this should get this round over the line.
That reaction was just completely light speed as well. Like they must have, maybe he heard the blitz outside the door.
Πώς γίνεται να μην το σκότωσε εκεί ρε μαλάκα, είναι δυνατόν.
use the Tuberal because I thought like he's just done. He has to win an unfuckable gunfight, but they were ready for it. They had that pre-plan. They knew the counter to the rush.
Well, Arcali's got 2 finish off there, and I think in this spot, regardless of it not showing up on the leaderboard for him, his glasses are making
He's
impact.
definitely got the glasses on.
They're looking all right. I say that, Tim, and for a second I was really nervous we were about to come into a 2 versus 2.
Μπράβο, πάμε.
Finding one more, and I said earlier on he was the only player not to get a multi-kill on that last map. Well, he's certainly got to do it here in round 1.
Γιατί νομίζω το ανάποδο ότι είχαν και τους έβαλαν όταν άλλαξαν τα LMG, δεν είμαι 100%. Ούτε εγώ είμαι 100% σίγουρος, γι' αυτό κιόλας δεν το λέω. Αλλά έχω την εντύπωση ότι πλέον όλα έχουν recoil pattern. Όλα τα όπλα. Κανονικά. Και όχι random. I don't know.
At this point, they're leaving it down to 1 versus 1s if they're not careful. I'm really nervous about this because if he catches out one, he can catch the other. Right sort of idea. Doesn't exactly know where the last 2 players are. Must have at least an idea that one is coming downstairs and just shoots.
Τον μύρισε ρε μαλάκα. Πολύ καλό παιχτάκι αυτό εδώ, να ξέρω. Στικάρε το. Stick it, bro.
May have sold himself a little bit here and put himself into an unwinnable position. Half a second to go, and in comes.
Γιατί να μην το στικάρει σε πρώτο χρόνο, bro.
I do as well. I think as soon as he can get guns up there, Arcully was on about 35 HP. He really doesn't want to be taking any long-range gunfights there. He had to close that ground, and he was moving in, but it seemed a little bit too slowly. You were kind of, wishing he'd pick the pace up.
And to be honest, as you said, they were spread, the defense, but actually it was a really good play from Arcully. Spiker seen the Melusi in short from the vert above, so he would assume that the other...
Τον Doggy, παιδιά, τον κόβω να πάει για Gasterat, να ξέρετε. Και είναι και καλός. Μιλάει οκ, ρε φίλε, δηλαδή για Caster είναι όντως καλός. Έχει και τη γνώση, εννοείται, έχει τρομερό game knowledge. Και φαντάζομαι τώρα να βάλουν να καστάρει Pengu Doki. Καλό. Το ακούω.
It actually feels really weird.
Rebrand 2.
10 seconds to insertion.
I don't know, that's... Throw me under the bus again.
Doki the caster?
I don't know.
It feels really weird for Des to call me this, and I didn't realise that until you just said it. I was like, eh?
I only ever call you Tim, it's true. It's true.
Wait, you could be Ace, and I could be Jack. Ace of cards, Jack of cards.
There's something.
Liking that? There's something to be made there.
There's got to be.
Now my job's back.
He's again trying to get the elbows.
Ubi have heard that and they're just like, oh, that sounds like a real good ring to it, actually.
Imagine the media day stuff we could do.
Oh, real.
Get Flores involved.
Oh, not this again.
He likes to play in cards.
Was it you?
Oh.
Was it you on the Twitch trying to destroy a Mozzie? You shot it
on Skyscraper.
Yeah. Oh, mate. Is that the same thing there where he just can't get rid of it?
I don't know if my aim's bad or
Your aim's just bad.
I need to talk to the devs. Like, I don't know what's going on.
Definitely. You ask a dev, they'll say it's definitely the aim, Jack, I'm afraid. See, I'm already calling him Jack now. It's locked in. This is the problem.
It's a clever positioning on the bulletproof camera. It's a common one, but it just anywhere that you can get it in there amongst them shelves just makes it really difficult to get round the side of it and do anything about it. We just almost have an exchange at the beginning there. Dash is trying to get aggressive. We see the silhouettes. They don't.
Φοβήθηκε εδώ, γι' αυτό δεν έκαναν το pre-fire, γιατί τον είχαν νεκρός από δύο μεριές.
We're still 5 versus 5. Cyclops have got everybody left alive.
Really thought with those shots coming out from the Legion there that we might see a spray attempt coming on through. And look at this at the same time, Camden has started.
Τι γίνεται ρε μαλάκα με τα wallbangs.
Brings his man down. Great bit of team play once again from Wildcards.
Kansan, what a play. So methodical, so precise. He knew exactly what he had to do there. He didn't have to peek again. He just waited for the guy.
Για τους wildcards βλέπω. Δακοτώ.
Do the action parts.
Ναι. Εγώ τους wildcards έβαλα.
We'll leave it at that one. But at this point, yes, Wildcard should now have this top floor under their control. You got Blackray, I was going to say, still skulking around.
Για βγάλει το link απευθείας.
Just don't give up.
They knew that he was here.
They keep fighting. Like that's what's so scary about KAG. They just don't give up.
Predictions.
Okay, where's the third? Where's the fourth? That's genuinely what it feels like playing against these guys.
And the thing is now, you're playing the entire round with the thought in the back of your mind of, where's Blackray? Where's he gone? He got a kill up on the top floor. Is he going to be flanking through dining? Do we need to watch that? Is he coming across the top floor? And it just burns time, it burns effort. You've got players that...
Oh, τους άκρινε βαλέ.
drawn on a flank rather than checking other drones and seeing what's going on. It just takes that resource.
Now, I don't know if you guys know, but Chalet's been updated on this bomb site. The trash bins on the breach, when you go in on the left side here, there's now a concrete wall in front of it, a metal wall, and no longer wall bang from below.
Εντάξει.
Πάμε
ρε wildcard. Πάμε ρε wildcard.
All you need to do is hold the blue door and connector, and it's so...
Ναι, το πρώτο.
Two kills out of nowhere, and that should be it. Cyclops, for a second, you thought would be able to hold on, but they're down to just Anaton. Flashed out, they're coming in for the 2v1. It's going to be some real magic from Anaton to hold on here. Down on the floor, fights one!
Πήγε για το μιλί εκεί, μαλάκες. Πήγε για το μιλί εκεί.
That's what I love about
Damn. Νομίζω αυτό το κλάτσαρε για κάποιο λόγο.
He's happy, he doesn't care.
Damn.
Nice try.
Anaton was on the verge of having a spot named after him there.
He was.
That's the reality.
Καλό, καλό.
He flips 180 and hits the guy dropping the hat. Then he spins round, avoids death whilst blinded, flips the pistol out and gets a kill. If he comes out of the 1v3 there and wins it, that spot is then known as Anaton.
Yeah, but just like I was saying before, that half-wall position with that metal thing, it's such a change that people don't realise. It's so strong. And I think obviously like Wildcard were definitely playing for that there, like they knew that the map's been updated and that's the power spot in the plan these days.
Wow.
Close, but no cigar.
Indeed not. So, one apiece, Tim. Both teams showing a little bit of bite in these first two rounds. It's another one where it's going to feel, when you get to the half, like, which team really deserves to be in front right now?
The half is the really big thing. Let's not forget, Kag is starting on the defense.
Ρε, πού έχουν βάλει τον κόσμο, ρε μαλάκα.
The real question, the real
στο μάτς. Είναι ο κόσμος, ρε. Λες και πίσω στο άδειο γήπεδο είναι. Ό,τι να είναι.
The thing is, like, I guess you can compare Nighthaven and Chalet both saying that they're both pretty attacker-sided. I think it's probably fair to say. And the last map, CAG favoured the attack. They were doing way better on the attack than their defense. So if we go back off of that information, maybe if they can get a 3-3 half here on Chalet, that's generally good. For CAG, maybe they have some crazy stuff planned for the attack.
Μπρο και όφι έχει φέρει full κόσμο,
Compared to what you see across really the rest of the map. For one of our more attacker-leaning ones, favour that aggression for the defenders, and it's almost in a way you're forced to play this way. Like seeing Falcons yesterday playing so aggressively with trap operators throughout Chalet, I was like, wow, we don't really see them play this aggressive.
Λες και παίζουμε με τον Balkan.
But it forces it, right? It mandates it.
That's what I was saying in round one before they rushed off.
Oh, he's got to get the kill there, surely.
That's what he did, Tim.
That's what I was saying, like, about the traps. They've brought back the Ela now, the Frost. I'm also even going to count Castle as a trap because it's just a problem. Castle counts as a problem. Like, they're playing with a lot more now.
Shurip! Forget about power positions, boys. He's at every single window there is going. And he's got rid of both Bay and Spiker. Two crucial operators that are well equipped to deal with him as well. Having both the Trim Bees and the Deimos tracking, he's got away with both.
And it leaves now Dash super important, leaning into what you were saying there, Doki. So much stuff to clear out, so much utility to deal with. And those Rotero drones, only two of them left in pocket. It's going to become more and more vital. Kansan lost the Twitch drone to Anaton on
Not
this.
again!
How? They just cannot control Shurip right now.
And I remember we just said before the map started, last time Shurip played this map, I think he was their worst player. 0 and 11 or something he played, 1 and 11.
He didn't have his own gear back on the first day, and that was his excuse for why he didn't play well. Now he's got his gear, he's powered up.
So you're telling me he doesn't have his own gear, the other guy doesn't have his glasses.
Mate, what? And he kills from the window, and the fourth one out the window.
So, if it's fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Fool me 3 times.
What's fool me 4 times?
Shame on Jack.
I don't know.
I mean, that is unforgivable. You can't be letting getting away with that 4 times in a row.
What do you ban here as wildcard? You're not losing because of anything, realistically.
I mean, they've played, like, what, 15 unique operators bar the Grim, I want to say, like, wildcard. They've played a lot, whereas on the side for CAG, we've seen Castle quite a bit.
Castle's
Frost
a good
quite
ban.
a bit. Malusi quite a bit.
Castle's a good ban, that makes sense. Just like I said, it's a problem. And it's not a trap, but it is a problem. It stops the fast plays. It holds them off. If they remove that from the play, they can then decide kind of the pace of the game as well. They can do certain attacks to split the map better.
Yeah, think about it in round 1. That castle was in the way and they had to nade it to remove the castle. That's the indication, like, oh, okay, get a C4 going now. If that wasn't there and that's a barricade, they're straight in. They're probably not getting C4'd off the back of it.
And also something else about castle on this map. I don't know what you guys call it. We have very precise calls in G2, but the doors on top floor here that you can see from the big window rappel, that being castled is really strong because it forces you.
Νάσια, σε ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για τη ρεϊντάρα. Thank you. Welcome σε όλα τα παιδιά. Λέει τι κάνουμε, πώς είμαστε.
We call that music. And it's because of the old.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
I'm never a fan of like old school call-outs for that exact reason. Everyone looks at that and goes, why is that called music?
Yeah, it's because I'm.
Λέω τίποτα. Τι λέει, τι κάναμε, μόνο chat chatting. Ή παίξαμε κιόλας κάτι. Καλά κι εγώ ρε Νάσια, όλα good. Εδώ παρακολουθούμε το Major στο Rainbow Six Siege.
We'll have to set you some homework to learn as many caster call-outs as you can. See, we just focus so much on what visually makes sense.
Yeah.
If I say a word, we don't have a specific for that specific door. I'd probably be looking at like closet rotate.
Καλό το γκέιμάκι που έπαιξες.
What a player's doing at home, what is going to make sense for them, visually what
I call it bedroom door because the best thing is you have context. If you're saying the player's pushing into bedroom door, you know which door it is because it's on screen, right? But equally there's also bedroom door to the north, which you might call solar door, and yeah, all kinds of debates. That call-out debate is never ending.
Καλούτσικο είναι. Έχω ακούσει κάποια πραγματάκια για αυτό το game. Αλλά το τι λέει γενικά δεν ξέρω, δεν το έχω δοκιμάσει.
Just like I said, Yang in the big window. Doesn't need to be a Zofia anymore. He's already got full control here. Everyone can leave top floor and hit below. All he needs to do is Yang. The hatch is even reinforced.
Doesn't matter because
το Last of Us το τερματισες που έπαιζες.
They've got to be really careful of that. Otherwise, it's actually more of a bait with that castle ban.
Πρέπει να παίξω κι εγώ το Last of Us, ρε σε. Να το πάρω και τα δύο βασικά να το πάρω. What? Πώς δεν πέθανε η Ying, ρε παιδιά. Ναι, το τελείωσα. Είναι γκέιμάρα ρε φίλε, πρέπει να τα παίξω κι εγώ και τα δύο. Έγινε Νάσια και πάλι σε ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για το ριντάκι, να είσαι καλά. Αξίζει πάρτα, θα τα τσιμπήσουμε μετά τη σεζόν, σίγουρα. Πρέπει να πάρω αυτά τα δύο και το Spider-Man. Πρέπει να παίξω και τα Spider-Man, τα τρία γκέιμαγια που έχουν βγει. Και πάλι σε ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για το raid. Καλή συνέχεια να έχεις ρε Νάσια. Thank you. Thank you.
Baby shot baited highway and rotated fully to the office door.
But the problem is, like you always say, Cyclops are still up on the second floor. Finally getting punished out here. Arcully is still up there. Anderton's found a second. Always a hard player to shut down. 3 still on site for wildcard here. And Tim, it feels like they've got enough time to make this happen. Surely we don't throw it away.
And the hatch is closed.
This could be a problem, because as you say, hatch is closed, they're a little bit stuck here, no hard breach gadgets. They're going to have to do this the old-fashioned way, guns up.
Sometimes CAG just find their way back into these, despite Wildcard doing everything right, despite them going in and getting those kills, it's still, you're looking at it and it's only a 2v3 and you're thinking it's winnable for CAG, and then they find another and it's 2v2 and the time's ticking down, there's 12 seconds left to go. Wildcard, they've got to make a move, and Arcully has dropped down onto those west main stairs again, the same position that he used so well last time around. The man on site gets taken out, the plant is going down. Arcully, he's got to win this first fight. If he sees him on the left, he does, he gets one.
Όπο φίλε. Το τσάκ μπρο θα το κλάτσαρα η Μελούση, αλήθεια. Στο τσάκ ήταν πολύ close.
I'm gonna have to say again, I think Anytone just stopped at the last hurdle. He couldn't get over that final kill. All he had to do was stay alive.
2 rounds now where he's been so close to getting it done.
He almost paused there, like too much trigger discipline. Like just pull the trigger at that point, my man. Like what are we doing? He knew the player was there, but was so slow in taking the shot. Wanted to make sure he definitely got a headshot and paid the price for it. But fair play to Spiker, coming straight off the diffuser and flicking straight on his man.
Knew exactly where it. That's great. You might correct me, Adoki, but you might agree with me. I look at that, and that to me, visually, I can see the comms.
Yeah.
That first player dies, he knows for a fact it's not come from in front of him, so that call out is.
Πάντως η Ying, εγώ από το C4 δεν μπορώ να καταλάβω πώς δεν πέθανε, αλήθεια. Πρώτο C4 έσκασα ακριβώς δίπλα στη Ying. Ακριβώς δίπλα όμως. Πολύ περίεργο.
He can reposition. He has that time to do. I think it was a great round. To be honest, teams, great execution from Wildcards, great comeback from CAG. It was a nice rotate again from Arcully through basement.
I'm desperate for a map 3.
Yeah,
this is a phenomenal game that we're seeing. The entertainment
The round
is
endings might
brilliant.
not be like what you'll see at the most top-tier level of Siege, but my God, is
Whatever.
it entertaining.
It's entertaining.
It's a bit scrappy at points, but it's so entertaining to watch.
They're both playing so good.
That's
like,
it.
They're
Crazy.
both understanding the rounds. It's nice to watch.
And then you get these clutch moments at the end, these 1v1s. We've had 3 1v1s so far that determine which way these rounds have gone. And to be fair, for Wildcard, the rounds that they've won have come down to 1v1s. Bay won the 1v1 in round 2, and Spike has just won that one there. You might call it a bit of a glorified 1v1, because it was more of a 1v2 that resulted in a trade, but still, the stats don't lie.
Look at this, by the way. Their lineups compared, they only have EMPs. They have nothing to break that tuberal. They have absolutely nothing. They can waste their EMPs, their economy here. They don't have a Twitch run, they don't have a nade that you would maybe usually see in that situation to break the tube and get the wall off even faster. Maybe Wildcard didn't spot the tube in the prep phase.
I say that's probably why they're here now, is just try and waste as much time as you can, right? Like, if they can keep on chewing this through the tube route, they'll still have a minute left to play with. They're not going to be too bothered here, Wildcard. The problem is, if this is only where their focus is going to be, then they're in trouble. They've got to put their focus elsewhere around the map. And to be fair to them, on our other monitor on the left, you can see now players are scattering throughout the map itself. It's not just about this main breach.
No, we've just seen the electrical get shifted. I'm not sure it's going to catch any of those Selmas out. It's actually put onto the rear wall at West Main just to prevent that long angle coming in. So right now, Cyclops recognising that the push is not going to come through that main garage door anymore. They've shifted round to Wine, and they're going to be playing from the backside. Dash is going to take a little bit of damage there, gets the EMP down. That's going to enable them to open up that long angle. So Wildcard are working towards having everything they need.
No Thatchers left, all tubes used. That wall's going to stay closed. And that is the best wall to stay closed. It doesn't matter that the trench breach is open. They can stay on the long angle, and they can just hold this breach.
Yeah, all 5 players from CAG have now said, okay, forget that wall, we're all going to defend trench now, because they know what's going on. They've matched Wildcard step for step, and Shuri, don't forget, is upstairs. He can do some real work up here. Arcoli's getting the first kill, and now starts to make his way back towards site down blue. In fact, to say that, he's rounding himself in towards lobby here. Tim, they're going to fight them for every inch of this map.
Yeah, they really are. CAG giving up absolutely nothing here, wanting Wildcard to know that they are going to get nothing for free. Anaton manages to pick up Dash, and we're likely to just see a flurry of kills back and forward here, and we'll just have to see how the chip falls. Shuri manages to take down Baby Shark, 4v2,
they have to go.
And Cyclops are looking good. The diffuser is going down. Bay manages to get in, but he's going to have to back off as Black Ray picks up Spiker. He's 1 versus 3, becomes 1 versus 2, does it? No, he can't find his man. He keeps searching around the pillar. He gets him now. 1 versus 2.
No way.
19 seconds left to go, Des.
We don't throw this one away, CAG. Surely not from this position, but if anyone's going to do it, it's Bay. Isolates out the 1 versus 1 inside a trench first, looking for his man. Can't quite find him, swings in, and Shuri remains the hero of this round. But for a second, Tim, I saw Bay's name up in lights.
That's the thing about CAG. You see that they're in this 1v4 situation, and they've gave the 2 picks, right? They're putting that pressure on, but those last 2 guys that are alive, they're chill, they're playing it safe, they're not letting them extend too much.
They know when to stop.
That's pressure. That's pressure, and because Bay will be feeling that. He'll be thinking, where's the next guy? Where's the next guy? And when you're in a high game like this, Wildcard have messed up that round. That wall cannot stay closed.
Do you almost, in that sort of situation, you know, you're 1v3, when you hit that first shot, do you almost want the other fights to come quickly? It's like you want to just be like, you know, reacting, like ping, ping, ping. You don't want
them to do the work.
Yeah,
you want them to do the work for you, so you don't need. All you need
you
to
don't
do
want
is
to go and find them.
Exactly. Yeah. Because then that's just more time waste. More, you know. Then the round is every second you lose, is the round goes away and away and away.
But smart from Bay, because he knew he had to push an isolator 1 versus 1 and goes after Shuriep as well. Just going to be hard to dome a guy that's already got some kills in the round there, and himself is on a bit of a heater. 8-3 Shuriep now steps up to. And Arcoli himself at 5-2, Tim. Glasses buff, it's a thing.
I think one thing to remember here is we're getting really excited about the Cyclops performance at the minute. And don't get me wrong, they're playing really well. But it's only 3-2.
Yeah.
Like, they're having to work so hard for what we would call a default half, really, a 4-2 half on the defence. You know, they're having to really battle for it.
Is 4-2 a default half for Shally?
Shally, I know what we say the attacking side. I think it's a good half. Yeah. I think it is a good half.
I'd say it's a good half. What did I say, though, a few rounds ago? I said if CAG can get 3, their attacks could pull them over the edge here like they did on Lighthaven.
Depends how good the attacks are, because they were so close back on Labs. You'd expect it to be a bit easier on this map, given, you know, you're used to playing teams like this in Japan that are going to be aggressive, and on this map, you're demanding to be aggressive. So, they're doing the same thing again. Yes, same as in round 1.
Why?
Oh, okay, now this is risky.
They've got the thing.
What are they going to change, though? Because there's no castle. Why not? What do we speak about? The neighbours what orchestrated it last time. It's how they knew to react.
It's not kitchen. There's no C4 below. They know that the C4 was the only thing that stopped them last round, so why shouldn't it work this round?
Shuri is underneath though, he's around dining at this point, so he could come in and do quite a lot of work.
Again.
The tub's in as well, now get some shots down on towards Dash, and there we go! Shuri with a massive double C4 kill from below, and that's this round done. Dashed away, a 4 versus 2 breaks out. Spiker might at least pick up our Cully, but this one feels done, Jack.
If you're wildcard, what are you doing? What are you doing? You've just did the same thing that didn't work, and you've lost to it again. On a bomb site that has more people there, more people to react. Even if he didn't get the C4, I bet you there was a guy in piano ready to help. That was a bad decision. They've almost been so annoyed with the way they've attacked the last couple of rounds that they don't know what to do. Their strat book's failing them there.
You don't expect the team to do the same thing twice. They'll normally rotate through a strat, right? So they were hoping on to catch something there off guard. You know, Cyclops to be already on the beach and thinking, cool, round 6, new plan coming out here, we can deal with this. I get the mindset on what they've tried to do, but it has been dealt with so well. Shuri, perfect position below. He's just come in from the hallway as well. The timing is unbelievable.
Kaga making the choice at the minute to keep themselves up on the top floor. Anaton manages to find the kill with the C4. We just get a nice little view there of the new rappel around the corner. I'll pick that up as Kansan does it. Sorry, Spiker does it. But yeah, they've had brilliant use of the utility throughout the game. Nighthaven as well. We saw these Nitro kills coming in, and they continue to do so. And right now, Cyclops are more than happy to just keep themselves alive up on the top floor. They're confident in their ability to use those vertical angles and force Spiker to make a play. He doesn't have the diffuser in hand as they try to get up the stairs. He cuts them down. Chibisu closes it out, and again, Cyclops just looks super comfortable up on that top floor. They knew what was coming.
Not forgetting as well, Doki, those 2 rounds at Wildcard 1 were off the back of 1v1s.
Yeah.
This could have been an absolute stomp by Kag.
6-0 Oh dear. Oh dear, and I'm thinking, our wildcard thinking right now, are they looking at border yet? Are they thinking, is our defense is going to save us here?
I wouldn't want to play Kag on board, I'm not going to lie.
At least they've banned the Monty. We can at least say that Kag don't have that in their arsenal anymore.
But as we already saw, Anaton would just play Blackbeard, right? Or they'll run around with Blitz. Like, they've got other things in their arsenal that happy to bring out.
If I'm them, I'm banning Blitz here because I think Shally favours that map. It has to be a shield. Another ban wouldn't make any sense to me. Maybe the Dokkaebi again, we spoke about on Labs. It could be good.
Second ban comes in. It's actually Ying that gets taken away. So the bans that are just off screen while the replays play out, we've got Monte and Ying, Azami and Tubarao. So not too much of a surprise on the defense, but that Ying ban does allow a blitz. Does allow a Blackbeard.
He's straight onto Blitz. Maybe they are thinking that Ying is stronger for wildcard. That's why they've decided to then ban it out, because they think that the shields aren't as strong. Personally, I think this map is one of the best maps for shields. The windows you can jump in. Maybe without Monty, okay, you can have some arguments that Blitz isn't as good in that situation because you can be isolated. But I think like Kag are a team that come with a plan, especially for their rushes. You don't want to give them it. You know what I mean?
I think Kag want to get a really aggressive start on the attack here. Win this as quickly as possible. Get themselves up to 5-2 and pile the pressure on Wildcard. You know, we can talk about pressure for Wildcard, of course we can. But look at Kag's position. They are not only one map down in a semi-final, they're fighting to be the first ever APAC team to get onto a grand final main stage. There is a huge amount of pressure on these players' shoulders, but they are just living up to it.
Looking at their lineup as well, right? IQ and Twitch here, getting rid of things like the Fenrir, get that out of the way, deal with any utilities that can impede you, then you've got the calls to be able to cause a bit of chaos. And what's Anaton going to do? Charge right in here. They've got it so well engineered, but first it's about removing away some of these traps from Wildcard, or at least the intel they might hold on to. Things like the bulletproof, things like the jammers, things like the reminders, anything else that can slow you down needs to be gone.
That's what I was going to say. I think one thing that could be good for Wildcard here is the Fenrir. Kag didn't have it open on their defense. Wildcard banned that away. Fenrir are so good in this map because of the wooden beams around the map. You can really hide
Ρε τι 4-2 ρε μαλάκα.
You can hide them in the plants and maybe the drones don't see them. I think Fenrir is one of the strongest defenders on this map. Everyone plays split.
Τι είπες? Πουλά. Φωνάζει και εκεί από μέσα, let's go, Σάκα.
It's theirs. And you were speaking about those beams, Doki. That's exactly where we found our first one in this round. And of course, you don't see it really until you go pushing on forward. And this is where, again, Shuri's got to do some real work with those shock drones.
Anaton's just gone out of office door as we saw onto the balcony. He's thinking about pushing that mezzanine player. I think Pate is potentially going to come under some pressure very, very shortly. They're looking to get that trifecta moved out of that top floor, clear that triangle, get the vertical, and look down onto site. But as it stands, halfway through the round, Wildcard are still reasonably comfortably in position.
Also Frost here, maybe you guys don't know, but now shields can ADS when they jump through windows. They can't destroy that Frost map for themselves. Only someone that has a normal gun can do that.
Oh, Dash has completely deleted Jutsu there out in the rappel. Almost lost his life in the process, but for now, stays onside. Very important when it's a Dokkaebi. I didn't see if the second phone call came out, but that's no longer available. So Anaton is relying here on his team to have drone things out and knowing where these key players are when he starts to push forwards.
It's going to be an interesting push. I think Blitz in this highway is so exposed, like I said. Maybe the smokes will give some support, but that Fenrir is going to cause problems in a second, I think. Yep, there it is.
2 kills for Arculli out of nowhere, and look at that, constantly blinded the whole way through. Not that it matters when they've already cleared themselves out. They've checked absolutely everything, but there is no one around on this top floor still. Most of them have dipped back down. You've got Baby Shark who's holding around as well inside a gaming hallway, trying to put a bit of a challenge up, but feels a little bit hard here. Kag have got the vertical. They've got 35 seconds to work with. The shot's coming in from above, but there's a lobby player that's working around here. I believe it's Kansan still darting around. If he can get a kill here, Tim, we balanced everything out.
Yeah, he's just got back up from basement. I think they're probably aware of his position. Oh! No idea whatsoever. Anaton goes over the top rope, but wishes that he hadn't. Taken out by Kansan, 3v3, and all of a sudden Wildcard are back into this. Spiker is low health. There's an opportunity for Kag, but they need to get aggressive. They need to push in and try and find some kills. 9 seconds left to go. Kansan stands up from behind the bar and stands up tall, takes down Black Ray. The kills are going towards Wildcard. Can Arculli do it with an air? He cannot find the last man.
Another round where they come down to a 1v1 and Wildcard come out on top. Wow!
Game we have here. But again, Anaton, just like on Labs, he's getting complacent with the shields. He can't be dying in those situations. It was the same on Labs when he died with the Monty, lost his team the round.
I feel so bad because he was looking over the balcony. Is there a player there? Is there a player there? No, over a go, and it turns out Kansan has slipped in at exactly that moment.
He's played it perfectly.
That is timing into a T.
What a game we have here. Wow, wow, wow.
Again, the fact that it's come down to 3 rounds that Wildcard have got from these 1v1s just screams that we could have been over by now. It could have been 7-0. We could be on to border already. But Wildcard are holding on. And what makes me nervous for Cyclops is if Wildcard have got that in the tank and they can just tweak things a little bit here, they can start coming out on top.
We're talking about Anaton making a bad play there, but you also have to say the positioning from Kansan was absolutely phenomenal. Got the kill on lobby, rotated to bar, made it all. And he got an ace, no? No, never mind.
Arculli didn't get it.
He made himself hard to die. That's the most valuable thing that a player can do in these low-time situations. Don't make it easy to die. Just play your life, play the time, play the clock.
I don't think I've seen a game this close in ages. But every round it feels like it's coming down to a nail. There's no like clear flawless rounds and it's a stomp and okay, one round was close, but everything else is really decisive. Every round has been up for grabs.
I have loved my time in Brazil. I think it's a phenomenal country. Really enjoy it here, but I will say this game is making me desperate to get home and play. It's just watching this game. It is so much fun, so entertaining. I'm just desperate to get back at my PC and get in the lobby.
3 weeks for
Εν τω μεταξύ, κανένα pack έχουμε πάρει.
That's pain. Because again, you've now lost that Dokkaebi early. No phone calls have been.
Μπα, δεν νομίζω, όχι έχουμε. 73% παιδιά είμαστε στο πρώτο pack. Σήμερα έχουμε drops παιδιά 2 ώρες, 4 ώρες και 6 ώρες. Το 6ωρο τώρα, κατά πόσο θα μπορέσουμε να το πάρουμε, ένας θεός ξέρει.
Entrances in the book, isn't it, really? Go down to Trench, waddle in through the barricade, and he's just played it perfectly there as Baby Shark. You know, we all take that chance of, I'll go and have a look at Trench at the beginning of the round, and it's paid off for him this time. Brilliant stuff. And what it means is he's got the value out of that Vigil. 2 jobs for Vigil, wasting time, getting kills, and he's ticked off 1 box at least.
I think Vigil is an operator that isn't played so much anymore, especially since the Boss G got nerfed. But it's annoying.
It's actually more than once.
Vigil is annoying. Vigil is so annoying. You don't know where he is. Yeah. He's a problem, constantly a problem. He's like old Solus. It's like,
he's going to get tricked off, surely. Oh, he's gone for the wrong side. That's unfortunate. opened up then. Not blocked away by Kansas this time, and the C4 out just in case they were tucked off towards the right, but they were way out of there, already vaulted over and outside the map on off his balcony.
Bandit and Cade, and the wall still gets open. It feels like a bit of an overkill.
But they lean this a lot back on Labs, don't forget as well, to really slow them down with the double hard breach man coming out. On this map, not going to work so much soft flooring as you've just seen.
Going to see the kills raining in. Then Black Ray does manage to pick up Kansan, but we find ourselves now 1 versus 4 as Bay picks up Chibisu, and it's surely going to be over very, very soon. He knows that there's one just inside of the window here, but Arcully is going to take a little bit of chip damage. Baby Shark won't really mind that too much. He's got Arcully down to nearly half health, makes it more difficult. His team can now just sit in, wait for the push, and they'll pick him up when he does.
Diffuses the other side of the map here and off his balcony with only 40 seconds to play. This one is pretty done, and Wildcard have put up a good hold here as well. May have lost the wall, as you say, Jack, but at this point, it brings things up to 4 apiece. So given how those 3 rounds have gone, Tim, as we said, this could have been a 7-0 over on border. So we might see Wildcard battling their way back in. Surely, Arcully doesn't pull off the impossible here.
It's not over yet, Des. Let's not get carried away. 1v4, I think it was, has become a 1v2. He sees the man through in Dining. Is he going to pick up the Cade? He might see the gun barrel first. 15 seconds, he gets his kill. Where is the last? This is within reach. He's gone too fast. He's gone too fast, Des. If only he wouldn't have sprinted, he might have heard the movement of the Legion. There was a chance, there was a world where Arcully does it. Down to another 1v1, but Wildcard claws it out nicely.
I just feel that CAG, you need to stop this bleeding in the early rounds. They're always getting one guy picked off. Sure, Reap's crouching entrenched, no drones, not aware of what's going on. Like, imagine if he didn't die there. Imagine if he just, it was a 5v5. Every round is coming down so close, tooth and nail. It's small margins.
What I do love now is obviously the crowd has fleshed out a little bit here in anticipation for our next game. And it's fair to say, Tim, they're pretty behind Wildcard at this point. Cyclops, of course, eliminating Liquid earlier in the tournament. Not forgetting, of course, that
Dash as well,
on the Wildcard side. They're cheering for their boy here to get the win.
I think there is a lot of Japanese fans from Brazil, though, especially in Rio. I've noticed that a lot, that like they have a big community here.
I think it was from like the 1700s. There was a lot of Japanese people that moved over to Brazil. So it is their second largest population that isn't Brazilian.
And that's really nice to see, because I think the APAC teams maybe don't get that sense of support when they go to other events and stuff. So I'm not saying that they're favoured here, of course not, we're in Rio. But like, you know, like they're going to have that support, and I'm sure they'll appreciate that as well.
The thing is, looking at the teams and their performances as well, there's a lot to be taken away from this tournament for APAC, and I know that we've been in this position a number of times over the years where you kind of think, is this it? Are APAC on the cusp? But they're going to do it. But now you look at the changes FearX have made and the changes that CAG have made, and these rosters are really starting to fire. But it's not just about once upon a day the unpredictability. Now, as you're saying yourself, they're playing good Siege. You know, CAG have got a game plan, they're adapting well, they're finding the kills. If they just fix these smaller issues like the beginnings of the round, getting those better starts, you know, let's not forget, they're up against a very good wildcard team here who are going to punish them. You know, there's a lot of promise, a lot of hope for APAC teams going into future tournaments as well. It's not over at this one yet, but there's a lot of promise for the future there.
I think CAG and FearX have both impressed this tournament, right?
Absolutely. I think FearX especially, like, I know they're not here right now, but they've really made a super team. They could have been. Yeah. I mean, I lost to them. I didn't just lose, I got destroyed by them. So, I mean,
not the first time in the last 12 months either.
First time, to be
back in
honest.
Manchester?
Hopefully the last.
Deep on the winner, not going to find the man there, not quite enough angle. Do you want to touch on Arcully for a second? 6-10 on the last map, 12-4 he finds himself here.
You can see.
The glasses buff, turns out, is a very real thing, because he is starting to fly, putting up good numbers, but all that matters is that score at the top of your screen, 4-4. Wildcard keeping things very, very competitive, despite just struggling to keep up with players like him and Shuri, who are really running the show.
This bathroom position, they don't have any nades. It's going to be so hard to clear that out. But he's actually left. Spiker's left. He's probably anticipating that there's going to be a buck below with flashbangs and nades coming through the floor. But that's not the case. The only chance that CAG have to really remove that position is the blitz. And we've seen what Annington can do before, and the blitz is coming up the solo stairs. Will that be his route? Oh,
almost catching on the way down as well. Good bait attempts coming through, but Anaton will walk away here. About 80 HP still to his name. It's not the end of the world. Baby Shark got a single point of health to his name as well. A single shot, and he is out of here. Another smoke coming on through, and so that clock will run down ever lower. However, that was the last smoke coming out, Tim.
Spiker's done some serious work there, and he shouldn't have been allowed to, really. We see the buck come in late in the round to open the floor up to prevent him going into solo. Had that been done sooner, he wouldn't have been able to go in. The wall would be breached by now. Lots of things would have happened. 30 seconds left to go. The blitz starts to get aggressive, but it's Black Ray that manages to find the kill. Onto Spiker, 5 versus 4. Cyclops get moving, Des.
They're going to plant here as well, and of course got to be careful of the downstairs. As long as they've got that cover, they're in a good spot. Bay from below trying to work his way through. In fact, sorry, up on top side. They've absolutely slaughtered them though, Tim, and they've got what they need. Diffuses down, Baby Shark touched on the 1 HP. He adds to his name. Who else than Anaton to push into him here and get this one finished off? Pistol to the hand.
That's more like it.
Beautiful execute by Cyclops.
That's the game plan. That's the exact. They knew exactly what they wanted that round. Okay, Spiker played great, like you said. He did. Problem solved. Buck below, flashbang up. They didn't even need anyone on the bathroom window. That bathroom window was a terrible place to play as an attacker. You can die from everywhere. They changed the problem. They pushed the blitz there. No one does that. That's new. Wildcard never faced that before. And they're making up the game as they play. It's so nice to see. They deserve this map.
You predicted the intensity that they would bring with the blitz, with it being left open, and you know it's definitely been a defining factor that we've seen so far for Cyclops' attacks, and that's just another round to add to the list.
That's gone.
Chat, πριν καμιά ώρα έβγαλαν κι άλλο ένα βιντεάκι για τον ήχο που θα μπει στο CGX. Θα το βάλω στο playlist ώστε να το δούμε. Οπότε έχουμε καινούριο βιντεάκι, παιδιά, που αφορά τον ήχο.
You're playing the best Shield player in the world, and this is why. And this is why he's been so consistently spoken about in those terms for years now. We're not talking 6 months, we're talking years and years. Anaton and Black Ray have been with Cyclops for 6 years now, longer. 2018, they both joined Cyclops as an org. Black Ray joined the active roster 2019. They have been there for a long, long time. And Anaton has been getting target banned on shields for almost that entire time.
We started casting the Japan League and we were looking at the stats. There was a 34% ban rate against Monty because of Anaton. Like no one
more so than anywhere else in the world.
The thing is, like, you're right.
Okay, το βάλαμε, οπότε μετά θα το τσεκάρουμε. Μετά το match.
The shield buffs recently. He's like evolved, and he's not bad.
Is this his final form?
It's his final form.
Would you go as far as calling him the best shield player in the world? He plays it like no one else, very aggressive.
Yeah. To be honest, I think there are a lot. I think Alamo in my team is up there with the Monty, with the Blitz. He is a force to be reckoned with, but it's...
What about Pengu? We can't forget about Nick, surely.
I don't remember that name, mate.
Fabian had a big round on a Monty once, didn't he?
Remember Pengu with the Blackbeard, when Blackbeard was in his prime with the shield, the gun shield. That was something. I remember on the console at Windows, that was not...
Back when it had like 800 HP or something.
Well, Nick, I tried to put you in the conversation.
You tried, mate. You really
tried.
You did do your best.
I'm sure he'll appreciate it.
All right. Well, it's still close. Let's not forget as well. Wildcard are only a single round behind, and as we've said several times now, this map could have been over because Wildcard have consistently won out these 1v1s, these clutch situations that Cyclops could have closed but have failed to do so. Not entirely. They've also won a couple of 1v1s themselves. It's been that close a game so far. Cyclops are the ones in the lead on that attacking side, should have the ability to get this done. Pressure now starting to build up around Dash in the north, and also knowing that there's a player starting to push in. Of course, it's Anaton with a shield. Speaking of shield, he sees the Warden, has got away with it for free, survived the C4, and is now stepping up against yet another, but the pressure is here, and they're starting to pick through Wildcard.
Dash has just sold Baby Shark there. Oh my god, I'd be so upset if the Blackbeard's right next to me, and my teammate's just been completely
behind the half wall! Shoot the man! Shoot him!
And we have to say here, Dash is obviously having a rough game statistically wise, but this whole tournament he's been absolutely fantastic. Coming from W7M, a team that he maybe didn't shine on as much in the past because of the other star players. He's been really leading Wildcard this whole tournament, and I don't think he's the IGL, but he does have a lot of decision,
He wants that match against W7M tomorrow, but at this point they've got one more. It was a 3 versus 2. Surely we don't lose another big clutch. Can't shoot during the vault. Now Kansas got it all to do. A 1v2, but Shurip and Arkuli are flying this map.
That was obviously such a mistake. He didn't mean that. There was a misclick on the keyboard, a misinput on the vault.
Kansan's just searching now to try and find this a 1v1, but no, Sharik steps around the corner, and Cyclops, we thought that they'd be done on Chalet, but they're the ones getting themselves onto map point. They want this to go.
Είναι πολύ δύσκολα η Osaka, παιδιά. Είναι δύσκολα.
To be talking more. There's a lot of times we're just not communicating what we're saying. Evan, you're doing a good job at it. Shark, you got to be listening to what people are telling you more, man. All right. We know what they're doing. We are not doing anything to stop them from doing what they want to do. We're not giving them any problems. Okay. Okay. I think we should start trying to fight them a little more when they're setting up. All right.
Okay. Yep.
All right. Let's
I
go.
think I'm gonna go. Well, what side are we going?
We're gonna run the kitchen default 2.0.
Okay. Yeah, let's start to run more aggro stress this round.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna abuse Blackbird, okay, guys, to clear, you know, like top fire and this stuff. So be careful of that, okay, Jake?
Come on then, what you got to say?
Well, I think Dash is nailed the head there. They're going to abuse Blackbeard. You can remove the I think part from that sentence. You can really remove that. I just wanted to touch on Justin saying to Baby Shark, obviously he's having some communication problems in the team. He's a rookie player. It's his first event, and it's a massive one. Yeah. Never mind even playing in Pro League before. This is his first ever event. I get that, and I think that's good that the coach has pointed that out. He didn't say it in a bad way. He didn't say it as, Shark, you're losing at this game. He didn't say that. He said, you gotta listen more. Your teammates need you here. That's what you want to hear from your coach. That's the support that you want. Hopefully he takes that the way it was delivered, and then next round he takes a breath, can be a bit more chilled, and help his team push this game to OT.
Sounds like the energy's maybe a little bit low in Wildcard as well. He was saying at the beginning there, just in, you know, we're not talking to each other. There's not enough comms here. There's not enough going on. And do you think that's just a byproduct of the fact that CAG feel like they're running over them a little bit at the minute now? The last couple of rounds, it's starting to get away from them, like you say. Maybe the mind's on border. Maybe they're already kind of checking out of Chalet.
It'll be a combination. They've just came off the high of Labs, CAG's map. They're on their map. They're losing. It's a combination of it, and it's not good for Wildcard.
CAG are going to be very used to see trying to spawn peek them. I don't think they should get caught out by this. He slips away behind the rocks. He's completely fine. The big thing for me they were talking about, though, was more about being willing to challenge CAG. Because think about what Cyclops were doing. Wildcard said this during their previous time out, was like, you know, they'll sit in a position, they'll fight you from there. We're not seeing a lot of that back. And in that last round, they were really sat behind shields and behind half walls, waiting to die. They weren't challenging. And I like, at least at the very start of this round, they'd been at windows trying to disrupt CAG and not let them have a smooth entry into the building.
To be honest, it's actually a really good call from Justin there to say that, because CAG are not the team that are slow. CAG are a fast team. Yet here they are, playing slow, playing methodical, picking them apart. You gotta fight them now. You can't fight them if they execute. They'll win.
Shurik's going to take out the dock there. Could be a big loss, of course. Bay having those stim shots in pocket just gives you that opportunity to take those fights. Operators like Baby Shark on the Vigil can get maybe a bit more involved on the roam, get back to site, get healed up. That option now has been removed. It's going to make things just more and more difficult. Nitro goes out. Wildcard not going to get any joy from it, but still, minute and a half through the round, we can see Cyclops not fully established inside of the map yet. So despite losing that dock, Wildcard, you feel like they are playing into a little bit what Justin said there, just slowing things down a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much exactly like, it's good that they've identified that problem, but they've let it slip again. They've isolated that kill. That can't be happening. Bay needs to be alive there for his team, just like you said.
What I like for CAG is, yes, they played so they're not inside the building, weren't for the first minute and a half. It's because they were expecting these spawn peaks, these C4s coming at them. They almost knew after attack timeout what was going to come back was going to be aggression, and they've dealt with it so well. Again, just showing that maturity as a team, I think, to respect what the other side will do after attack timeout.
And that's the experience of CAG that we're talking about. They've tried playing slow, they've tried playing fast. They're now doing both at different times. They're doing it at the right times. They're playing slow at the start of the round. They're exploding in the late round. Look at this now, here we go. Breach open here, full attack coming in.
4 players all swarming in and a player on the window at the same time. Kansan might get one, but Anderson is always the spearhead for his team. Helps them secure one. Black Ray into another. Spiker, no C4 in hand, can only look on. And Baby Shark, we had some words going his way during the time timeout, but now is the time to go big, Tim.
30 seconds left to go, and Wildcard are seriously backs to the wall now. They've both been forced down to the mid-floor. CAG have the vertical superiority. Aniton has diffuser in hand. Is there going to be an opportunity to put the diffuser on the ground? Sparker, he's trying to fight them on the vertical, and he will. He takes down Black Ray, but they're going to need more. He's not going to get it as he goes down, and the diffuser will be planted. Alcole manages to get it, and CAG take us to map 3.
Wow, 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 wow. We didn't expect that after laps. That was such a performance, and exactly like I said, they attacked the game. They did the hard work, they did the nitty-gritty work on the defense, and they came swinging out the park as soon as it came to the attack.
Bro, η απόδοση που έχουν πιάσει σε αυτό το τουρνουά η Οσάκα είναι ακραία, ρε φίλε, αλήθεια. Είναι ακραία. Μπράβο. Μπράβο, respect.
7-4 scoreline, 17 kills from Arcoli.
Τρελαμένος.
Was going to be asked in the second half when CAG got onto the attack. That was the big question for them, and they have just come back with a resounding answer.
And now we've got to find out if they can do it on board, Tim. Let's go to a break. See you soon.
Πολύ ωραίο shot εδώ. Ωραία, τώρα που είναι και το break, παιδιά, πάμε να δούμε το καινούριο βιντεάκι που έβγαλε η Ubi στο CGX, εννοείται, με το καινούριο ήχο. Φορέστε τα ακουστικά και πάμε να τα ακούσουμε μαζί, γιατί και εγώ δεν τα άκουσα. Μαζί θα το ακούσουμε first time, το βιντεάκι αυτό. Και επιστρέφουμε να δούμε κιόλας πόσα λεπτά είναι το break. Οκ, δεν μας δείχνει. Για πάμε.
How to use the sound propagation in CGX in order to track the enemy better. In addition to the reverb, the sound propagation in CGX can also help you pinpoint the location of the enemy. In this example, Ash is going to run a full circle around us. And I want you to listen to the low frequency thump of her footsteps and gunshots. That's going to help us track her as she completes that lap. To get you ready for Siege X, today I'm going to show you how to use reverb to your advantage. Here we are in Bank, and I want to show you how to use the reverb in Siege X to help you identify what type of room the enemy is pushing you from. So to our left we have one attacker, and they're set up in the main lobby, and that's a big, echoey room. To the right we have another attacker on the B site, which is a smaller, more dampened, carpeted room. Let's take a listen to the gunshots and the footsteps and see how different they sound. So you really get a sense that that person's in a big, echoey room. So this one sounds like it's in a much smaller, drier space. So combined with your map knowledge, you can really use this information to your advantage.
Big things to see. Back on my bullshit, I do it for G's. Tuli kafunga tuka tuko keys. Squeezing and goofing in a little bill. Hey, we be getting more paper, no joking no more. We don't need no favors. Hey, and they know all better. We be getting more dough when they need more flavors. They must be hard, I want to see, I wanna wow. Ever since I made it, wanna wonder wow. We just wanna get out, what you do, I can't be out. Bully, do me, I'm down, no, not you, wow.
You know what they say. Small changes can make a big difference. Go on, try me. You're in for a real shock.
Today I want to show you how to use the sound propagation in Siege X in order to track the enemy better. In addition to the reverb, the sound propagation in Siege X can also help you pinpoint the location of the enemy. In this example, Ash is going to run a full circle around us. And I want you to listen to the low frequency thump of her footsteps and gunshots. That's going to help us track her as she completes that lap.
We did not expect to be here after Night Haven.
Οκ. Πολύ καλός ο ήχος. Παιδιά.
Like a brand new team. Obviously, they had to settle into things, but the main takeaways, besides obviously Arcully and Sharif putting up amazing numbers, I really want to commend Anaton for the shield play, because when the Monty's banned, sometimes we see him struggle, but he was using the Blitz very efficiently, he was using the BB very efficiently. And I really love seeing Kag's attacks, because the casters even talked about it. It's going to be very important for their attacks to make it count, and they were doing a great job at doing what Wildcard does, isolating the 1v1s and then pausing. They wouldn't let Wildcard do those amazing retakes that we talked about, them being able to identify the win. They weren't letting Wildcard back into those later attack rounds.
No, I think it's important to especially acknowledge that at the beginning of the start, every attack for Kag, they were always aggressive. They were always getting in. They were always setting up. But then once it would get to that mid to late round, they would immediately slow down, predict what was going to happen, try to find that opening, and then immediately aggress onto it and take the site by force and closing it out.
Yeah, and it honestly looked like this is Wildcard's first face at getting shook in a match, because once they started losing rounds, it looked uncharacteristic of them, almost as if they were second-guessing themselves at some moments. A lot of individual plays as opposed to the full 5 unit that we've been seeing that we saw on map 1.
I mean, I want to talk about Sharif as well. He was moving around the map in such a pivotal piece on those attacks, finding those openings, creating chaos, creating comms that were miscomm from Wildcard. It is so important, and I talk about it all the time, and we know it. If something is happening on a back end when you think everything is set up, that interrupts the comms, that interrupts the flow state of how you want to approach the rest of the round, and Sharif was doing such a phenomenal job at that.
Look, they're looking dangerous at the moment from CAG's perspective. They've got to double down a little bit, but there were a couple of key moments in here, Lax, that kind of turned the tides, even just on the defensive half.
Yeah, me and Fox were saying, you know, it was a death sentence picking this map, but we were wrong. They actually prepped extremely well, and I really like this in round 1, using the 2-brow, using the C4 to net those kills, have that communication between the two, and then we were seeing it in again, round after round. They were using these C4s, and then we look at round 9. This was such a good setup that me and Fox were talking about, using the vertical pressure that Bruck applies, getting out closet, opening up bathroom, opening up master, forcing all of Wildcard out of these positions where then they could just move into sight with the blitz from Anaton that you were talking about. That shield play was so pivotal as well that allowed them to execute properly. Again, they would start out strong, slowly work their way to sight, figure out how they wanted to approach it, then they would collapse, and that was a perfect display in that last round of how they methodically went through step by step and then executed and got it done 3-1.
Even when we were watching that round, we were questioning ourselves, like, how come the Buck is not being more oppressive off of the drones? And it was because they were waiting to open up the closet wall so that they could use the Grim to be able to get direct Buck lines from below. And that gave them the ability to push out the closet out so that the shield could just walk through and have a safe plant. And they didn't let the retake happen below. They didn't let the retake come through bathroom. Wildcard did not have a response to it, and that is uncharacteristic from Wildcard. We've been seeing them respond.
Yeah, and I don't think Wildcard has given Kag the respect that they need, because Kag is bringing it to them. They're bringing everything and pulling out everything from their cards, and even in terms of their gameplay.
It's dangerous, it's scary. I don't like it for Wildcard right now. As an APAC fan, I'm here to represent. We'll be back after this with Border.
Πώς το βλέπετε, μάγκες? Ποιος θα το πάρει? Το τελευταίο map που θα παίξουν είναι Border. Όλα θα κρυφθούν εδώ. Για κάποιο λόγο πιστεύω Wildcard, φίλε, κάτι θα κάνουν. Για κάποιο λόγο πιστεύω θα περάσουν οι Wildcard. Δεν ξέρω, μου βγάζουν τέτοιο vibe. Άρα να. Πόσο, 6 λεπτά? Α, 3 λεπτάκια. Οκ, μπαμπαμ. χαρά.
Show you how to use the sound propagation in SiegeX in order to track the enemy better. In addition to the reverb, the sound propagation in SiegeX can also help you pinpoint the location of the enemy. In this example, Ash is going to run a full circle around us. And I want you to listen to the low-frequency thump of her footsteps and gunshots. That's going to help us track her as she completes that lap. To get you ready for Siege X, today I'm going to show you how to use reverb to your advantage. Here we are in Bank, and I want to show you how to use the reverb in Siege X to help you identify what type of room the enemy is pushing you from. So to our left we have one attacker, and they're set up in the main lobby, and that's a big, echoey room. To the right we have another attacker on the B site, which is a smaller, more dampened, carpeted room. Let's take a listen to the gunshots and the footsteps and see how different they sound. So you really get a sense that that person's in a big, echoey room. So in this one sounds like it's in a much smaller, drier space. So combined with your map knowledge, you can really use this information to your advantage.
Big things to see. Back on my push it, I do it for G's. Tuli kafunga tuka tuko kids. Squeezing and goofing till I leave for bills. Hey, we be getting more paper, no joking no more. We don't need no favors. Hey, and they know all better. We be getting more dough when they need more flavors. They must be hard, I want to see, I wanna wow. Ever since I made it, wanna wonder wow. We just wanna get out, what to do, I can't be out. Bully, do me, I'm down on, I keep you wow.
You know what they say. Small changes can make a big difference. Go on, try me. You're in for a real shock.
Ακριβώς ήρθαμε. Πού είσαι ρε Τζεφ? Αλλό. Είσαι με Οσάκα, Για πάμε.
Same scenario where Baby Shark is a little nervous, so maybe not the whole team is shaken up, but maybe a few players and maybe Baby Shark in particular.
I mean, it's a given. Obviously, being on your first main stage, only having T2 EML experience coming into Rio to be able to play with Wildcard in T1, you're going to have some nerves. But just like we saw yesterday, it took some time to him to warm up. And to your question, I don't think Wildcard's going to be shaken up going on to Mortar. They might need to change the playstyle.
Πώς είσαι μπρο, έχω να μπω full καιρό. Μια χαρά ρε, όλα good. Μια χαρά είμαστε, εσύ πώς είσαι? How are you? Τι λέει, τι κάνεις? Πάντως παιδιά, αν πιάσουμε τους Wildcard και περάσουν στην επόμενη φάση και πιάσουμε και τους Fury που έχουμε ψηφίσει να περάσουν στον τελικό, παίρνουν το skin της σας. Decent, γιατί Decent ρε? Δεν θέλω να ακούω Decent. Θέλω να ακούω πένα, πιπίλα. Full clean.
I think you play defense a little more aggressive than what you typically do, if especially for Keg's side.
Well, boys, thank you very much for joining me here. It is time for us to turn this into a brawl.
Τελευταία φορά που μπήκα ήμουν Λίγιο, τώρα τι είσαι φοιτητής?
We'll hear from the coaches before we jump in.
Ακραίο.
Team, so expect more aggressiveness in this last map, or you're gonna change the play style.
CG はすごくアグレッシブなチームなんですけれども、この
Τι σπουδάζεις, ρε? Πού βρίσκεσαι? Σε ποια σχολή είσαι?
まあそうですね、まあ似てるので3層と国境って、だからまあアグレッシブなスタイルもたまには見れると思います。
Yeah, so I think we're going to go for a little bit of the same. We're going to just suffocate them a little bit, and you're going to see a little bit of this aggressiveness still.
It feels like CAG always have an ace up on his sleeve, so what does Wildcard?
Τρίπολη, πληροφορική, έλα ρε, μπράβο. Good luck σου εύχομαι στη σχολή, ρε. Όλα καλά να πάνε.
Causing them problems because we aren't doing that at all on Chalet.
Problem is, it's not that easy to play aggressive against Cyclops, Tim. We've already seen what they can do when you give them the littlest of margins. That last map, dominant for them, and now we go to Border, a map that no one has let them play over the last year except for FaZe, and guess who won? Cyclops.
And they carry the momentum. You know, how important is that as a player, Doki?
Very, very important, and Border...
Τίποτα, mate, μόνο σε καλά. Τσιτζάκι παίζεις ακόμα? Ή το έχεις παραδέσει?
Bank was one of their go-to maps, but at the same token, I think they looked at Cyclops with it being a permaban and just thought they'd started playing.
Για να δούμε τι έχει ψηφίσει το κοινό. 51% για ποιους? Για τους Wildcard να κερδίσουν και 49% για τους Osaka Gaming. Ναι και όχι, κατάλαβα. Αραιά και πού.
Voters on that side, because for me, Cyclops have got the emotion now. They've got that aggression on their side. This could be theirs.
It is all on the line as we head into Border. Will it be the North American team that head through to the final, or will
παίζω ένα μήνες και μετά τον τροπάρω.
APAC team to reach a grand final on the main stage? We're about to find out. It's Border, and it's right now.
Production are getting in on ribbon on poor Doki now as well. They came down the comms and said, that's how you do it, Doki.
Oh, well done, Tim. It's almost as if this is your job.
Imagine that.
It's almost as if it's your
you
job.
put me next time. You can go and play in the game and we'll see how we do on the support role.
Let's see you in the thermite, see if you really have it.
I'll tell you what, I could stand up as thermite.
You reckon?
Yeah.
You got to unlock.
I could stand it, I could survive.
All right then, Border, as we said, again, this map for me is a really interesting one because Wildcard had that choice of going to Bank, that Cyclops have permabanned away. It's a map they refuse to play until this week. And I think Wildcard have been a bit scared here. The Cyclops have been cooking during the off-season and they're ready. Coming in here, there's a game plan, I think, to try and beat them. They knew they were going to Border. Can they do it? Jack, what you saying?
That IQ ban is very, very good. They must know that these guys don't ban Valk, and they're going to say, we're playing 3 rounds, guys, of full info. Full info. Mozzie, Valk, get as many info as you can, drones and cams. They won't be able to find them because the IQ's gone. The Deimos ban as well, I think, is really strong on Border because you can be shot from below everywhere. Practically everywhere. The Deimos can just track everybody. The bans make sense to me. Smoke ban, Azami ban, I'm not sure.
Anaton having a bit of fun with the crowd there, I think.
Yeah, I won't try and guess at what he's saying because I can't really imagine what it means. I'm pretty sure that's a universal thing around the world, that comment that you do with your fingers. I should maybe know more than that. Quick Riho's coming in here. We had a little drone bug in the game, but we'll get ourselves back into things nice and quick. Just to build a bit of anticipation before we get into this one, Tim, and you touched on that ban already. I think you're going to see...
Έγινε κρασάω σερβερ πάλι. Τεχνικό πρόβλημα, chat.
Well, in the lineup we saw the mute there as well, and we know what happens with that mute multi-combo, and especially on a map like Border, such a small map, you're basically fighting over 2 rooms.
Έρχομαι chat, BRB. Μέχρι να ξεκινήσει κιόλας.
So having that mute multi-combo is really going to keep that intel at an absolute minimum for the attackers. You play that up at the boundaries, it's going to be very difficult to get your drones in there to see anything that's going on, and we know that the attackers on Border want to get established in the map. Fight them at the border, fight them at the boundaries, don't let them inside. That's how you win as a defender here.
Exactly, and I also think Wildcard have also came with their own plan, which is good to see because it's 2 teams battling off against each other and they're both prepared. Wildcard have banned Azami and Smoke. Now, what does that mean? Where can you use those operators on Border? East stairs. Azami's the best operator to play on East stairs. When Azami's banned, what do you play on East stairs? Smoke. Smoke's banned. They've almost guaranteed the East stairs will be relatively easy to take for the attack. Now, Valk open, always good operator Valk, but Border's all about the retakes. It's all about the flanks. Valk's the best for that. They have info everywhere. it's going to be a complete bloodbath on the server.
How much you want it any other way for the last game to decide who gets to step in, of course, as well. It's going to be, again, as we've seen for the last 2 maps, both teams just throwing haymakers at each other.
The thing is, I don't want to downplay it. Like, you know, for wildcard, there is a lot on the line here. Dash, hometown hero, get himself through to the final. Very possibly line himself up a game against his old team in W7M. There's a lot on the line for wildcard, but I'm just so conscious there are going to be so many APAC fans sat around the world, a lot of them now, 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning.
They'll be up.
They'll be up, they'll be watching, and they will be on the edge of their seats because it feels like that next step of validation for APAC that we've got to a grand final. We've seen Norarengo in the past, we've seen Fnatic in the past get to those semi-finals. Nobody has been able to surpass that. And right now, Cyclops are 7 rounds away from doing exactly that, and the APAC fans are going to be on the edge of their seats watching this.
And we all say Brazil has the best crowd, has the best fans, but the Japanese supporters are also insane. They love the game. Do you remember Tokonami when Navi won back in the day? I sadly wasn't there, but that was absolutely brilliant, that crowd. I remember seeing all the pictures and all the fans. They really love Siege. They love the idea of the community. And these are, like you say, these are their home team. They're going against the big dogs. They're going to go tomorrow. I believe it. They're going to go all the way.
French, Brazilian, Japanese fans all absolutely balmy at the best of the time. And you aren't going to see those drums stop now until the last round.
I mean, this place has really filled up as well. It's, you know, it's starting to jump a little bit now. The bands are going. You know, the fans are
out for CAG as well.
They're just, you know, they're picking the team. They're getting behind them. And, well, we're going to see what happens. We're into game now. Round 1, it's going to be top floor that Cyclops will start things off on the defense. We've already commented on that lineup. Interestingly, we've got the Goyo rather than the Mozzie. We saw a little bit of that, but they're going to go with the Vulcan canisters.
One thing, of course, CJ's new lighting as well. Border looks so much nicer. It looked like you were playing in mud before.
Yeah.
We haven't cast it yet this week, and now I'm seeing it. I'm like, wow, it actually looks really good.
Border looks great, especially CC3.
Έλα, chat, για πάμε. Πιστεύω θα δούμε ένα full aggressive game για κάποιο λόγο.
Got to do here in round 1. Baby Shark jumping onto that glass, got that Dockery that we've seen both teams employing a lot throughout this, and also the Finker. We've seen more Finker as the week has gone on. Like, where do you think she sits in the meta at the minute, though?
Nades and a gadget that's always going to be useful is always good. Like, there's no reason not to take Finker, I guess. Like, she's good. You have Deimos and IQ banned. They're the most popular nade operators, I guess you could say, so makes sense, right? And especially if teams are going to be playing fast, Smoke is banned. Finker's so good for stuff like that.
They're pushing up the main stairs. The Ash Rush is coming up here. Anaton manages to get Spiker, but Cyclops are ready for it. They're going to close it down. It's kill after kill after
Bro, τι γίνεται?
Cyclops come out on top, 4 versus 2. They read into what Wildcard was doing perfectly. Wildcard tried rushing on Shell.
Τι σας είπα για το άγκρο? Ορίστε.
Absolutely slaughtered, pushing up metal stairs there.
Εσύ, bro, παίζεις στο game ή βλέπεις τα main events? Ουσιαστικά, επειδή είμαστε partners εδώ και 2 χρόνια με το Ubisoft, τα τουρνουάκια αυτά τα κάνουμε co-streaming. Δηλαδή, αυτό που κάνουμε τώρα τα βλέπουμε παρέα. Επειδή έχουμε την άδεια κιόλας και από τη Ubisoft, έχουμε exclusive drops και πάει λέγοντας. Αλλά... παρέα. Okay. Αλλά παίζω το game κανονικά. Δεν έχω σταματήσει να παίζω. Απλά τουρνουά πλέον δεν παίζουμε, έτσι. Έχουμε σταματήσει.
And these guys are having the best time of their lives.
I was just going to say, I think Cyclops will have a lot of the neutral fans backing them at home as well. You know, I don't know exactly who everybody's behind, but it's difficult not to like them. They're just so clearly having fun out there playing. You know, and let's remember, this is serious stuff. There's money on the line, you know, this is people's careers, but ultimately, we're playing a video game.
Yeah.
And they look like they're having fun doing it, and that is what everybody wants to see.
Do you know what I've just seen looking at the stage? I didn't realise that they were back to back.
Yeah, they face out.
Imagine they were facing each other. And they could be really going at each other over the top.
So SI21 in Paris, when we didn't have a crowd, that's exactly how it was.
Yeah, I remember.
Teams were facing each other, and there was some real battles between the coaches, particularly. There was some real battles.
It was class. What I love, by the way, I do want to give him a note because obviously if you speak about the players on CAG, but Didi, the coach, stood behind them. The chillest guy in the world. I've never seen him look sad, angry, just always in a constant vibe state, always ready, always good to go.
I think you might see him happy if they win this.
Oh, happier than normal for sure, but he's just always got a smile on his face. He's super chill, and it must be so nice having that calming presence behind you in game as well. No idea what he says during timeouts, of course, but I can only imagine it's good stuff.
How much does that first round hurt you there, Dorky? We spoke about the momentum coming in, and you said it's massive when you lose that second map and you got to play the third. What about when you come into the third and get slapped in the first round?
I think like this totally depends on the mentality of you and your team, but you know, there will be a point in this game if the rounds start stacking up, there'll be that thought in the back of the mind from some players. Uh-oh.
I was going to say, it's been a while. We have not seen that for a long time.
You know what I mean? Like that's what's going to happen. So like I think the first round is a big confidence builder. It also confirms to CAG that they're good, they can chill, don't need to do anything.
I mean, look at this. They're having to play it literally one step at a time, and the focus on East Airs is the key thing here. That's all they were able to drone out. They've got no other real visibility around the map. You can see on our left screen, members of CAG scattered to the winds, don't really care right now. Shrub is playing his life, and they're not yet able to break him out inside.
50 damage, bro, έσκασε το Monty. Δεν τον χάλασα.
It should be easier. It should be easier. They finally got it, but it shouldn't have took that long. The ARC bans make it so it's so hard to play on Eastes. I guess they had a good problem solving with the AC and Passport, but the Monty alone there should have, in my opinion, should have been enough.
I'm liking what I'm seeing from Wildcard so far. They've set themselves up well. They're not panicking despite that first round. They're just coming in and playing their game. They've not worried about the fact that maybe it's taken them a little bit longer to take East Airs. Nope, we're just going to continue on with it. Kanzan gets the kill. They've now got the ground that they wanted. They've got Dash downstairs, and they're starting to think about site. They're starting to think about access to site, getting that breaching done, clearing that utility. You can see the Selma charges there, just giving access to that default plant spot inside of the wall. Wildcard are actually looking really, really good here. 5 versus 4.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a way that they can deny this plant, to be honest. It's going to be a Monty. This is hard enough plant to deny when it's not a Monty. As soon as that shield goes on the back, you're looking at a really small shot to hit the toes there. They're only saving grace kills this guy, which he has done.
Got
no.
Down. Don't think he'll be recovered in time here, but Plant is going down regardless. They don't know that it's it. In fact, no, they've got him. Dash is gone. Anderson's found his man. 2 kills back into a 2 versus 2. If they can get Spiker up, this carries on, but we haven't got enough time, Tim.
That's the problem. The diffuser's down as well inside a site. So if Wildcard want to extend this clock, they have to push right into the Lions' den here. They have to go and grab that kit off the ground and start planting it. Kanzan, he's heading upstairs, just trying to get anything going for his team right now. But it looks like this attack might have crumbled there.
They've got to fight Shadows, Tim. They've got no idea where these last 2 players are. At least the Sniff now. They'll try and do his best. They've got cover from the window. Bay over here, ignoring Spiker. It's a swing in, a 1v1! And this time around, Cyclops come out on top.
I'm just thinking, why didn't you go revive the Flores? You had 40 seconds to breathe. Put the man advantage back into your power. Ah, man, what a retake, though. That's exactly what I was talking about. The Valk info and the East Stairs, they just took back what wasn't theirs anymore, and they fought and they fought and they fought.
Are we starting to see those signs of the pressure that Wildcard are under here?
I think it's showing.
Like you say, you know, those decisions that maybe you might make differently on a different day. We've got to remember, you know, these are 4 of the top 20 players that we've had at the tournament. Wildcard have been phenomenal throughout, and so now struggling to get a couple of rounds on the start of order.
By the way,
it's hitting them hard.
With very little time left, they're still fighting over East Stairs. Like CAG not once are letting you keep it. Think about what we spoke about back on Labs. You take rounds for most teams you'd assume, okay, they aren't going to push into that because they're expecting.
Βασικά δεν είναι κακό αυτό που λες. Κάτσε να δω, περίμενα.
They will still keep coming and challenging even when they've lost parts of the map. Street was gone. It was a total info blackout area for them. They had no clue, but are willing to fight absolutely everything. And Wildcard are on edge as a result. They're down 2-0. It's an early start to the game, but you will start wondering, as you said, Tim, does that start feeding into the mental?
The thing is, for Wildcard, that round, it was all going right until it...
Δεν είναι κακό και εδώ.
They got the entry. As I said, the time was bad, I guess, but it's a direct plant to the bomb site.
They have the space. They were putting it down.
I didn't see how the Monty died, but
Όχι μόνο, εντάξει.
it's small mistakes like that that, like, when you VOD review this, they're gonna say, "How did that happen? That can't happen. That won't happen the next 10 times you do that strat." but it happened now, and that's when it counts.
That's when it matters, right? When you're in a spot to go into a grand final for the first time. It's crazy.
I feel like Cyclops need to... I've still got that bit in the back of my brain that knows how good this wildcard team is, and I think Cyclops need to win this quickly. Ride the wave, ride the momentum. You're on top, you've got the crowd, you know, Chibisu's jumping out of his seat with a double kill at the end. Everything's going your way right now. Get it done now. Because if wildcard come back at them, then that thought of grand final, everything else creeps in their mind, and I think it gets a lot more difficult.
You want to snuff them out before they have any
Don't
hope
give them a
of coming
chance.
back.
Because if you give wildcard a chance, believe me, this roster will just absolutely bounce you around the map.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, like, coming in as wildcard in a situation like this, they've been hit with new problems every single round. They're playing Cade now. They've got Mira. They didn't have that before. It's different. KAG are adapting and adapting. They're not just letting them win.
It's all about the team who can figure things out as they step on through. New challenges every round, mini games to overcome. On a map like Border, you normally expect it's all about the gunfights, and sure enough, wildcard, they've got some longer angles established. They're picking up kills here. It's looking rough for Cyclops as they lose another member. That phone call ringing out, definitely helping them step on forward here, and it feels like the Japanese team might be about to lose their first round.
Yeah, way better from wildcard here. They've got that opener, and they were so unfortunate there. I was just thinking, get yourself a flawless round. What a way to...
Reputación, πάμε. Reputación. Για πάμε.
We're in this one. It's not running away from us. Yes, it was the third choice side, but they've absolutely dominated that round. Right from the first kill to the last, Cyclops were kind of absent in that one.
Yeah, had to be the Vault ban, right? I mean, it wouldn't make any more sense. And the Monty, I mean, just to compliment them, just make their lives harder.
I guess the worry is, like, again, as we've said multiple times, for Aniton, you can only ban away a couple of operators at the very start against him. There's still the Blitz, there's still the Blackbeard that can be leveraged here by Wildcard if they so want it. But these new problems are being presented with. Now you're going to see another cycle of the same 3 sites with all new defenses coming along and all new things to figure out, Jack.
And it's again just the same as last round. They've changed their win con. They're back to Cade2. They're back again. It almost worked last round. What was it, the Cade2 that failed last round, or was it the fact that they just died and they peaked? It probably was the latter. So they're trying again. Cade2, annoy them.
A lot of long angles got opened up, right? That first kill all the way the length of the map to get Chibisu. He had no idea he was going to get killed from there. Like, he thought his team might have that covered and locked down, but I think just surprised by the aggression from Wildcard. And don't forget, we've heard Justin call for that a few times now. More aggression, challenge them, be willing to go and play their style more. Don't play into the Valk and play things slow, as you remarked on earlier as well, Doki. That was the first round they've done it. They've got it on the board. At least it gives a bit of confidence here that you can get something in this half.
I think everybody sat watching this at home is going to feel exactly the same as we are at the minute, and that is that this is going to be, when it finishes, one of the best games that we've seen through the tournament. Absolutely phenomenal from both teams.
It's a weird situation for me. Like, I'm a pro player and I've been a pro player for many years. I don't really enjoy watching Siege. I love to play Siege. But this game has got me, like, biting my nails. I'm like, I really want to cheer for KAG. I don't know if that's bad, but I really want.
Oh, no bias allowed in here.
I've seen so many nice comments about Doki's casting, but bias caster.
Someone did.
Oh no!
We've seen this a few times already throughout the series, where Camden has been the main instigator of these, spraying through the softballs, finding players, assistance, of course, intel coming in, but also just a little bit of intuition on where players are likely to be good entry.
Wildcard are really starting to find their feet now. That's 3 out of 4 rounds that they've got the entry, and Cyclops need to do something about that. At the minute, their fans are daring to dream, but it feels like that dream might be slowly slipping away here, Des, as Wildcard have just really found themselves again. It's like they've woken up inside of the third map. Baby Shark getting another 5 versus 3 now, and Wildcard are looking back to their brilliant best over the last round and a half.
Thing is, Doki, even if they win every round from here, it's 4-2, right? That feels like an okay scoreline on Border. You expect to see attackers coming out on top.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
To make it a 3-3.
That's what I'm saying. Like, and this round isn't over yet. I just want to say though that
it's over.
It's over.
Stop talking, Doki, please. The caster curse is unreal.
Baby Shark's obviously responded really well to the criticism he got last map. I think people were, Lax and Fox were talking about that on the desk. And that's good to see, you know, like a younger player. And there he is, Baby Shark. Single-handedly has just won 2 rounds for his team. He did last round as well with the Dokkaebi.
And that's going to do a lot for him as a young player. Like you say, you know, he's taken that feedback on board, and he's now come out and had a 4K in the round. You can see, look at him, he's
Μια χαρά.
he has taken that feedback on
Μια
board.
χαρά. Θα πω εγώ.
Last 2 rounds are going to be phenomenal for him, and he is now a serious threat to Kag's chances of getting into the grand final.
It's not just about taking it on board, it's the fact that he was playing with his team, right? That Ash was very much in the middle of 3 or 4 players, wasn't off doing his own thing on the other side of the map, it's playing as a unit.
Yep, I mean, he wasn't giving his life away after he got 1 or 2 kills. He was just staying, being that anchor in the position that he was needed. He understands the game, he understands the win con there. It's good to see, because usually when you see rookies, which he is, maybe you expect them to be just straight like a bull charging at people, winning off of gun skill. He's playing smart. He's playing slow, precision siege, and his mechanics are contemplating.
Great shot from Dash there as well.
That was the one for me.
That's a nice
first angle from him there on the balcony was just absolutely brilliant stuff. And then he's never losing that last fight against Anaton. He's got 3 under his belt already, and you can see he's just feeling himself. And Wildcard now put themselves into the driving seat, but that, to be honest, has been another one of the characteristics that make this such a brilliant matchup so far, has been the back and forth. Teams will come out, Cyclops will have a couple of good rounds, and Wildcard will answer back, and it's like 2 heavyweight boxers just landing shots at each other and then coming back from them, and a body blow comes in, and neither of them are backing down.
It's another round where we're leaning into that tuber along with some electrification. That's the 3rd round in a row now, probably because of that Valkyrie ban that we saw earlier,
And it's
right?
not working, is it? It's not working.
They're struggling now.
But again, is it the strat? Probably not. They're giving picks. They're not respecting the win cons that they've previously set, and they've created that strat. It makes sense. Like, the strat makes sense, but they're just not letting it play out into their hands.
Looking like a tough one here. I mean, the gridlock coming on side. I haven't seen too much of that throughout this week either, but I think the mobility we've seen from Cyclops, we spoke about them retaking lost ground time and time again. The gridlock is certainly going to help out with that. Otherwise, again, it's leaning towards what we've seen working. The Dokkaebi being paired up with the shield. Dash coming in here on that Blackbeard, looking to be the spearhead for the team. We mentioned that he's had a quiet series, a very strong week. Quiet in the series and being on the utility is a good thing, although Blackberry's taking Kansan out. Selma's offline.
That's huge. Again, another wall bang. We've seen a lot of them today, to be honest. But actually from Kansan, other way around. That's some revenge Kansan's just got there from Chalet.
I think because also the maps we've seen, they are quite aggressive maps, like Lab, Chalet, Border, all do favour being aggressive, and you might as well take your chances right on smaller maps like those.
Maybe it's just me being the player that I am, but if I was playing a best of 3 and I had to play Lab, Chalet, Border, I'd be hating my life. Every round is just scary. Wow.
Bring out the young 16-year-old Doki and the bragger that he once was, is what I'll say for that series, Jack. Here we go, though. At this point, Kag are in control,
The mechanics on these guys are just insane. Watching the Japanese players, and actually the whole APAC as a region, you cannot lie. It's amazing. The mechanics, the individual shots they hit, the plays that they make. No other region in Siege really does that. You know what I mean? Like, you have great players from Brazil, great players from Europe, but the individual plays and the shots that they're hitting are just, like, magnificent.
Once again, it felt like Wildcard was starting to get up ahead of steam. We're really starting to punish Cyclops, but Cyclops have come back with an answer. Baby Shark takes down Chibisu, and we know from the last couple of rounds, while Baby Shark is still on the board, there is a possibility that Wildcard can turn the round over. 2 versus 4, a lot of work to do, and a bad flash is going to go off. It doesn't make it through where he wants it to. He's just trying to get that diffuser picked up for the time being. I think he knows that he's going to be challenged in this area, just trying to bait it out, take it on his own terms, but Kag are just being super patient right now.
Just dug right back inside the lobby.
Τι έλουσε εκεί ρε μαλακά, αν το φλάσαρε πολύ πιθανό να το σκότωνα εκεί. Δεν έχει κρυθεί τίποτα ακόμα.
They've got to make something happen now. They've got to look for a plant. Must know stepping in here to the half wall. There's a man there. No, they do not. Cyclops back on the board. He has to lose in the last 2, up 3 and 2.
And look at that timing, that team play from them then. As soon as the man comes in, as soon as Baby Shark goes into bathroom, Shurik challenges him, but what happens at the same time? Oh, Cully hits the one on the window, and everything happens at the same time.
Yeah, they're understanding the map. They're playing it so well. And I think Wildcard are getting flashbacks to Chalet here. It's the same. Kag were up 3-2 on the defense. They made it 4-2. Are they going to do it again?
Oh boy, oh boy. I think if Kag can walk away with a 4-2 defensive half here, you start to feel very nervous for Wildcard. Because again, looking back at the last time these 2 teams played this map, Cyclops, they beat FaZe. Wildcard, they lost to CL4L in the NA LCQs, and both maps were very, very attacker leaning. And of course, the game has changed since then. but you still back Cyclops to do incredibly well on the attack. Given Tim, everyone bans this map away against them.
This is it, you know, and the fact that it's banned a lot, guess what? Means you don't get to see them play on it a lot, so you don't necessarily know what is going to becoming your way, what is going to be in store for you. Let's get into this final defensive round for CAG then. It's going to be round 6. They're going back up to the top floor, and we've got again Doki, that combo, Kaid and Tuberai.
And the Mira, but also the change a little bit here. They've got a lot of traps. I wonder if they're predicting something fast again, like the first 2 rounds that they let slip. I wonder if they're predicting something that previously lost them rounds. That's why they've take those operators.
And don't forget as well, Wildcard have been super focused on getting control of one part of the map and building their attack out from there. If you can focus everything around that part of the map, traps, mirrors, otherwise, it can waste a lot of time. It can drag Wildcard down to a halt and start seeing you get a bit more back in this round. They've just got to respect these long angles, because last time round, they lost out, 4 players before they got a single kill back. It was absolute domination by Wildcard, and CAG are gagging to get this 4-2 split.
Gagging or cagging?
Both. They are doing both right now.
I'm just not sure if Wildcard are making the right decisions. They're trying to play into the walls, which are being denied. Another wall!
I mean, Baby Shark started it. It's just fully finished it.
What is it concerning you about the decisions, though? Okay.
No, I'm saying, like, maybe they're taking the Hibana to open up the long angles on Archive, I assume, so they can see deep into the bomb site from outside office. But they can't really do that. They have the Cade, the tube. Maybe they don't need to do that. They should be abusing something else. They should be abusing Grims, Capitals, Blitz, Yings, Glaz. They should be doing these type of things, because what they're doing is they're playing slow into slow, and it's not working. There needs to be somewhere that you can level the playing field and take that round by storm, like they did in round 3, like they did in round 4.
Dash has doubled his kill count here with just that solo kill that he's got at the start of this, but there's 4 more to go for Wildcard to have any hope of getting this 3-3 half. It does feel like CAG are going to go into that second half having wore 4 defenses. That feels fantastic. And then, of course, the pressure turns towards Wildcard. How are they going to manage against the Japanese onslaught that no doubt they're expecting when CAG go on the attack?
Well, the big problem that they're going to face, let's think about that for a second. What are Wildcard going to do in the bans? They're going to take 2 shields away. What's Anaton going to do? Play the 3rd one. So they know they're going to have that same problem that they couldn't find a solution to previously. CAG do manage to finish that one off, and we're about to see exactly how that plays out. With the APAC team now in the lead, coming into the second half, just 3 rounds away from claiming a spot for their region in its first ever grand final.
And that's exactly what Wildcard must be thinking. Exactly what you've just said. Okay, guys, we're going to ban the Blitz and the Monty.
Γιατί να ξέρεις.
What about the Glaz? Anitun's going to be playing Blackbeard. What about Shuri? What
I know.
about Arcali? These operators, these players, they're going to abuse them so much because this map favours it. And they've banned the Glaz. They've chose to ban the Glaz instead of the Blitz. That might stab them in the back. Blitz is so strong for taking Office and CC on this map.
It's
and there he is again.
Difficult choice, though, isn't
straight
it?
onto it. Straight onto it.
And this is it. But if they ban the Blitz, we'd be saying this. You know, like he's on the Blackbeard. They've got the glasses. Like, how do Wildcard win here?
You know what it could be. You know what it could be. They know he's going to play Blitz.
And they're at least prepared.
But they might not know they play Glaz. They might not. They can take a gamble there. They won't play Glaz every round. They'll only play Glaz some rounds. So maybe it's better to eliminate that and be prepared for the Blitz.
And that's why I think Canton has gone straight across to the Warden. I expect you're going to see Warden every single round of this half, because that fear of having one of those operators getting rolled out here and just bowling.
Εσύ είναι καλή γιατί ξέρουν να παίζουν το game και παίζουν σωστά το game. Γι' αυτό κιόλας βρίσκονται εδώ που βρίσκονται, έτσι. Αλλιώς δεν θα ήταν εδώ.
Also from the side of CAG here, mute ban Y, Dokkaebi. They're going to run around the map with the Dokkaebi calls. They're try and win it.
Αλλά και η απόδοση, παιδιά, των Osaka Gaming είναι απίστευτη σε αυτό το tournament, αλήθεια. Απίστευτη. Respect.
Counters your Deimos, it counters Dokkaebi, Grim. It's the best operator here because every team plays those ups.
I haven't looked at the numbers yet, and I will after the tournament's done, but I'm pretty sure mute bans this week are at the highest we've seen at any tournament. Because of the new style of banning, loads of teams have chosen to take it away from big teams like FaZe, Fury.
Power them up, couple the bans.
Yeah, because they just lean into those operators so much. Like seeing things like mute and smoke banned away as a pairing, never thought I'd see that, but it's what we're getting into the new format.
Straight away we see CAG getting involved, getting that breaching done, giving themselves the lines of sight that they want towards towards bottom of East Stairs, trying to pressure that area, so it signals to us that likely we're going to see them trying to move in there. They've also got Anaton at the minute is stationed over by Archive's door, so it seems to be all coming from that side of the map. Nothing on the main breach at the minute.
But now at least it's playing it slow, and I think understandably because Wildcard have got a comp that is very aligned to playing slow. Look at those operators, and no one really wants to go charging around the map like a lunatic. Outside of maybe Bay, we've seen him on the dock already and trying to do just that, but he has been shut down by CAG every single time. Dash is dug in here, and Shuri has baited him out perfectly. I'm pretty sure that's Shuri's 4th kill in a row without a death.
Just want to say that was a wall bang.
We get it. Border is wallbang central.
Dash must be feeling unlucky there. He has his opportunity, he sees the man, and he just can't adjust quickly enough to take the shot, and it was just one of those siege timing moments that Dash has come out, but they've lost the smoke. They've lost the smoke and they've lost the protection on East Stairs. So that's step 1 done for Cyclops. They've taken the ground and now they can start moving in and pressuring the rest of the map.
I'm feeling bad for Dash. He was having a fantastic tournament, absolutely lights out tournament. He was playing so good for him and his team. And he's just struggling in this best of 3. All 3 maps, I think he's really had a rough time.
Yeah, we hate to see it. We say this so often, you know, we watch you guys go through a tournament and have this great tournament, but often there'll be one bad day in there somewhere, and we hate to see it. We want to see everybody coming out and having those big games every single time, but unfortunately it is a part of the esport. Spiker manages to get a double. He's come back and done a big thing for his team, getting them back into this one. 4 versus 3 now. Wildcard could hold on.
But you see CAG, they're still playing methodically, they're still playing slowly.
Oh, behind, and they're baiting him out as well. They've turned it around. Just when it looked like CAG with that.
Άντε ρε, πάρτε λίγο πάνω σας ρε, πάρτε λίγο ψυχολογία. Πάμε λίγο, άντε. Wake up. Πάμε.
To claw that back. I didn't even see what happened. I turned my back for 2 seconds and 2 people were dead.
Is that maybe a little bit of a sign that, you know, obviously the pressure is on CAG now. We've spoken about pressure for Wildcard as well. There is plenty of it on the side of CAG. They will feel this very keenly. They will be very aware of what is not only at stake for themselves, but for their entire region. You know, is that just giving us a little signal that maybe there's a chance that they're going to be stalling out on the attack, that maybe they're not going to be problem solving as well as we might hope?
It's just 1 round. I think Armory
and 1 player, Spiker there, right?
Yeah, I think like if he didn't do that, if there was 1 second difference in the timing, we're looking at a different round.
Okay.
So I think if you're CAG, you're thinking, relax, all good, keep up what we're doing, good. We are pushing these guys, not the other way about. Also Armory, I would say is the best bomb site. It's like you can control the map the most. So it's, yeah.
They're expecting an execute of some kind here. We've still got that warden coming on side. The key change for me, though, is Spiker going over onto that Solus. Of course, got things that can deny away, like the smoke, but with nothing else, Spiker on the downstairs. That's what I'm keeping my eye on this round.
They have to keep the plants in mind as coming into the game today. CAG had more successful plants at the tournament than any other team. They have really played that objective on attack, so Wildcard absolutely need to be switched on to that.
I think the big decision maker here is going to be the Warden and where he plays and how he plays. We can probably predict with the combination of the Twitch, the Brava, and the Ying, they're going to go for something direct on site. Ying the Vert to deny the anti-deny so they can get the plant off, because Solus obviously will be blind. The Warden's going to have a big job to play here and deciding where he plays, how he plays, and who he helps.
Got the first one at least. That Twitch going down. A second, I thought for a second might come about, but no.
Smoke's on.
2 kills back for the CAG, and as you say, the denial, the smoke is gone. The Solus is offline. You're speaking about how big the job is for Baby Shark on the Warden. It just doubled in size.
It just doubled. Literally, he's not only the win con, he's the only win con. The smokes aren't going to give time. CAG control this round. They can decide when to plant, where to plant. They know there's a Warden above. Every team plays Warden above. They'll have a solution for that. They'll push deep. They'll flood site. They'll do something like that. He's playing in a good position, I guess, with the Warden. He has the shield as well. But at the end of the day, it's 1 guy versus 4 of them. The Ying's got a big job to do.
Looks like CAG might be setting themselves up for an Archives plant there, just going in with the Bloodstrom from the Brava, taking away that utility that could prevent that, but they are also using the time they've got, Doki. They're on the drones, they're going in there, they're identifying the position of the Warden and everybody else upstairs. I think they're really trying to determine here, where is the space? Where can we put that diffuser down?
They've seen all three players on that one drone. Now they know they're upstairs. They can choose to push them or then go and hit site. And they're going deep in towards site. Forget about trying to play inside of B. They're going straight in towards the plant on the upper ground here as well. Shuri's in a good spot to get this going down. Smokes are there as a bait. They don't know where this plant's going down. They should get away with it. Another call comes on through, and Shuri's going to get the finish. A 4 versus 3, and Wildcard need to fight back.
Exactly like I said, they baited the Warden above with the Ying. They knew that they droned him and they pushed deep. They took the bomb site right off of their hands.
Just waiting for the drop to come in now. Arcully picks up Kansan, and there you go. Now it's just...
What a round.
They've mopped them up like a spilt drink. Shuri...
Δεν μπορούν οι Wildcard.
And it was just that bit of...
Όχι, δεν μπορούν.
Actually, move and plant elsewhere, and we saw...
No.
Looking down into those areas incorrectly. Kag have played them like a fiddle. Brilliant stuff.
What's Pengu? The best Monty player.
Well, we had this conversation.
But just to touch on what he said, that shows the experience that CAG have.
Yep.
A lot of teams in that situation would have said, oh no, Warden, what to do? They had a plan, and they had a plan fast, like so fast.
And what I love is they really left it to a coin flip for the Warden, because by hacking away that bulletproof inside a B site, they're like, okay then, smokes go down in both sides because they had 4 smokes to play behind. You can only look at one, and without the bulletproof camera, you can't watch one. He has to be the one looking at both. And it wasn't even like they were trying to plant inside the smoke. They baited it out and planted in a 3rd location. Just super smart from CAG, and dare I say to him, it sounds a little bit like harsh to say, but 2 years ago, you wouldn't have seen this level of sophistication from Cyclops.
No. It would have been, you know, go in, try and take a couple of gunfights, get aggressive, and that doesn't work, can't just stall out. And there was no plan B a lot of the time. It was, you know, just go in, sort of throw it all at the wall and see what sticks, whereas that is, like you said, as a world away from the team that we are seeing here. CAG are going to deserve every bit of acclaim that they get if they push themselves through to the grand final here. They are, let's not forget, we're 1 map down. They have come back from that. They have dominated in many ways one of the best teams that we've had in the tournament, and they are in charge right now.
And for the people back home who are watching saying, come on, like, Wildcard are probably not that good. CAG probably are just hitting some shots, they're not playing so good. Couldn't be farther from the truth. I've played Wildcard this tournament. They're a force to be reckoned with. I've played CAG last tournament. They get better every event they play. This isn't the same CAG versus Wildcard that you would have watched 2 years ago. It's a completely different game. These teams understand the meta. They've abused the system. They've abused the bans. And they're here for a reason. They're playing good Siege.
Right now, CAG have got the upper edge, just 2 rounds away from making APAC's first grand final, and it could be about to become 1. Shuri will not stop. I'm pretty sure this is now his 7th kill in a row, rolling over Wildcard.
They don't get swept away with it either. They get a couple of kills, and then they consolidate. They see, what have we got now? What ground have we taken? What's the next step? They don't just get swept on this tide of momentum to go chasing more kills. And again, it is paying dividends for them.
Arcully and Shuri again. 2 outstanding performances on this map. Coming off of Charlie, by the way, where they both carried the living daylights out of the whole team. And they're doing it again. They're doing it again.
He just needed his glasses.
He just needed his glasses.
They must be magic glasses.
I'm going to the optician when I get home, I'm telling you that now. Shuri bomb for a triple in the round, up to 10 and 4 he goes. It's a race between him and Arcully for who can qualify their team into the grand final. 2 players left in this round, still 3 smokes in back pocket, but we've seen CAG here before. When they've got time to work with, which they do here, they just starve out the other side. There is always a plan, and I'll be shocked if they bottle this. Shibasu in for 1 more. Dash, we spoke already about the troubles he's had in this game. I don't think it's about to get any better. Down he goes, Cyclops. 1 round to go for a grand final.
It is looking almost casual for the Japanese side now. They are just running around the map, picking up kills at will. Wildcard are seriously up against it. I've seen a lot of games of Siege over the last however many years I've been covering this game, and sometimes you just get a feeling. You get a feeling that a team is done, and right now that is the feeling for Wildcard, and you feel for them. The players, they sat there, they're doing everything they can, but nothing is working because Cyclops are...
Τελείωσα, είναι αυτό που λέω ο Κάστερ, όντως.
Buckman, you're just picking the guy that's got the most kills.
I mean, fair. Shuri
This is anything.
Anything you can do to disrupt him, I guess.
I think that's the first time Aniton's going to be sitting there with a big smile on his face because he's got his shield still
He's
open.
going in with Blitz again.
And guess what he's onto in this round?
Onto the Blitz. Fenrir ban again. Like, it makes sense what CAG are doing. They know that they're winning. They don't need to ban something that could possibly change the way that Wildcard are going to play. Fenrir, it's annoying. Just remove it. Don't need to have the Twitch drones anymore. Just get it out.
You know what's really funny is everyone will look at this now and think, oh, well, whoever wins in the other bracket is probably winning the whole tournament. But you start asking questions on the quality that we've seen from CAG today to figure out problems on the fly.
I'm not so sure.
Could they do it tomorrow?
I'm not so sure. I think, you know, this CAG team are just so difficult to play against, especially in a grand final, because what expectations is there for them? They've already won.
They're bouncing off the walls at that point.
They've already won.
You think
they're the first APAC team in a grand final. They've won. They're turning up and playing with no expectation.
Serious question here, because I'm genuinely asking you. I'm thinking this as well. Do you think the teams that are going against CAG are underestimating them? Do you think that's why they have this upper hand? Because teams are thinking, it's CAG.
I'm not sure.
I don't think not anymore.
I'm not
maybe,
sure
maybe 2 years.
Είναι δυνατός ο Φενερίρα, έχει φάει nerf όμως. Καμία σχέση με το πώς ήταν όταν έκανε release. Αλλά ναι, είναι δυνατός. Το pick rate είναι αρκετά υψηλό. Και γενικά και στα ranks τον μπανάρουν πάρα πολύ.
To teams they're playing against, we can see we're just going to have a little technical pause coming in here, which will give us.
Αλλά έχει φάει nerf. Δηλαδή δεν είναι τόσο δυνατός όσο ήταν όταν έκανε release.
No, I think, you know, given the situation, given the way that they beat FearX yesterday as well, I think that teams are going to have been locked into Cyclops and know what's coming, but they just seem to be one of those teams at the minute. You kind of know what's coming, but you can't stop it.
You can't stop it. You know how I used to say that about back in the day? The Team Empire.
Team Empire.
Pro.
They just did the same thing.
You know what they're going to do.
Yep.
You know what's coming. And what are you going to do about it? Nothing. You can't do anything about it. The crowd is really coming alive here today. And you have to think, are they cheering for Dash? Or have they turned? Are they cheering for...
Ναι, έτσι ήταν ο Φενερίρ πριν το rework. Yep. Το μπλες.
You can see him now gesturing, like Aniton is like calling for it. And they're giving it all.
That is awesome. That is absolutely awesome to see.
This is history being made. Like, I can't stress it enough. For the number of years that I've heard people say, we wish APAC could be at the level of other regions. We wish they could be competitive. Well, look no further. People will look at this tournament and go, okay, it was Reload. It was a kickoff event. Oh, you know, they beat Wildcard. That's not really a top team. If they go and do it tomorrow, I don't want to hear none of that. They will have beaten a top team on their home soil in a best of 5. That conversation's over. Done.
Do you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking about the teams like Elevate and Damwon who have just imported a full Brazilian roster to play in APAC. And then you're like, uh-oh, we have to play against these guys now.
Oh, man.
Oh, no.
It's going to be rough.
Hopefully get back into things.
Yeah. All back in the lobby almost. Got a few more players to join in and then we are good to go. As I said, it's a bit of sweat here for Wildcard, I imagine. Like, all you got to do is sit there with your thoughts, knowing that when you get back in, there are no more mistakes.
This is it, Doki. You know, you've been in that position. What's going through your mind at that point?
During a rehost?
Especially in a rehost where you've got that silence,
situation.
You can't talk, you're losing on the main stage. You know, what's going through your mind at that point?
It's bad because you know you have an uphill battle to climb to even reach OT. And then you have OT to play. And it's just...
So that's something that's in your mind. Rather than thinking next round, you're thinking somewhere deep in there.
You can't help it, can you?
I have to go to overtime.
I think whoever you ask...
Τι εννοείς με το Meta Shield, Monty Blitz, BB ας πούμε. Το ότι είναι σπαστικό ούτε εμένα μ' αρέσει το μετά αυτό, να ξέρεις. Όντως είναι... είναι πολύ κακό το μετά και εμένα δεν μ' αρέσει καθόλου αυτό το μετά. Είναι disgusting, yeah. Yeah, συμφωνώ.
She's going to be loving this, I tell you. But you're right, because like as much as you know the right answer is right.
Alison's really going for her.
That is actually...
I never thought of a player standing up and flexing on stage.
I'll tell you what, and this is why the crowd, this is why the people at home...
Ο Jinx έκανε... Τι λες, ρε. Έκανε δύο πράγματα τόσο.
You know, over
Ακραίο.
moment, especially during the group stage, is Shuri.
Yeah.
They win around and he goes bananas. He's so funny. Absolutely hilarious.
This is the thing, it's not just, you know, yeah, they're having a lot of fun, but they are clearly so passionate. They are clearly
I think
so
Anderson's
passionate.
more massive, I'm afraid.
I think so.
Ακραίο, ακραίο.
I think we're struggling to find anybody.
Until we get crying in here, I don't think there's a competition on here.
I'd give him a run for his money, I think.
Do you reckon?
Look at that.
We've got the flex. We've not got the cameras on. We've missed the flex from Doki. That's where our eyes are.
We'll check the recording later.
No.
All players are back in lobby, so we should be getting back underway in just a second.
A photographer's just run over after Doki flexed.
No. Catch another one. He's not getting one now. That's it.
Έχει 1.600 υπογραφές. Okay.
Very weird.
I've got one player that's had to drop out here to go in for a full reconnect of things. So we'll go again, but it does mean, of course, we get to enjoy this moment a little bit more. Because to be stood here in a few minutes' time saying the first APAC team has gone to a grand final feels like a very special moment.
The thing is, I don't think we can overstate it. Sorry, it is historic in terms of seed.
Absolutely.
It is, you know, the fourth region getting themselves to that point. As we've said, we've had a number of semi-finals. Fnatic, Norarengo in Pro League finals, in, you know, SI semi-final. We've had it at the Sweden Major in Gävle. We've been so close. We've been literally closer than you can possibly be without doing it. And that was Rin versus Souls in a 1v1 for Damwon Kia. Winner takes the grand final spot. They were literally a bullet away. They could not have been a finer margin that they missed out by. And right now, they are on the verge of doing it. And like I said, I know I've worked, you know, we've both had the pleasure of working the APAC region a lot over the years. And, you know, we've got a lot of love for Japan, for Korea, for all those areas out there, for Australia, for all the teams that we've seen over the years. And we know from the fans how much it will mean to that region. Players, staff, fans, everybody, to get to that grand final.
There's a few Aussies in the green room right now that are about to lose their
I think you're right.
And I think that's the thing, like you said, you can't really downplay it. Like, I'm sure there's people at home watching saying, okay, stop talking about it.
Αυτό, παιδιά, πάντως στο break είναι το technical pause είναι πάρα πολύ κακό για τους Osaka. Γιατί έχουν το momentum αυτή τη στιγμή. Για τους wildcard είναι αρκετά δυνατό αυτό το technical pause, μπορεί να τους βοηθήσει να ηρεμήσουν, να σκεφτούν λίγο κάποια πράγματα, γενικά να αλλάξουν λίγο τα λάθη που κάνουν.
On match point, they have 3 opportunities to take this map. It's their map, it's their home. They're having the fun, like you said.
It's what esports is all about. It's exactly why we love these moments. It's the passion, it's the story, it's the tension, it's the drama, it's everything that goes with it. We hopefully are going to be back in a couple of seconds and getting this one done. You can see now the players are getting their high fives, they're getting their energy transfer, they're ready to go. Do you think CAD come out here and just be super aggressive, Doki? Just try and get it done?
But I don't think they need to be. They just need to keep doing what they're doing.
Yep.
They have nothing to prove.
Pointing in the right direction.
They've already proved it. They're going in the right way, right direction, like you said. The team that need to get up here and say, oh, we need to solve problems is Wildcard, not CAD.
Something.
Just to confirm as well, round 10, it's off. That's the replay that we're going into.
That's what we were waiting on. Okay.
Yes. And now we know that's all good and locked in. Just to confirm for you at home, it is that 6-3 scoreline wildcard. It's quite a mountain to climb. Very rarely do we see teams manage to claw all the way back here, especially on the defensive side of Border. We said that at the end of the first half, let's not forget. A 4-2 defensive half for Cyclops, it felt it was already done at that point.
It's like we often say, you know, once the attackers get into the map on Border, it's very difficult to stop them. So the question is now, Wildcard, can you stop Cyclops getting in at any point?
And
for 3 rounds?
And the thing is, something that only pro players will probably know and realise that this can be abused in LAN situations. On LAN, you have 0 ping. It's a LAN connection. Why am I saying that? DMRs. Every shot is perfect. Every shot is doing so much damage. And on Border, you have the repels, outside archives, outside break door, outside CC window. 2 guys with 2 DMRs, let's say a Lion and a Twitch, they can cut the map in half. They can do so much damage. They can believe in the response of the LAN connection that every shot's going to count, every shot's going to hit. It's such a pain. As a defender, you can't peek outside the map. You can't. You're going to get your head blown off.
So thinking in game terms here, Wildcard coming in on the defense, what do they do, Dorky? Do they bring the traps? Do they, you know, what do they try to play behind?
I think they have to just, it's going to sound funny,
or is it just get aggressive and try and win the fights?
They need to lock in. That's what they need to do. They really need to lock in, because they're about to lose this game if they keep it up the way that they're going.
Well, we are now locked in because we are back into the game. We'll get those bands put back in once more, and then we are good to go. In 3 minutes' time, we could be celebrating APAC's first appearance in an international grand
I think we're going to need to rehost again. The bans are wrong, I believe. It's Monty that's banned, not Blitz, if I'm not mistaken.
We'll find out in a minute, Doki.
If that is the case, we will get it sorted as quickly as possible, of course.
For now, at least we carry on. Oh, it's a gentleman's agreement if you just don't play. Didn't intend to, I don't know. We'll find out.
I think Anyton wants his blitz.
I think Anyton's going to
I think Anyton wants his blitz.
There you go. He's popped up in the chat now saying blitz ban, so that may well be another rehost coming on through. Just again, suspend that tension even
to
further.
be fair, this one shouldn't take.
No, this will be quick.
Just
this will be quick.
Quick remake the lobby, and we will get it sorted.
We'll get that
rehost.
We've just had confirmation.
Yeah.
Bruh. Είχαν λάθος μπάντζα, μου λέει.
Hang on a minute, I want the blitz!
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, give me the blitz.
We had Glaz, Monty, Buck, and then we had Azami, Mute, and Fenrir as our 6 bands for this half.
I just hope, well, when I say hope, I'm not trying to be biased, of course, but I hope that this downtime doesn't stop that momentum, because I guess you could technically say it's playing
both
in favour.
teams, I think.
We've seen it happen to some teams.
There's no momentum Wildcard have. They don't have anything. They just need a reset. That's what they want. The coach is even sitting down. To be honest, I might join him. My back's killing me standing up here.
Have we worked you too hard
You've worked me too hard.
We've really dragged our money's worth out here for 3 whole maps, haven't we, for sure? And there's been 7-4s throughout. Of course, it's been a great series. It's to a point now where this one's obviously drawn out a bit by a rehost as well, but...
That's almost as many maps as I've played this whole time.
Yeah, so it's what, one short of that?
Too short.
Pain.
Έλα.
Like you say, I think if nothing else, it's going to impact Cyclops more than anything, because they're the ones who had that momentum, had that wind in their sails, but you've seen them still gesturing towards the fans, still got high spirits, and if any team's going to be able to maintain their way through a long pause out like this, it is Cyclops.
Yeah, you just feel like they're that kind of team that, you know, nothing probably phases them, just like, yep, no problem, we'll play it now, we'll play it in 5 minutes, we'll play it in 10 minutes, you know, whatever, we'll just go back in and play the round.
Yeah, like they thrive from the crowd's energy, but they also bring the energy themselves. Like, they're playing for themselves here. They're not playing for anybody else. I'm sure they're playing for everyone that's doubted them, you know.
For all the North American fans, of course, you know, we're really hoping to see a good few rounds out of Wildcard here.
What a game.
We don't want to see them kind of whimper out of the tournament. They've lost the last couple of rounds, and it's just all been, you know, a one-way street, and that's not what we've had from Wildcard at this tournament so far. You said it yourself, Dorky, you know, you sat and played against them, and it was a tough game, and they deservedly earned 4 out of the top 20 rating spots for their players. They've really been on top of their game at this tournament, and we want to see that best from them. We've seen some fantastic rounds on Border from Baby Shark. He came in, I think it was round 2, round 3, absolutely on fire, and hopefully they can get him back up, get him up to speed, and you know, that's the sort of momentum that's going to help them lock in.
And that's why I love Siege, because it doesn't matter if they played good before.
Anything
what matters now is the moment. It doesn't matter if you won the major last week or last month. It doesn't matter. What matters is now, and that's why Siege is constantly evolving, new challenges every single day, new hurdles, new mountains to climb. That's the love of the game. And I think, by the way, what an absolute amazing display for CGX. I think this whole tournament has been.
I'd agree.
With the teams.
We've had great examples of the ingredients, everything.
Everyone came in saying, you're going to see defenders just shoot them out if they can hurt them. They won't be of any impact.
Yeah.
But teams have forgotten about them an awful lot, or haven't had a chance to shoot them before actually hitting the site, and they've been punished by them. So it's been fantastic.
And I think like the new system as well. I think there was some things on social media about the format being different, but you can't deny it was fun. The format was fun. I played it. I have hands-on experience. Yeah, there was some frustrations here and there, but it was fun, and you could really feel that it was fun. And I think for a viewer, casual or not, is amazing to see that.
Yeah. Has he been paid to say that, you reckon?
No.
I'm done for today.
Paid actor. Well, then, speaking of that, obviously you won't have much time after the game, so we'll be throwing down to the stage for an interview. How have you found the Gastoki?
I think it's been brilliant. I really appreciate having me on. I found it fun as always. That hopefully gave a bit of insight and not not talk too much. Bum.
No, I think you fit in really well, Doki. Obviously, as you know, we've done one before in Manchester. As soon as Des messaged me a little behind the scenes, Des messaged me and says, you know, Doki's sticking around. You fancy a little try-cast? And I was straight back. Absolutely. You know, we had a lot of fun in Manchester, and I think, you know, obviously, you know, we all know each other outside of the tournaments and the games, and we're friends. And so I think that, you know,
I've got Fat who's gagging
we fit in quite well
at some point as well. Now, no, you do nothing there. It's like, I'll give it a go, but he's like, I'm worried about swearing. I'm just like, well, they can give you some tips.
You and I have done try-casts with a lot of different people now. People who are, you know, other casters, people who never cast, who just come in, and, you know, we have a lot of fun. We're always willing to give it a go.
A Titan on that one time as well.
We did, yeah. We had a lot of fun with Titan.
It's nice because maybe people won't understand, like, viewers or something, but me as a pro player, like, you don't get to see this side of the game, this side of the community at all. I'm always heading the server. You know, I'm always working strats. I don't get to enjoy Siege, I guess. Well, I love playing. I do love playing, but I don't get to see it from the way that you guys see it and be able to really look at everything from the big picture. So that's been really nice to see and just enjoy the game and not study the game.
I guess the thing is, when you watch it so often as well, you're always thinking about applying it to your own game, or how
That's
you would
exactly
approach
what I mean.
situations. So you can't, like you say, enjoy it in the same way because you know the game to such a high level and you're always thinking about it in that way. You can't just be a viewer who enjoys a neutral match.
Yeah, exactly, And I think this has been a perfect one to cast.
Oh, absolutely. You've joined us for an absolute classic. What we're really doing, Doki, is we're getting an inside man with you on the players, you see, so that when the talk goes, oh, them casters, you can say, look, it's not an easy job, guys.
No, it's not.
My back was killing me. I had to stand up for hours.
I had to stand up. You know how much calories I must be burning
here. We will just clarify, Doki doesn't have to stand up. We do have chairs here. He's just choosing not to use them. You can see this crowd is really getting revved up now, getting very, very excited at the prospect of getting back in. I'd say the same of the Brazilian fans as I always have done when we saw them in Sao Paulo as well. They are non-stop. When they're here, they are non-stop. From the moment they sit down, well, they don't generally sit down, they're all stood up, and, you know, it's from absolute second one right through to the finish. Doesn't matter what's happening, pre-host, anything else, they are just constant. There is a lot of love for this game here in Brazil.
And you probably won't be able to hear it from the stream, guys, but we have our noise cancellation headphones on right now, and that is loud. That is really loud. The drums, the crowd. I remember last year in SI, Brazil, in Sao Paulo, playing on the stage in front of the Brazilian crowd.
That was deafening.
Was deafening.
Yeah.
And I mean, like this, it was shaking, was loud, couldn't hear anything, was just pure enjoyment, was amazing. And I think we're going back into the game now. Finally.
Yep. Ready to go. Once more. The big one from last year, we could barely hear each other. We were stood next to each other with headsets on, mics here.
I mean, literally, I'm having, you know, for anybody who doesn't know, I've got Des's audio feeding, like, directly into my headset, you know, as you understand now.
Can't get him out of my head.
You can literally hear it, and there's only 2 events that I can think of that really stand out where we've physically struggled to hear not just the person stood next to you, but it in your headset. And that was the Berlin Major Final, and that was Sao Paulo at SI last year, where literally could not physically hear Des in my headset. Couldn't you also have your own voice coming back into your headset? Couldn't hear my own voice, just reliant on what I could hear inside my head from, you know, the casting we were doing. Unbelievable stuff.
I do remember there was actually a small issue with bans the other day, so what I think we're doing here is leaving our bans blank, and the players know what's banned away and what they cannot play. Yes.
Yeah, like, you have to remember, viewers at home as well, like, CGX isn't released yet, so the small problems of this are still being waved through and being solved. So, like, these things will be solved when the game is officially released, because I guess you could say right now we're playing almost a beta of the game.
I've never heard it called a beta before.
Beta? I don't know.
Beta, whatever you want to call it. I've never heard beta before. It will get better, I'm sure, as well.
And not for wildcard. That's for sure.
You never know, man. They come in 4 bounce here and go into the final. Right, overtime versus Feder to win 5
all right.
We've seen crazier, you know that.
Oh, we've seen crazier. And crazier starts with C, just like Kag.
Wildcard have got everything set out in front of them to get themselves around here. They've got the best side. They're on that top floor. This is the one that they really need to lock in. Get this one done. It starts that journey. One round at a time, one step at a time. You get yourself pointing in the right direction. You just got to keep on walking. Wildcard need this round. They need every round for the next 3 to take them into overtime. I'm not sure my heart or the APAC fans' hearts can handle overtime, but we'll see if Wildcard can take us there right now.
There's a lot to ask to drag us to that point, I think. Tim, I'll check in a minute who starts on attack in OT, because that'll be the big question on everyone's mind. Maybe more on defense, because it would have actually been a defensive-sided border if they can do that. Remembering, again, it was a 4-2 split at the end of the first half. Anderton crouching his way around here like a turtle, just wanting to hear that shield.
So yeah, that'll be it. Like the people who are maybe not so familiar with the new shields and how they work, you can really hear shields, especially Blitz, when the shield is in your hand. Even when you're walking, don't need to be running, just walking or crouching, you can really hear that's a shield. When you put that on your back,
they're going to rush it. They're rushing in now. They're straight in there.
They're just going straight in. Anderton, he manages to push forward. Is he going to get himself into a plant position?
That's it.
No, he's going for the kills.
That's it.
Chibisu manages to find Baby Shot. He's 5 versus 2 there.
They're taking everything they need here. One player
5 versus
standing
1 flawless
to get rid of everything, but he can do absolutely nothing. For the first time in Rainbow Six Siege history, we will see an APAC team stepping into the grand final. Spiker can do nothing but lock on. Victory is assured.
It's just seconds away. You can feel it mounting. So can the fans here in Rio de Janeiro. They are cheering. They're on their feet, Des. And right now, it is a matter of time until Cad close this out. And who else but Anderton challenging with the shield. Whitmer gets the final kill. And this right here is Kawasaka's moment. It is APAC's moment.
that is absolutely awesome. And by the way, what an absolute CAG way to close the game. They just sat there for 20 minutes rehosting just to run at your face with a blitz and end it in about 2 seconds.
Yeah, what we were saying about the CAG of 2 years ago, and said, we'll bring it back for one more round. But again, wow, history defined in Rio.
I feel almost proud. I'm not even kidding, I'm proud for them, I'm proud of them. That's just, I'm happy to be playing against a team like that. That's absolutely fantastic.
Wow, such a wonderful sentiment, Doki, and it just goes to say, you know, the size of this achievement. You know, we talked for years and years about APAC and the competition there and how are they going to improve. Well, improve they have. This roster have delivered for every one of those fans. This game started at 1:45 in the morning for the Japanese fans, and I guarantee that they have sat through every single round of this, through the night, hoping and praying that CAG could deliver, and CAG have delivered.
Me and Meek. I mean,
there's going to be more than one person crying over this one. I guarantee that.
The big question now will always turn to, can they do it tomorrow? They've got to go up against a big team tomorrow. If they can do it, we're setting more than history. Let's go down to the stage where we've got an interview ready with your winners.
Commiserations to Wildcard, but all of our energy, attention, and flowers right now need to go to CAG Osaka, who have just booked their spot in R6 Reload Grand Final. I'm here with Akali. Now, we chatted yesterday, and you said that your heart was pounding out of your chest when you made it into the semis. You've gone a step further. How's the heart right now?
I mean, goddamn, we're such a good team! Oh my God! Grand Finals? Ooh.
You did it, and you made history in the process.
Yeah, ele fez história. Tem time muito bom. Parabéns, congratulations. It is the first time an APAC team has reached the finals. So proud of you guys. Shall we go further?
Oh yeah, we're winning it. We're in it to win it.
Vão vencer, vencer, vencer. É a primeira vez, é importante a gente dizer isso pra galera, que é a primeira vez na história que a gente vai ter um time da APAC na final de um campeonato como esse Tier S.
Look, you say you're in it to win it, and I know that you are. You've proven that. But just take a minute to understand and appreciate what you've achieved here and the history that you've made, not just for APAC, but for Japan. What does that mean to you?
I mean, as always, the Japanese community, thank you for all the support. And we won't let you down. We'll make sure we're going to win the Grand Finals as well and win this tournament.
Falou que ele vai garantir para a galera do Japão que eles vão vencer a grande final, mesmo assim, que é muito importante para eles, não só para a história da APAC em si, mas para a história do Japão também. Essa vitória é muito importante. But tomorrow, we will defeat one of the Brazilian stars here in front of this Brazilian audience. Are you prepared?
I mean, yeah, I mean, we've beaten Elevate, we've beaten Team Liquid. I mean, we're practically the Brazilian Slayers right now, so.
You are like a boogeyman.
Yeah. And they love you though.
Well, get ready.
Bom demais.
Look, there are thousands and thousands of Japanese fans watching right this second. They've stayed up late into the evening to see you succeed. In Japanese, what would you like to say to them?
こんな遅くまで起きてくれて見てくれて本当にありがとうございます。これからも応援よろしくお願いします。
Deve ter sido palavras incríveis. Muito obrigada, parabéns.
Listen, I do not give advice when it comes to professional Siege. I never will. But tomorrow, bring your glasses, okay?
Will do.
All right, best of luck. Congratulations one more time for Kage Osaka.
Available now.
What? Yeah, what are you going to say now? APAC's here, baby. Mwah, let's go. Sorry, I couldn't help it.
You got to celebrate. It's been a long time. I mean, the last time we saw Japanese Oregon, specifically KEG, 2019. So or even 2018, I think. No, 2019. So
19.
It's definitely something for you, for sure.
Look, to be honest, I think from a perspective of an APAC representative, like, you know, been hosting in there for a while, I am a newbie in respects to what some people have done in that region. And for CAG to win in this moment, like, for people to understand, it's impossible to explain to you the emotions as an APAC fan to finally see them achieve something.
You're literally shaking. Like,
I am. I didn't expect this to happen. I genuinely did not expect this to happen.
I was gonna say, coming to this tournament, I didn't give KEG enough credit. I absolutely just did. I wrote them off of this tournament at the start.
Yeah, I don't think anybody expected KEG to be one of the teams to make it to the grand final. I mean, we were talking about it, theory crafting, and everyone was really impressed with what we saw from Wildcard and KEG. It was a slow burn, you know. They came out the gate, lost to FearX. They were able to bring it back, get a win of Liquid, make it to the main stage. But since they've been on the main stage, beating FearX, beating Wildcard, now they're going on to face their hardest opponent yet. And obviously, a lot of people are going to be looking at them and be, oh, well, their side of the bracket may have been easier, but they deserved it. I mean, in this game, we literally saw KEG come into full form, slowly losing Chalet, bouncing back, and then winning. It's almost like they sucked all the power of Wildcard out. And now all of the praise that we were giving Wildcard, we could say the exact same thing for KEG. The way that they played Border was amazing. The team play, coordinating those individual kills, getting that man advantage, and then going for the execute, not giving away free kills. It almost is like they're learning every step of the way, and it's just finally, it's really nice to see an APAC team finally doing that.
I respect that. That's a great opinion to have.
I mean, you were the closest to an APAC, you know, representative making a final. So, like, now we got KEG.
Very true. That is very true. Look, looking back on this moment for CAG specifically, I know how hard this roster's worked to get here as well. I can look at all the stats and we can break it all down, but at the end of the day, like, I never do this. You boys know I will never take over a show. I'll never give my opinion where it's not warranted. This roster, no, you know what? Roster aside, fantastic work. The organization has been in Siege since the beginning. They have been there since day dot. They have supported Japanese rosters. To be fair, I actually think Black Ray or maybe Anathan has been in there for like 6 or 7 years now. I cannot express the kind of support that these players have been given from CAG, the roster, the fact that they've come from the beginning, they've come so close to semifinals, to grand finals. They've finally achieved it.
Again, the constant hurdles that this roster and organization has gone through year after year, tournament after tournament, and getting knocked out immediately where, again, everyone were to write them off. And realistically, I'm sure the community, I'm sure a lot of pro players are going to write off KEG from this event and be like, you know what, this wasn't a serious event or anything like that.
Event.
But if you were actually watching and you're actually a true professional player, you understand Siege at its core, you would see fundamentally KEG has improved. Where me personally, I played them, I've seen them since the beginning. This is an entire new look from what we can expect out of APAC, and I don't want to see it disappear. I want to see this continuation of what KEG can look like, and even FearX, for example, they put up one hell of a performance as well. But again, KEG, they are looking to be the best APAC team here so far.
And that's what I'm saying is we are seeing KEG live work on issues in a tournament, and obviously we've never really seen that before at any previous event.
Super one-dimensional.
Exactly, one-dimensional, no depth, but one of the biggest things that we talked about from the start of that lost their game to FearX was the opening kills. Since the Liquid game, they've been dominating the opening kills. I mean, Sharif had 9 opening kills alone, so much so that Wildcard was shaken to their core that they had to ban the Buck on Border to get it out of his hands just because they were that scared of him. It really looked like they were a little parasite in Wildcard's head and completely ruined their mental.
Again, we talk about that one-dimensional play. I've talked about tons of APAC. They don't know how to adapt. That was always a big struggle in a best of 3. But this is where we saw KEG just thrive. They were able to adapt. I questioned going into this map that they didn't abuse the bans before, whereas I thought they should get rid of the shields in the beginning. They didn't. But what did they have for it? They brought Capcam. They had something in their back pocket knowing we'll deal with these shields. We don't need to play into your system. You're going to play into ours, and that's exactly what we saw.
Notoriously a chaotic team, that's for damn sure. The fact they won on a rush. We'll talk about that in a moment. Actually, maybe now? the detail brought to you by Blacklight. I'm so caught up in the emotion, I actually don't even know what this is.
Yeah, no, the detail, I mean, it's the last round. I mean, you cannot not talk about that round. We talk about moments, things that make history. This was a round specifically here, pushing them to the grand finals, and they did it in fashion. They did it precise, down to the T, where it comes down to a 1v5. There is no chance for Wildcard to find their footing here, to bring it back, and this is the reason why this is the detail and what gets it done to push them into that grand final.
I mean, start to finish, that round was beautiful because they baited as if they were going for a back archives plant that we've seen every team do in the history of Siege. They threw a smoke perfectly to be able to block the sight line from the door into Armory, and the Blitz and the other player behind him instantly just full sprint into Armory with the rappel coming in through the sandwich window. They get the pick, start planning Armory, and just to make things better, Capitao is still on the AC window. He's firing off the rotates from top metal and archives, so nobody can even get to that point. So it's so genius to throw a bait from the same spot and full confidence just run through the smoke, knowing that the fires are going to be behind you. The coordination and the team play was unrivaled in that match.
Boys, thank you very much for joining me here for a historic moment for APAC. These guys are going to leave us, so they'll be back tomorrow. Say your goodbyes, that's all right. But of course, for the rest of you, we're going to go to a short break. On the other side, listen carefully. We've got an incredibly exciting announcement about the future for R6 Esports, specifically this year. And then, of course, we've got a banging semi-final. We'll be back after this.
You know what they say. Small changes can make a big difference. Go on, try me. You're in for a real shock.
we just took a break. I probably needed to cool off more than anyone there. Stumbled over some words. I think the emotions got to me more than I expected. But we do have a pretty big matchup to come for our second semi-final to figure out who will be beating. I can't believe I'm saying this. CAG in the grand final, or I should say meeting, not beating. Maybe that's a little bit of a prelude. However, you can hear behind me how excited this crowd's getting. I've got something to bring to you with these two wonderful gentlemen here on the desk. Lads, first of all, how are you doing? Did you enjoy that matchup?
Yeah, πάμε.
Absolutely loved it, Rob. Absolutely loved it. Seeing CAG finally.
Έχουμε ανακοινώσει, παιδιά.
The grand final of a major event. So good.
That was such a great match. I don't know if you guys can hear me really well.
I can.
Yeah, you can.
Perfectly.
Perfect.
Yeah.
No, it was an amazing match, to be honest. It's so good to see CAG back at a grand final. It never happened before. Yep. APAC at a grand final is amazing. Yep. And these guys, with the energy that they have, it will be a great matchup.
There's always been something there from CAG Osaka. We've always known there's been something. And you'll know it, Rob, being an APAC shield.
I know
they've disappointed time and time again. Finally, they've put in a performance across the tournament that we know they've had at some point. Finally, they're in a grand final.
They're finally in a grand final. We can say
Let that emotion out, Rob.
I'm going to let it all out. But before I do that, let's start talking about this year for the R6 ecosystem. A lot of things have changed, but also a lot of things are still the same. A significant change that is coming. APL is now coming all together as a big family, Jackie boy.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, we're going all the way to 4 leagues, as we know. And we can see that the regional leagues, they will be starting again in just a couple of weeks' time. Obviously, it's going to be, middle of May now. It's early June that we're going to be starting. Stage 1 regional leagues with EML.
Α, Major θα έχουμε το Νοέμβριο, βλέπετε. Okay. Πότε θα είμαστε εδώ. Θα καλύψουμε και το Major. Okay.
We're already kickstarting the leagues. We're that close to it.
It's just a matter of weeks, and it's also simplified leagues, right? Simplified regions. Just a few, 4 of them now.
Yep.
And for anyone that has an emotional attachment to any league, for me it's going to be Europe, going to want to be following.
Of course.
It's going to be easier to follow. Also, it's just coming very soon.
Yeah,
right? As soon as the 7 is down.
It certainly is. Stage 1, of course, will give you R6 SI points that will, of course, accumulate across the course of the entire year. You'll see there's where the stages kind of finish. There's where the finals finish. There's a lot of points on offer for every single team throughout all of the league.
And look at the bottom half. Finals are back.
That is the big story.
Finals for so long, they're finally back.
It's so exciting to see them back, isn't it?
We will be able to crown a European champion and North American champions. You know, we're back to having regional trials.
Europe can win something.
Europe
Given how bad we've been in this tournament.
Yes! And it matters as well. Look at the amount of points you can win as a European champion. For example, to qualify to SI, it will matter very much at the end of the season.
Yes, of course it will. Now, obviously, we only have one major at the moment, which is kind of exciting. It's going to be over in November. SI in January, or February, I should say. The bigger question is, where is it going to be? This is a video you do not want to miss. Let's have a look.
You won't believe the next destinations for Rainbow Six Esports. Number 2 will shock you. Not sure about the fonts. What do you think about that, cameraman?
It's okay. We're gonna edit that. No, but fonts are not the problem. You need something to really hook the audience.
Let me show you something. I only have a few seconds to tell you where the destinations are for the next 2 Siege events. What do you think about that?
Yeah, it's good, but surely you want something more uplifting, fulfilling maybe?
I think I know exactly what you mean. Für das nächste Major und Sixth Invitational steuern wir 2 Städte an. Wait, why is the voiceover in German?
Because it's in Germany. Você precisa falar em francês, pô. Porque é na França.
Ouais, ben là, je peux le faire moi-même en français, hein? Wait, how am I recording this? Wasn't that just seated over there? What?
Good, huh? It's all right. It just needs to be more simple. Let me show you something.
The next R6 Major comes to you from the wonderful city of Munich. And from there, we roll on to celebrating 10 years of Siege. SI 2026 takes place in the most magical city on earth, Paris.
Οκ, οπότε το Major, παιδιά, είναι στο Μόναχο και το Invitational στο Παρίσι. Οκ. Ναι.
Paris, a beautiful city, the most beautiful city on earth. It's coming back to us, boys.
Και στο Μόναχο θα είναι το Major το Νοέμβριο.
One day, no, that is absolutely
München.
I think the lineup, Jack, of Munich straight into Paris. Could you ask for more incredible places?
No, absolutely not. Obviously, the last time that we held a major in Germany, it was a phenomenal event inside of Berlin. The Europeans turned out in their masses, so I'm sure they'll do the same again for Munich. And of course, when Paris had an event, it was during the COVID era. There was no fans there. Finally, we will get the French fans inside an arena in France.
I can tell you, I was at the latest major that we had in France. It was in 2018. I remember it very well because I was just starting my pro career. The ambience, the crowd, the atmosphere was absolutely crazy. I can't wait to go back to Europe.
Well, who knows, maybe it will indeed rival where we are right now, Rio de Janeiro. Let's start talking about teams that are from this country. Furia, they step into this year, hopefully reinvigorated, renewed.
That's the hope we've had for these guys for so long. Since they joined Furia, they've been struggling to reach the new heights that they've had with W7M. And these guys, right now, in this tournament, have shown such a huge improvement, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been going through this tournament. They've been waking up, I think it was fair to say, and I think particularly their calling out of FaZe in this tournament, we absolutely loved it. They went and beat the world champions, and we've known Furia as this team that have been struggling throughout the year of 2024, you know, into 2025. Strong in Six Invitational, and they look like they're going from strength to strength, especially during this tournament. Playing any different style of Siege that you throw at them, they've got a solution for it.
What are the hopes, I guess? Are we expecting that? I mean, they're up against a very, very big team at the moment. How have they been performing in this event?
This event so far has been amazing from them. We've seen them add layers upon layers of strategy, right? Seen them not only going with pure frag power, but also more coordinated pushes, late round executes. They've added to their arsenals everything that makes the meta right now, and this is why I think they are the widest variety of Siege they can play right now is amazing.
All right, let's have a look at how things have kind of progressed for them, because obviously we're talking about it. It doesn't make a lot of sense if maybe you haven't watched since the start of 2024, Jack.
Yeah, exactly. As you can see here, they were the first place team, Copenhagen Major, Atlanta Major, 6 Invitational, 3 S-tier events back to back that they ended up winning.
Η πορεία των Furia.
For the dynasty, they obviously ended up losing that out, and then came the dip, and this was the dip after they joined the Furia organization, new organization, as the existing world champions. Comes back strong invitational, and they're guaranteed minimum top 4 this event. They're on the up and up.
They're rising.
You can see that rise consistently, right? The real question is, can they make it? Can they win this event? Can they go back to dominating Siege like they used to in 2023? My reasoning is, I think they can. I think they showed us that they can do it.
Yep.
And it starts right now against the only team in this tournament that's undefeated.
It's scary to go up against that, but I guess if you are Furia, this is where you want to make your mark. Sometimes individual players can make the difference. JV92 and Palu, both players that are individually absolute animals.
They are the 2 best fraggers in Brazil right now, in my opinion. If you look at these 2 rosters, they have absolute monsters. If you look at these 2 rosters, they are the 2 best teams in Brazil. And if you look at the 2 best fraggers in Brazil, they're in each of these teams. Palu is stepping up massively, especially in this entry department. And JV with the amount of kills right now, he's got plus 30 kills across this tournament.
Yeah, both of these players for me feel invigorated. You know, Palu's on an absolutely new team. JV doesn't always get the plaudits, you know. Obviously, KZ Herds normally sit in front of him on that team, but he's fragging out of his mind.
He certainly is. W7M, you've already mentioned it. They're flawless so far. It is unbelievable to go undefeated this whole time.
It's not only about going undefeated, it's with whom they're going undefeated.
Their opponents they've played is nuts.
They've played Dog Zero, they've played MAT, you know, they've played FaZe, they've played some of the biggest names.
And Falcons.
And they've just beaten Falcons to get in the semi-final. These guys, since the addition of Palu, they're on another level.
That's 2 of NA's top teams and both of the 6 Invitational Grand Finalists, by the way, that they've beaten. Unbeaten. I will say it's not been, you know, some of the most classic Siege that you've ever seen inside of their fixtures, particularly yesterday against Falcons. Got a few things wrong, but the hallmark of a champion team, of a great team, as we see them enjoying themselves, arriving, vibing. But the hallmark of a great team is not being able to play at your best and still being able to win. And that's what W7M are able to do. They're able to just flog out these victories.
It's incredible to see a team that can perform so well and still have so much love in the actual roster. Let's keep moving this show along. Let's keep this going. I guess from one point of view, Furia is at a certain point, like when do they just create a new into their old dynasty?
I think this is the moment where it starts, right? It's the moment where they've increasingly improved their level, but once again,
Ποιοι πέρασαν πριν, η Osaka.
one of the biggest things with 7 and I think we can mention is how good they are in
Osaka Gaming.
I think if you look at their entry right now, it's absolutely insane. They're the best team in entry by far, and it's because of Lobin and Palu.
All right, let's have a look at some of those clips to try and, I guess, show more about what we're talking about here, because W7M, they continue to perform incredibly well, but where does it change?
I think we've mentioned it before, right? Lobin is, for me, one of the best entries they have in Brazil. This is one example yesterday against Falcons on Clubhouse.
Such an aggressive play, 0-4 down, like I said, finding a way to win, but also Lobin, this is the absolute, energy he plays with, how good of an entry and opportunity spot he has.
And he can even drone for himself, just like in this other situation. It's the following round. After a double entry kill in round 5, on round 6, he spots that player in catwalk. He creates the pressure with the drone by pinging him, sends his line charge to force him to not be able to move, and boom, instant punishment. Nuts. That's Lobin for you. Initially, W7M only had Lobin able to do that, but now they have Palu, and they can double just like here, again on the same map. You're gonna see Palu here on the left.
Ξέρω τι βλέπουμε.
We're watching Lobin right now. He's covering Palu for any retake, and boom, free kill for him.
Μπα, δεν νομίζω.
He can burn even more time, and he can get a second pick on that row.
That was a big differentiating factor in that round, and ultimately I thought that victory for W7M as well.
Ναι, είναι το προηγούμενο match που έπαιζαν με τους Falcons.
Gets a first pick here, and once again he can go more aggressive in that 3v4 situation. He will still go and grab another frag here aggressively. That's Palu for you. Is the second Lobin. The addition of these two together makes it that they're the best entry team in the tournament.
And it's crazy because when this team were lost, they played with, it was Lobin and Maya that were the front guys. They lost Maya to Team Liquid, they've then replaced. They brought in Box, they brought in Palu, they've brought in increased fragging potential, and they just keep getting better and better and better. And Palu settled in really well.
Πήρε σκηνάκι, μια χαρά.
Baby on the road. Where are we going? What maps are we going to see in this incredible best of 3? And
Θες ποιον έβαλα εκεί.
For Brazil.
A Classico that has been back and forth throughout the year, 3 victories and 3 defeats for each team in the head-to-head, and is going to Border. Border, the biggest map for Furia.
Yeah, absolutely. Furia love it. We saw them win it yesterday against Loud. However, W7M also like it, and stylistically, it will be very different. Now, Cafe, this is the one that is a little bit of a surprise. W7M, not particularly hot results on it. Neither of Furia traditionally had hot results on it, Leo.
Furia beat FaZe on that map, so this is going to be a barn burner. Now, if we move on to the decider, we're likely going to go, to Clubhouse. That makes sense. The big fundamentals, huge match for both of these teams. We're in for a really good bloodbath, starting with Border. Absolute frag fest here.
Jack, very quickly, what are we expecting? Who do you take in this map?
Oh, I want to say Furia. I think they've just got too many different avenues they can go down. They can get into a brawl, they can play tactical siege, they can find a way to win, and they've got those big game players. Not saying W7M don't, I just think Furia are slightly higher level.
I love to disagree. Palu waited 6 years for his title, now is the moment for it.
It's incredible. Well, it is time for us to get underway with our second semi-final of the day.
Jeff, τα έχεις πάει τρένο, Τρένο τα έχεις πάει.
Never escape the roar of the Panthers. Furia turned down the volume on Loud. And now these Panthers are ready to claw their way to the final.
W7M thinks they are the best. We will prove them wrong. No one can stop us.
The fine form of Furia seem frightening. But their opponents are no strangers to fighting the king of the jungle.
Use your stone, please, up the other side of the door.
They already faced a giant, and they did not flinch.
W7M into the semi-finals.
Why should they, when they have this crowd behind them? Will we once again see these superstars perform at top level?
The shoot is ours. We are the best in the world.
There is only one ticket left to the finals at Reload. Who will represent Brazil tomorrow? Let's find out. Furia versus W7M.
The Olympic Stadium here in Rio de Janeiro is about to come to life on a whole new level here, Nivi. It's going to rock because our next semi-final is all Brazilian. Do you think this crowd is ready for it?
I don't think so. We can check, we can
Let's
check.
check, let's check.
É chegada a hora, galera. A gente vai ter praticamente uma final antecipada aqui nesse palco. Mais uma rivalidade brasileira. Fúria versus W7M. Touros versus Panteras. Vocês estão preparados?
Can I just ask really quick?
Let me check again. I think they are not. I think they are. I'm not. Eu não tô ouvindo vocês, galera. Deixa eu checar mais uma vez. Vocês estão prontos? I think they are. But how about you? How about you, Ian? Are you prepared?
I don't think I'm ready yet. Wait. Can I give you my microphone for 1 second?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Now you are.
Vamos fazer barulho!
Ian. Now. Wait a moment, please. Now I'm prepared too. Now we are both prepared for this moment. Agora a gente está preparado para ter esse confronto maravilhoso aqui e brasileiro nesse palco.
All right, should we bring out the teams?
Yeah, for sure.
This is it. The history makers, the trailblazers. They've done so much already in their illustrious careers, but they now want to kickstart the X era. It's Furia!
Eles levantaram o martelo bem aqui no Brasil no ano passado e agora estão de volta para o próximo capítulo. Simplesmente a Fúria. E agora recebam com muitas palmas eles que foram campeões de Montreal no Major, os nossos touros brasileiros, W7M!
The Bulls once again charge the stage as they look to drive their predecessors right into the stands. W7M versus Furia in Brazil. It's what we're here for. Filippox, Lobin. Oh, the energy in this space is crazy. We got two phenomenal players that know what the weight of silverware feels like. Lobin, you aren't intimidated by this team, are you? Tell them why not.
Because we already beaten a lot of times, so it's always fun to play against them. So let's just have a good match.
Falou que ele já venceu deles várias vezes, então eles não se sentem intimidados nesse momento. And yesterday, you defeated Loud, clean, 2-0, sem risadinha, 2-0 seco. How you do this again?
Yeah, hopefully so. It's the maps that in the video is good for us. So yeah, I think it's going to be a 2-0 for us.
Ele acredita que vai ser, mais uma vez, 2-0 tranquilo aqui pra eles. Let's see.
You've of course had success since joining W7M. They of course had a lot more, but they had more time. Do you still feel like you are filling the legacy left behind by this roster?
Not even there. We are making our own history right now. People are gonna recognize our lineup as a new W7M with the history.
Okay. Good luck, guys. Shake your hands, please.
We get a handshake, guys. Let's do this. Best of luck. I love it. Listen, they can't hear us because it is so loud in here, but before we get into this crucial semi-final, let's split up and see how this crowd is feeling about this one. If you just let this wonderful crowd know, Nivi, what's about to happen.
I would like to check with Dan who they are cheering for. What do you think about Ian? Galera, eu quero saber de vocês. Pra quem vocês estão torcendo nesse momento? I'll ask about Furia. Quem aqui está torcendo para a Fúria?
Okay. How about WZGM?
I'm not sure.
Let's try again, Nivi. Let's go again.
Yeah, let's try again. Quem aqui está torcendo para a Fúria? Your turn.
Okay. Wait. WZGM! All right, the time has come. It's an all-Brazilian buffet live in Rio. Let's get it on.
Well, it really does feel like an all-Brazilian derby inside the arena right now. No surprise, guys, the two Brazilian teams have shown up to see who can get to the grand final to now take down CAG. What a revelation that has transpired in the earlier semi-final. I mean, I cannot wait for this one. We had the crowd getting high. Both sides, you've got Furia, you've got W7M. I honestly don't know who to split between the two teams right now.
I mean, the line in the sand has been drawn here at the arena, but splitting these two teams in recent history has been so difficult. A 3-3 record. They have been impossible to split post SI24. Now's the time for one of these two teams to step up and take on Cyclops in the grand final.
We saw that wonderful infographic earlier as well regarding Furia, the once champions. Well, how the mighty had fallen but now re-risen. Starting to now look for that crown once again here in Reload. W7M, Palu looking to deny them that opportunity. And with the crowd split today, you would imagine the winner, though, will have the full crowd tomorrow against CAG. This really does feel like a football match inside this arena right now, like that Brazilian football derby atmosphere. It is sensational in this arena. Obviously, yesterday, we didn't quite have all of the Brazilian teams. We had a lot of APAC, we had Elevate, but today it's all about Brazil. 55% split. That probably feels like the crowd as well inside the arena.
Absolutely, and I think for my prediction as well, Furia, for me, to just take it out in a 2-1 fashion, but this match truly could go either way. Both have played amazing Siege, and both have taken down quality opponents to get here.
Statistically, Furia probably has the edge, but as we know, the stats, well, they don't probably matter all that much so far. Coming into a semi-final, you can throw a lot of that out the window.
Absolutely. Cannot wait to jump into Border. It's a map where chaos thrives. A great way to kick off this BO3.
Can Furia once again make it to a grand final, or will W7M get in their way? Let's get this semi-final underway! It is electric inside this arena right now for these two juggernauts from Brazil. As we head into this best of three, all we can hope is that it lives up to the expectation. We head to Border first up. W7M will be defending, but Furia, well, they're going to be right on the attack. Those Panthers are ready to go.
Mute Deimos off the board first, so they'll cancel one another out. We've seen a lot of mute play at this event to counter the Deimos, and with the destructibility available here on Border, it's understandable that they don't want to take any risks, that being that being Furia, of course, being available, but yeah, they cancel it out anyway, so it doesn't really matter all too much in the end. Followed up by the Legion Glaz. Glaz, again, another incredibly popular operator at this event whilst available. That being said, equally has been banned out quite a bit as well. As we prepare ourselves to jump into this one, top floor to kick things off, and the crowd already on their feet, and we haven't even jumped in yet.
Just having a quick look as well, their quarterfinal matchups prior to coming into this match. Obviously for Furia, 2-0, they already had that Brazilian showdown against Loud, 8-7 on Lair, then 7-4 on Border. So they've already played this map as recent as yesterday. On the flip side for W7M, well, it was a bit of a longer journey against Falcons. They won that series 2-1. 3-7 on Chalet in favor of Falcons, but then the bounce back from W7M, 7-4 on Sky, 8-6 on Clubhouse, which also happens to be the decider map in this series. It's all set up to see who can make the grand final against CAG. As we head into border, only one of these two Brazilian teams can progress. And obviously the crowd has already chosen their side.
Split right down the middle between these two illustrious organizations.
Μια χαρά είναι η LRA. Πολύ δυνατό pick. Είναι δυνατό pick.
Well, I think you want to start well, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I
In
mean,
the semi-final, get the crowd on your side.
Και πάμε παιδιά, αυτό το map, αυτό γενικά βασικά το game θέλουμε να περάσουν οι Furia. Πιστεύω θα περάσουν οι Furia.
W7M will probably look to these entry positions. Drone over towards top east stairs. Does spot one close by, but the drone does get shot out. Who can draw first blood here in the semi-final? As JB92 makes his way into passport check, he is the #1 player at the tournament.
Yeah, every single entry point on this second floor is being contested by defense. So Furia elect to lurk below, get a little bit of control, and then think about the next step, how they're going to pinch out said positions, contest Nitro Cell, and that's the first pick in this series. Logan onto KZ.
That's a huge start for W7M and a good utilization of that Nitro Cell. Gets rid of KZ. Looking to answer back. Herds up east stairs. Did take a bit of damage on the way up, but finds himself wounded. Furia would have been so desperate to find a quick response, but with Nate also taking some damage, W7M in a perfect position to kickstart with a border defensive round.
Aggressive from Volps, but able to peel back, gets the drone. Not going to contest that position, doesn't have the supportive utility, so understandable that he will fall off that position. Again, W7M man advantage. They now have the positional advantage as well. Herds taken low, on the ground, dead.
Logan again. A second kill to begin in this semi-final, and with 60 seconds left, Furia finding themselves on the ropes in this opening round. Just unable to break through until that man in picture, JV92, finds the opening kill for Furia. Just gives them a bit of hope in this opening round as he makes his way through break, and there is one in towards security, and he is behind the screen, but JV92 can't hit the shots required onto Dodez. And with that kill as well, again from Dodez, that should shut this round out. Felipox by himself, and surely no opportunity to steal this one for Furia. It will be W7M to take the opening round of this second semi-final.
Felipox will fight. His efforts though futile at this point. W7M with a great start.
Πολύ καλό ξεκίνημα για τους W7M. Οι Furia μπήκαν πολύ μαγκωμένοι. Εγώ αυτό είδα. Okay. Το map αυτό, παιδιά, είναι η border των Furia. Οι Furia δεν έχουν επιλέξει το map αυτό. Το επόμενο map το έχουν επιλέξει W7M. Αλλά όπως έχουμε καταλάβει γενικά στα τουρνουά αυτά, δεν παίζει απολύτως κανένα ρόλο το ποιο map έχει επιλέξει κάθε ομάδα. Θα σας πούμε, όλες οι ομάδες τα map που είχαν επιλέξει τα έχασαν και τα πήραν οι αντίπαλοι τους. Δηλαδή, γι' αυτό το λόγο δεν υπάρχει...
And again, going back to that Deimos discussion from earlier, I'm quite intrigued to see how Furia shows some resilience in the face of Deimos being taken off the board. Again, they banned out that mute in the hopes that it would bolster the effectiveness of the Deimos. But that being said, they did play with the taken off the board in that loud matchup earlier, so they have experience. It's going to be relying on the team gathering information in other ways and playing off that effectively instead. Another key element, of course, will be shields. We've seen a ton of shield play at this event, as anticipated, fully available for the first 3 rounds.
This is also the map pick of Furia as well, guys. Something to kind of keep in mind as we kind of progress through this opening map. Cafe to follow after this, chosen by W7M. And yeah, the shield play employed now by Felipox. Nate, though, losing his life to dots. And again, W7M showing that aggression on the defense. Something that Furia need to be ready for and adjust quickly. Dodez looking to double down now towards break. They'll get all these entry positions so cautiously watched and guarded by W7M. As you make your way in, you've got to be ready for the fight. JB92 certainly is. Huge battle one there for Furia to bring it back to 4v4. They've still got Philippox, who can certainly aid in some of this entry for them.
Philippox looking to now head down this long corridor position, likely to push in through office and create some space. How heavily do W7M want to contest that, though? That's the question. Range is going to be key. They also do have Palu on the Warden available, so a phenomenal counter. He too will back off, though. Eventually, the ultimate goal for W7M likely will be that peel.
Oh, there's that shield towards Towers. Close by was Loben. Of course, playing the Solas can kind of spot out Philippox. Starting to just make his way back towards site, but W7M still have presence up above as well. So Furia haven't necessarily cleaned out that top floor. They haven't fully got that third established. Still a minute in the round. Furia probably need to pick up their pace a little bit. Start clearing that top floor. You've got to go clear out Armory. KZ just not really doing a lot over towards main entrance.
Philippox has that diffuser in hand, has headed back up above. Ultimately could posture for the bathroom drop, but based on where other players are positioned, we could see something else on the cards, like a potential vents hit to end the piece. Furia looking for more additional information, I think at the moment, to try and consolidate. Ping above, but it's JV92.
That's one of the top players, one of the top floors. That was Palu dead on the Warden. Super impactful now, 30 seconds left. And we know that Furia like to play this build-up pace. They're not a go-fast kind of team. As long as they keep Philippox up, when he eventually does get to that first floor, he will be so impactful.
20 seconds then on the board. Philippox drops. Vents is the final destination here for Furia, and they need to make it count.
He's got the kit as well. Philippox has to get that down successfully. Currently watched by Dots. Although smoked out, he may be able to actually deny
the
this.
foot!
The foot is in vision! The plant is denied, and Hurst's the only one up. There's no time remaining. W7M have taken the opening 2 rounds of this semi-final.
Big build-up for Furia in that round. They tested a couple of different positions and a couple of different avenues. Eventually, they were able to flush out above. It opened up the routes over towards Vents and ultimately going for that turret plant underneath the window position. Smoke placement less than optimal. Foot was exposed. Really good denial up close. Furia immediately then tried to respond, tried to trade it, get control of that diffuser back once more in towards site. But the rest of the W7M defense was absolutely rock solid.
Μαλάκα, η Furia τι έχουνε πάθει.
JV92's been doing his absolute best through the mid-round to try and fight back. But Dots with
Τι παίζουν πάρα πολύ καλά απλά η W7M, bro.
nothing JV can do inside of the barbed wire.
I don't know, bro.
Out of position. W7M off to a very, very, very good start at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't really done anything wrong, and that's maybe an issue for Furia. They haven't had any mistakes to capitalize on. You know, when an opponent or opposing team makes errors, you can kind of look to, you know, punish that. But W7M haven't really done anything wrong so far. Their entry battle engagements have been perfect. They're winning those flawlessly. Then they're able to fall back, keep map control away from Furia, and then play the site and the site execution perfectly too. I mean, it's a dream start for W7M. And Furia have to sort of wonder what's going wrong to begin as Volts goes for the run-out kill onto JB92. Not just one of the 2 hard breaches, but the best player at the tournament now out of this 3rd round. It's all W7M. They are setting the tone early.
And a large portion is to their ability to still show fight through the mid to late round as well. So that frag power off the board makes things very challenging. One of those primary hard breaches as well. And that will have impact dealing with use utility on the board of the defense. The castle barricades, mirror windows to an extent as well. Just adds another layer of difficulty for Furia in a match that, at least in the early portions, isn't quite going the way they would have liked.
I think W7M playing into that slow pace of Furia. They know they want to set and press, but they're not ready for the aggression. Just compounding their advantages more and more. Finally, though, Philippox able to answer and get one back, but he is low from his engagement. Another logic bomb, soon ready. Does find the kill onto Dots and equals things up. And certainly now maybe one of the best opportunities for Fury in this first half.
Now, Palu's in armor, as just about mentioned, could get pinched and does fall. Palu yet to find a kill in this match.
So down to Volps and Dodas to keep the good times going for W7M. They've got 90 seconds to ward off the three attacking members of Furia towards top metal. Dodas spots him close. Maybe a battle he should have won, but wasn't prepared for it. Volps trying to help out on the backside towards officers as Dodas finally does shut down KZ. And don't forget, Filipov is so low here, so Nate needs to go big as a support player.
How is Dodas still alive? He's under an immense amount of pressure, but able to reposition. And Volps now can come and aid.
Don't forget, there's still a minute in this round. If Furia want, they can kind of dictate the rest of this. They can slow things down a little bit, play together, but the low health Filipov eventually falls. All down to Nate outside in the exterior. Dodas spots him from break, lights him up. And now Dodas and Volps can just play together as a duo. Full back play sight, make it almost impossible for Nate. And the crowd's starting to get on the side of W7M.
Nade with no information. Very little chance of being able to win this one out. Footstep heard. The rotate east. Surely not.
One above, one below for the duo of W7M. Nade must hit a quick headshot, but Dodas peeks over from waiting. So the first three blows.
Furia, δεν σας κόβω καλά. Είναι για το map σας. Δεν σας κόβω καθόλου καλά, bro.
As we head into the mid-half ban phase.
Yeah, we'll wait and see what comes through. Dodas, though, in that prior round, I mean, there are a lot of good moments for defense, but specifically him over towards security, able to buy enough time to get it back to a winnable 2 versus 2 and break apart that pinch that Furia were trying to build up to. It was a poor start to the round for the attack, bringing it back was Filipov, huge double kill main. But Dodas, Volps able to combine, forcing Nade into a very tricky position. And it's now 3 rounds in a row for W7M.
Mirror and Twitch will be the 2 bans respectively, either side, of course. So a 3-0 start for W7M. Furia must answer back as soon as possible, or this map, their map, certainly could be getting away from them.
So site rotation then. It's a tricky position for Furia. GV92 has been trying his best, but the rest of the team needs to come to his aid. Herds, very quiet. We have not seen him light up the scoreboard just yet, but a player who can definitely turn it on when required.
And you've got to recall as well, now W7M at this tournament so far are the best entry team, best team when it comes to early engagements, essentially the opening kill, a whopping 63%. They are absolutely first. Palu 9-1, Loban 14-5, Dodas 13-7. The same cannot quite be said for Furia. That has not been a strength of theirs. And while their overall attacking defensive win rates are really good, 3rd and 2nd respectively, the entry battles that are certainly not their bread and butter, but on a map like Border, you've got to be good at your entries. And this is where we've got double shield now. Blackbeard, Monty employed for Furia. And Nade on the Montang pulls the pistol out, gets the opening kill. And no answer back from W7M. For the first time on this map now, Furia finally get an opening kill. Can they convert?
Bit of an awkward breach into office, but not too difficult to eventually deal with that. Good start to the round, and the Rotero can ensure that this wall is opened up and give free passage in towards office. Herds, meanwhile, well, we were looking at him to get in on the action, and he does onto Dots. So the sentry down, and so too is Volps. It's compounding in this round. It's so difficult on a border defense to get back.
Πάντως το κοινό είναι Furia. Είναι Furia.
I mean, this is a flawless round. The Panthers have struck. And while they've given W...
Πού είσαι ρε, πού είσαι εσύ ρε. Μας θυμήθηκες να πούμε. Στις 4 ώρες. Με ένα screenshot να πούμε. Πού είσαι ρε.
The blue side is Furia, the orange side is W7M.
Πού είσαι ρε Μαρέντα.
So finally, they've got something to cheer for, because that was an amazing round. Nade, the whereabouts, to pull that pistol out on the Monty, and it was the...
Άσε με ρε μαλάκα σε φίλια, σιγά βρε. Σιγά βρε.
Every single fight bar the last in that replay package, uncontested picks. The first two especially egregious. With Monty posted up top east, play getting cord 90. And then the follow-up with the lurk down below as well. So some signs of weakness there from W7M, and Furia able to capitalize. Now, one thing to circle back to as well, and it becomes critically important in the second half, Furia are the number 2 defensive team.
Έφαγα και ξανά έπεσα γεύνο. Α, καλά. Καλά. Καλά εσύ.
Otherwise, Furia could well and truly pounce back.
Well, we know the Fury are very capable of bringing matches back. It was only a 3-0 start. What about a 6-1 start? They've done that before in Brazil. But now you got to follow on. You know, you cannot allow W7M to really get any more rounds, bring this back, try and get it to 3-3. I'm expecting probably W7M to probably double down here on the...
Furia, wake up. Wake up, γιατί wake up, Πρέπει να πιάσουμε τους Furia εδώ, παιδιά, για τον τελικό. Πρέπει να κλατσάρουμε, πρέπει να πάρουμε το skin στο όπλο του σας.
We've already seen this position from Loban, and while it did get the opening kill of this entire match, surely this time he gets droned, and indeed he will. Furia will not allow that to happen a second time. Flash comes in.
JV92 went to lurk below, but Loban repositions.
And he should find the kill onto her. The Blackbeard was shield down, gun up, and he will be punished for it. The micro. Oh, KZ! Slips, falls, and Loban collects a freebie on the Nitrocell. Trade from JV92 from below. Needed that one desperately.
He's lurking there for a long time. Volp's now up close.
I don't know about that one. That was a very ballsy move from JV92 to keep that aggression going. Should have fell back. Dots will double down, and while Nate does get one, the Monty surely in a 1 versus 3 not capable, and W7M will answer back from that previous blow of Furia.
That's better. W7M playing much better perimeter defense there, making it near impossible to just get into the map. Good contest over towards that break room position. Top east as well, not forfeited for free. Contested that really well with the smoke. And Furia continue to look a little bit iffy on the exterior. That's, again...
Τίποτα, είναι πολύ κουμπωμένη η Furia. Πάρα πολύ κουμπωμένη. Φαίνεται ξεκάθαρα.
In this next round, they're still in a decent position.
Yeah, as you said, second best, 68% defensive win rate for Fury at the tournament so far, but it's 62% as well for W7M. They're no slouches, and we're seeing that firsthand. And again, it all comes back to those early engagements, and for Loban as well. He gets droned out. He's in a position where he wants to get that Nitrocell. Not that one, but the previous one. But he's not just falling back playing sight. He's not playing scared. He pushes forward. And I don't know about JV92 pushing forward there. Top he stairs into the gas canister. That's just maybe over-aggression on his part, looking to bring something back in the round. But that's when you start reaching, because you feel like the map is slipping away. You start thinking you got to make these power plays.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
And they need some help here from KZ and Herd. 2 kills combined.
Well, he was a big name of the pre-show. We expected a head-to-head between JV92 and Palu in this match. We're now entering round 6. Palu has not found a kill. Despite that, W7M still stacking rounds. Palu has been waiting 8 years. 8 years to lift a trophy.
And he may sense this could be the best opportunity to do so thus far. Final round of this opening half. And it's been entirely dominated by W7M outside of that one flawless round for Furia. And not too many 50-50 kind of rounds. Maybe one has gone that way, and it went the way of W7M.
Reload.
Good drone economy for Furia. Only lost 2 so far, so they can certainly garner a lot of information in this round. So important on a map like Border.
Nitrocell.
Oh, it could be good. No! Explodes in the air, but JV92 loses his life anyway, shortly after that explosion. And with that, it's another opening kill for W7M. 5 of the 6 rounds, and they have converted all of those rounds so far But KZ does find a kill onto Loben. 90 seconds, 4v4. Furia really must win this round to keep this map alive, or it's a long way back.
2-2 split for defense, 2 above, 2 below. Dots being lit up, but those on the top floor not under a lot of pressure. The castle is providing a ton of utility and safety for W7M to play around. So we see the pivot. Furia and Herds will take Diffuser through Passport, likely to go a little bit more direct bot square, try and force those defenders back. They still need a bit of pressure up above though, and I think that's why Philippox is repositioned.
Philippox has got 4 Candelas. They've also got 4 flashes available through KZ and Nade. So they're going to clear out this top floor, but they lose Herds. It just feels disjointed right now from Furia. Philippox wants to do one thing, Herds wants to do another. Herds then loses his life, and suddenly you're down a player. And you're almost down on time. And you still haven't cleared this top floor.
Dodes and Palu have just been chilling this entire round. They have not been under a whole load of pressure.
So KZ just sends it, and he hits the headshot clean. He knew there may be.
Πολύ καλό σούτ εδώ.
Finally, Philippox also joins on the battle. Oh, there's a chance, but he only got none. He got nothing. Really should have been a double kill. Down to KZ. Does get 1, 2 required with 25 seconds left in this round remaining. His one and only flash gets him down into bathroom safely. 1 close left. And look at these 2 players, both low on health, but he doesn't have the kit, so he needs to pick up this pace.
Will push forward, but the swing, it's immediate, it's snappy, it's 5 rounds for W7M.
Dominant start to this series from W7M.
Πραγματικά dominance.
Lead on
Πραγματικά.
Furia just couldn't really muster any semblance of good attacks outside of the 1 round that they were able to achieve, which was again amazing, flawless, and you kind of wonder where was a lot of that throughout that half. But you have to give the plaudits to W7M in the way that they played. Looking as if they've come into this match with no pressure, no expectation, and they took the challenge right to Furia in that half, and they reaped the rewards.
Well, they've made the 5-1 comeback dream once before, back at that SI Grand Final, and they'll need to do it once more here. Map 1 of the best of 3. If there's any team in the comp that can pull it off, it's Furia. With a strong defensive showing at this event so far, and a history of just being so resilient inside of the server. And some of their key players still yet to really get firing. And again, much like the SI Grand Final, Herds just the 1 kill so far. We know he can be so impactful if he's able to fire up.
It's been a rough tournament though for Herds.
Yeah.
It hasn't been his tournament. 57th for EPS, 95. So it's below that 100. It's a -6 KD, 11-8 on entry, which actually is the best on Furia. Again, that's kind of their weak point. And on a map like Border, you really do need to be able to win those early engagements. And the beauty for W7M is they haven't even needed Palu right now. He's 1-5. He has been sensational. He is their highest rated player at this event. 11th in EPS overall, 113, 61 and 43, and 9-1 on entry. He has been blazing hot, and he hasn't even been required in this match, and they're 5-1 up.
A full suite of attacker repicks into round 7 in response to the Mirror Castle combo. We see double ranged hard breach from the attack in combination with the Roteros for Loben as well. Flores will be critical in dealing with that utility on top of Philippox on the Maestro as well. Ban phase as well. Don't want to forget that. Double shield ban from Furia. W7M taking Azami smoke off the board. So expect this half to play out in quite a different fashion, a different dynamic. That's what we've seen at this event so far with CJax.
I think W7M is certainly capable of playing with a little bit more fast pace on the attack as well. That's something Furia is going to need to be careful for. Of course, no shields. 2 of the shields dealt with. And ironically, Ossa having a shield available this round for W7M. They don't pick up the pace straight away to begin this second half. Furia happy to also sit back, so you can already see the contrast in play styles. First half, W7M, they're all at the doors or at the windows, entry positions, wanting to take fights. Furia just sitting back. And this is going to make it a lot more easier for W7M to get into the positions they want to get in to set up for their attack.
Yeah, Palu to play flank watch below, rest of the team to work away at that utility office across. Mirror window, as you can see, shattered by the Ash charge. That's well played by Dodez. Castle barricades down long though. W7M electing not to clear that yet, sensing that there could be a threat from that 90 position until they're well prepared to deal with that. Just posturing at the moment, making Furia sweat this round out.
Το έχω και εγώ εδώ στο stream το βιντεάκι αυτό. Όντως ακούγεται full clean, bro. Ξέρεις και εδώ που το άκουσα. Ακούγεται όντως full clean.
The Habanas pre-prepped and W7M will go bang.
Only one Nitro Cell available. JV92 has that. 30 seconds, still some time. If they go now, W7M, you can of course be able to change things up. They put the also shield down. Look with the plant behind it. It doesn't work. I mean, the Nitro Cell just completely misses the mark. It's a free plant. Fury have got to be able to defend that a lot better and a lot quicker. Not switched on. They just allow them through the front door. It's a 3v3, but this is so difficult to bring it back. You've got to go for runouts. And so far, so successful. And only Palu left. They can start to stick for that counter to Fuse. And finally, Furia are starting to worry a little bit. That plant went down just far too easily. The Nitro misses. It's a 3v3 post plant. And that's a difficult post plant to bring it back, but they do so.
Defective Nitro misses the mark. Plant allowed to go down, but immediately Furia snap into action. You saw the jump out from Office in combination with that territory being retaken inside of Archives. Those shields work both ways, and Ultimate didn't have a massive impact in that round because of the long arm of the cover, but made it difficult, made it awkward. First pick in the replay package, it was Loban down below, opportunistic kill. So many players scattered around to try and ward off this defensive retake, but ultimately, Herds hitting a key shot. 3 kills in the round. We were questioning when he was going to get in on the action, and he finds the absolute perfect time in the context of this best of 3.
And it just wakes up their side of the crowd a little bit as well. Been all W7M chanting thus far. And to continue that opening kill engagement history on this map so far, still only 1 round that Furia have found an opening kill. But that previous round, Guz, was the first time W7M couldn't convert theirs. And you just know, if Furia can start to rattle a couple of rounds off in a row, 3-5, 4-5, that pressure will mount on W7M. Those Furia fans will keep getting louder. They are a momentum-based team at times. And so this is where for W7M, you've got to try and put them down while they are wounded. Early entry, Dot's down over towards main hallway. And he's got Kid, by the way. That's Kid in a bad spot, and that's Hertz with the opening kill. Dots just went for a walkabout, punished.
He just walked into a triple crossfire.
By himself. That might be the first real blemish from W7M. And Dotas will for KZ as well. And Hertz and KZ, that dynamic duo for Furia, is starting to activate here on Border. And that's a difficult diffuser to now recover for W7M.
Ooh. Palu almost got a freebie. Now he needs to be the one to try and break down this Office defense, but they're filing in 1 by 1, and Furia are cutting them down with ease.
Simplicity at its best right now for Furia. Key positions, and W7M just walk into the nest. And Loban's down, probably out for the count. That's flawless. But it's a round full of mistakes, riddled.
Πάντως πολύ μικρή αρένα, bro. Σε πολύ μικρή αρένα πήγαν. Καμία σχέση δηλαδή με άλλες φορές.
I wish I could explain it. I was looking across at the overhead that we have off screen. Triangle cross established in Office, so 3 players ready to go and swing if there's contact. The trade not even required. Absolutely a nothing round there from W7M. But the crowd not too deterred, still cheering them on. Furia lighting up once more as well. They retain the lead.
Πέρυσι τι εννοείς, ρε? Το Invitational. Το Invitational, κοίταξε να δεις, δεν μπορεί να είναι το Major Invitational σαν όγκος διοργάνωση. Δηλαδή, το Major είναι εξ ολοκλήρου πιο μικρό σαν διοργάνωση από το Invitation. Οπότε δεν μπορεί να είναι σαν το Invitation. Καταλαβαίνω. Αλλά όπως και να έχει ρε φίλε η αρένα, θα έπρεπε να ήταν λίγο πιο... ξέρω, λίγο πιο huge. I don't know. Επειδή δεν ήσουν στο stream, ανακοίνωσαν τέτοιο. Ανακοίνωσαν το Major το Νοέμβριο θα γίνει στο Μόναχο. Θα τον καβλώσω τώρα αυτόν. Το Νοέμβριο το Major θα γίνει στο Μόναχο και τον Φεβρουάριο το Invitation θα γίνει στη Γαλλία, στο Παρίσι που λέγαμε. Just saying, Στο Μούνχεν Νοέμβριο και Φεβρουάριο Paris.
Point towards as being a direct front door here. Early utility from Palu, early lion scan, early jump in.
Early plant as well. That's the plan. As Dots is looking to get that down in towards Bench. There's no denial. It will be another successful plant here for W7M in this half. But last time out, Fury were able to respond, win the post plant. They'll have to do so once again, but so much more difficult now. So much information available for W7M. The E1D goes out. KZ, surely this doesn't work, right? Just sticks it, but they've got the angle. And while he's not dead, he's certainly wounded it in a bad spot in a bad way. Naval forward, finally that vigil turned and hurt by himself, and this time the fast entry from W7M will reap the benefits, and they will take match point here on border. The mapping of Furia with that power play.
Άλλο ένα round για τους W7M και πήραν το πρώτο map.
You have one round where they just mistake after mistake after mistake, and then that was just a well-executed attack. Straight in, everyone knew what they needed to do. No response from Furia, and with that, 3 match points available for W7M.
Yeah, rather simple attack, but sometimes simple siege can be really effective, especially in a map like Border. You can find those advantages. The tempo was great. They timed the execute well. They had lion scans for the post plant. Essentially impossible for Furia, who will call their first tactical timeout.
Yeah, needed.
Prendendo, e aí a gente vai ter tanta opção de link.
Combinou que se a Indy ficasse lá, a gente ia pular nela, só que vocês estão aceitando, guys. A gente tá tendo a leitura, a gente tá falando tudo e ninguém tá tomando ação, guys. A gente tem que tomar ação, tá ligado? A gente tá esperando um milagre. A gente, vocês 5 que estão jogando, pô. A gente tem que definir o que a gente vai querer fazer. Agora os caras...
Δεν είπες όμως κάτι. Α, τώρα απάντησε. Νοέμβριο, τελευταίο σουκού για τελικό. Δεν ξέρω. Δεν ξέρω πότε θα είναι. Βασικά έγραψαν ημερομηνίες, έγραφαν ημερομηνίες. Απλά πρέπει να το δούμε. Βασικά κάτσε περίμενε ρε. Στο site της UB. News. Οκ, να το. Ναι, ημερομηνίες θέλουμε. Ημερομηνίες Major θέλουμε. League format είναι αυτά. Group stage. Ναι. Ρε μπρο, αφού έδειξε ημερομηνίες στο βίντεο, μην με τρελαίνεις.
W7M, 3 map points. They have a big buffer.
Yeah, and then if they win this, they get to go to their own map pick of Cafe to follow. Puts all the pressure in the world onto Furia. If the pressure's not already there, applied on them.
Δεν θέλω αυτό ρε μπρο. Ούτε αυτό. Ούτε αυτό. Major.
So 3 opportunities for W7M to close this one out.
Qualify είναι αυτά. Ούτε αυτό θέλουμε.
Of perfection. But overall, it's been a rather consistent match
Okay.
from W7M. They've been the real standouts. Furia are constantly on the back foot.
Okay.
And 3 bulletproof cameras in this round. Yokai
No.
as well. So the clutch drones from Brava are going to be incredibly valuable. Dots will be
Ναι, okay.
and gain as much information as possible in this round.
Μαλάκα, δεν έχουν ανεβάσει. Στο βίντεο που έδειξαν Είχαν ανεβάσει τις τέτοιες. Προλάβουν.
Early engagements, repicks, late round execution. Outside of a few blunders here or there.
Fenrir mines as well, don't forget those.
Yep, F0 mines have been hacked by the clutch drone. Logic bomb rings out from Dodez. Furia starting to feel that pressure. For one trade though, between Loven and Herds keeps things equal, Vigil. And Flores taken off the board in this round.
Προλάβουν. Πρέπει να το δω στο βιντεάκι μετά. Δεν κοιτάζα για τα ειστήρια, ρε. Ήθελα να δω ημερομηνίες. Την ημερομηνία την έγραφα. Και στο Invitational και στο Major. Απλά το πέρασα πολύ γρήγορα στο βίντεο και δεν το προλόγα. Βασικά, περίμενα αν πω... Κάτσε θα το βρω το βιντεάκι. Wait.
No one is looking to get aggressive. It's all just holding key positions in anticipation as to what W7M is going to do. That means the onus is on W7M. They're again dictating all pace on this map, either on defense or attack. They've been the leaders and Furia have been the followers.
Dots has the future.
Oh, a chance for Dots. A headshot was available. Top metal, but it's KZ that lands it. That high ground is superior. They got caught through the window. The trade quickly from Palu.
And Keys falls down immediately, so they have control.
Α, το βρήκες, οκ, τέλεια. 8 Νοεμβρίου με 16, οκ. Άρα 16 είναι ο τελικός. 16 Νοεμβρίου είναι ο τελικός. 16 Νοεμβρίου.
And there's not a lot of time as well for them. Only 30 seconds left. They can't keep posturing outside.
And only one drone for information as well. Furia should be able to lock this one down.
Red ping information that Palu wants to play off of. They do not have the diffuser. They're looking for the...
Απλά πατάς στο site και εντάξει, κλαϊμάει. Την ημερομηνία θέλαμε.
But he's not in the site. They can't find him. 15 seconds left. He's looking to play that kit. They must find this kill. And KZ must stay alive. Shoots one, knows there's close left.
Okay. Ωραία. Huge win εδώ. Huge win round εδώ. Τρέλα. Το ήθελαν αυτό η Furia, να πάρουν πάνω τους. Μπράβο. Πολύ καλό. Πολύ δυνατό.
Fazendo eles ficar afobados com essa situação toda. Tá. E se for a gente jogar penta, independente de gatilho, porque qualquer coisa a gente banga lá em cima, faz qualquer coisa que não tem warding pra cima também, tá ligado? A banheira também, a 2 não é boa no banheiro, né? É, sem ter esse gatilho. Mas o melhor disso, eles estão afobados, mano. Eles estão querendo responder, tentando se salvar de qualquer maneira. Então faz eles indo pra cima. Vamos jogar nessa intenção, tá? Esse splitzinho, você acha? 2-2, split, acho que 2-2 é a única que a gente pode fazer fora as duas horizontal. Pra mim, a gente joga por horizontal e deixando eles vir afobados pra bater. Tá.
That is the most animated I've seen Norris all tournament. He's typically calm, cracking jokes, smiling, chilled out. But that moment there was enough to get him off his seat, call that tactical timeout, and rally the troops. 4-6 the scoreline now. An incredible play from KZ, but it goes all the way back to when he gets that kid on the floor and plays that as the win con.
I mean, that's the beautiful part about the story of that round. He gets a key kill, gets diffuser on the ground, and then finds all 3 kills. Time was a big win con as well, potentially, in that particular occasion.
There either.
But he gets out the short, he gets the kill, doesn't play timid.
Now, is that enough to light a fire?
Yeah, I think so.
Under Furia, with 2 more rounds required to force OT. KZ is now 12-7. Top 10 rated player at the tournament so far. Plus 18 KDs, 71-53 coming into this match. No surprise that he was able to clutch that out. But how did W7M respond? Because again, Furia have not really had the ability to control a large portion of this map. And they also have to make sure that the moment doesn't get to them and they start getting a little silly. Unneeded runouts or trying to play over-aggressive siege. Stick to the fundamentals. Because to be honest, W7M have been controlling the vast majority of this map.
And sets to make their first appearance in this match. 9% presence at the event. A win rate of only 38% though.
But it has impact on border at times with the RIOs, and those shield screens, of course, now can be toggled.
Well, we've typically been seeing it in counterplay to the Warden. Warden has been banned out.
The Warden also doesn't affect the shield screens anymore.
Exactly.
Triple shield ban as well, which means for W7M, over to Wards, he stares, and Philippe hits the headshot onto Dots, who got aggressive on the fuse. The one shield that... Oh! Goes down as well with knife! And that's headshot for KT, and Furia fighting that magic!
Ω, να σου γαμίσω ψυχολογία που έχουν πάρει, μπρο. Πω. Μαλάκα μιλεί των άλλων στα Easters. Yeah. Huge. Το προηγούμενο round, παιδιά. Huge boost. Τρελό boost. Μπρο, τώρα εδώ, αν δεν μπορέσουν να πάρουν κάποιο round αυτή τη στιγμή W7M, ώστε να τους παγώσουν λίγο το momentum που έχουν αυτή τη στιγμή, θα τους πετσοκόψουν, να ξέρεις. Θα τους διαλύσουν.
Well, it'll be a short highlight package for this round. Philippe Pogs under pressure. One followed up by the second. Had to go for the knife at that point. I think Palu's keyboard must have disconnected because he just gave up at that point. Furia able to win the round in a very snappy fashion.
It could all end here though. Could be a 7-5. And what a downer that would be then for Furia going into the next map. All that hype, that comeback for nothing. W7M have still got one opportunity to close out Border.
5 seconds left.
And how will they look to do so? So far you kind of look at this half and you think what's been really good for W7M has probably been when they've gone for those fast hits. Looking to get plant down, looking to execute into sight, not playing roam game, not trying to get little engagement battles on the exteriors, just hit sight, get it fast, but they do not have those shields to help them do that as much. We saw them try to bring the fuse, that didn't work.
Yeah.
So they've given up on it entirely. Makes it a lot more difficult for them to now play the way they want to play to win this in a cheesy way. They're gonna have to win it outright.
Triple shield is limiting. Warden off the board though could be an enabler with Palu now on the Ying. We've seen on a few occasions him use that effectively to gain space. Again, sandwich window. Do they shape up once more to go direct? Diffuser dropped. Nade for the first, that's the Ying.
4 of the last 5 opening kills now to Furia, starting to gain ascendancy, but a quick double from Dodes and Loben. But KZ out front entrance gets his 14th kill of this map. It's a fast round, that's what W7M wants there, but then spotted from behind, JV92 gets a freebie! Dodes checks the angle, but then JV switches off! Loben gets the free trade! And while it's down to KZ and Herds versus Volts and Loben, there's still so much time in this round.
Herds is in office. W7M have a read.
Trying to get Kit.
He falls off.
And this is where Volts and Loben do not need to panic. You can look to reassess. You can find that diffuser outside the map at the moment. But they are a little distance away. Trying to find some information, trying to see if they can catch KZ and Herds on the roam below. Loben eventually does reacquire the diffuser.
Loben has a drone as well. There's time to use that potentially. One scan as well. Here is said drone. And this information could make or break the map for W7M.
Yeah, that vigil is so annoying to try and find now.
Didn't really find all that much. I mean, pressure over towards customs.
Don't really have the drones either. Nor will that really be that impactful against the vigil. So straight down metal stairs. KZ, the peak, the headshot.
Αλλά ο KZ τι τους έχει κάνει. 15-7. Όπο μαλάκα.
Never count this team out. They have done it before. They've done it once more, and they could do it again in this series. Until it's been decided, do not count Furia out. Just so precise, so disciplined in the last few rounds. We have to close that out, playing high-quality Siege.
Well, they've switched things up, so they're starting to be a little bit better in the early portion. 4 of the last 5 rounds, they've now won opening engagements. They're converting. They're looking a little bit more dominant. They felt more comfortable on the defense rather than the attack. Just an incredibly defender-sided Border Girls. How often do we get to see only 2 attacker rounds get 1? But in the end, if you look at it holistically, it's down to KZ. not just in his overall numbers, the 1v3 clutch, playing the diffuser, even in this round, 2v2. This is an aggressive position and an aggressive swing. He loses that, they probably lose the round. KZ has got them into overtime.
Absolutely.
And now for W7M, what do you do? They remain on the attack to W7M. But so far, the only successful round they have found was Bent Workshop.
Yeah, and it was off the back of the pocket rush.
With the Montang that is now banned out. Again, reminder with the new ban system, they stay the same throughout overtime. In the next round, it'll flip back to the first half bans.
Amaru in play.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's the alternative. Fast rush Amaru grappling hook, but it's not as safe, it's not as comfortable as having a shield.
Yeah, I'm quite curious to see what the...
Παιδιά, by the way, τα predictions για τον τελικό θα ανοίξουν σε μισή ώρα, οπότε απλά κλικάρετε στο link και μπαίνετε στη σελίδα για να κάνετε predict στον τελικό. Απλά δεν έχει ανοίξει ακόμα, θα ανοίξει σε μισή ώρα.
They've got ability to deny a fast attack here from W7M. I think for W7M here, they probably have to go a little bit more conventional. Can they flush out, find a kill or two, then go for the fast hit, rather than trying to do it all at once? And so far with their posturing on the map, they haven't really got a whole heap of that map pressure. No one inside the building for W7M.
Βανικέικο.
Potential sandwich hit plant.
Εντάξει.
Maybe an option.
Εντάξει. Κάποιες.
This is maybe the slowest we've seen from W7M, but it could also be playing mind tricks for Furia.
They're just being patient.
Super patient, but will it pay off?
Here we go.
To be honest, they probably have to just go for something at this point. Dots in. Dimaru. Immediate though, it's the entry kill from JV92, but traded by Dodas, who was expecting more aggression from that defense once they got that opening pick. Nade falls, but so does Logan, keeps things 3v3. Big shot though, KZ once again, and Dodas is down. 16 now for KZ. Low on health, wants to get the confirm. Bolt also goes down elsewhere and leaves it down to Palu. In a 1v3 with 50 seconds, in an insurmountable position to make his own moment, to match KZ from earlier. That's one, that's hurt, two to go, and one is low, but that low player is KZ. And so is Palu. 40 seconds.
Palu desperately wants this trophy.
Bro, KZ έχει 18 kills. Τι έχει κάνει, bro. Bro, τι έχει κάνει, bro. 18 kills. Damn.
It was 6-3.
Oh, calm down, guys. Calm down.
Well, that fan, by the way, did the same thing at 6-3. Now he's doing it again at 7-6.
Maybe the calmest man inside of this arena.
I don't know. KZ's pretty ice cold at the moment. Match point Furia. But W7M now go defense, and we know how strong they were in that first half. And so far, you've got to be reminded it's been incredibly defender-sided on this quarter. Only 2 attacking rounds have been successful. Every world in which a 15th round could be required. Cafe to follow this. But who takes the advantage into that map? Right now, Furia have got 2 opportunities.
10 seconds left.
Oh, they're thinking about the Riora as well, guys, and that's a ballsy call at this point in a match. But they can also kind of go for broke here because they know they've got defense to follow this if needed, if required. And they do lock it in, along with the Blackbeard. And that Furia side, by the way, are all standing. The W7M side are a little bit quiet. So much momentum now with Furia. Lost a lot of drones to begin early. Decent start for W7M in managing that drone economy of their opposition.
It won't be direct here. At least not initially from Furia. They'll posture over towards security, and the gate's then likely used to lock down this control once they fight for it.
Oh, Hertz is low, very low. He's down. He's just into the fire of the flames. The Vulcan canister will be his demise, and Philippos goes down as well. Furia trying to amp up the pace in this attacking round, but it all falls apart. This defender-sided border just keeps on presenting such difficult obstacles for the attacking team.
How does Nate get out of this position? I mean, good luck. Look at the cross. Rodas, Palu, you're in a lot of trouble.
Needs someone to stand up here for Furia to pull this round back. The drone to maybe just try and draw the attention away. Donis, and it works!
Hello?
Nate's able to get the kill. Nate does get out the corner, and he takes two with him as well. For good they all fall apart! Dots in a 1v1 against KZ, who's been so instrumental in putting Furia in this very position. But can he put that nail in the coffin and hammer that coffin shut? He's got over a minute. And is there a world in which he can maybe get JV92 back up if he so chooses, but he holds. He calms down and wants to see if Dots makes a move.
The problem for KZ, no info. Nobody in his team watching drones.
KZ already so many.
Όπου άλλος έχει ντυθεί Elite Smoke. Μπρο, ο KZ τι έκανε ρε μαλάκα. 19 kills σε ένα μάτς. 18 έχει 19, συγγνώμη. Yeah. Είναι, έχουν και κοινό για αυτή. Αλλά οι Furia είναι έχουν πιο μεγάλο κοινό. Έχουν πάρει και ένα invitational. Να. Ναι ρε καμπιά. Οικίστικο. Πολύ χάλι. Κοίταξε για την μπλούζα. Βαν, άκου τον ήχο. Έχω βιντεάκι. Έχω ετοιμάσει καινούργια βιντεάκια. Πάμε να ακούσουμε τον καινούριο ήχο που θα μπει και αύριο στο TTS. Μεθαύριο βασικά στο TTS. Τι σας είπα τώρα. Το CJX θα μπει στο TTS Δευτέρα. Για ποιον το ξέρει. Λοιπόν, πάμε να ακούσουμε λίγο τον ήχο.
Propagation in CJX in order to track the enemy better. In addition to the reverb, the sound propagation in CJX can also help you pinpoint the location of the enemy. In this example, Ash is going to run a full circle around us. And I want you to listen to the low frequency thump of her footsteps and gunshots. That's going to help us track her as she completes that lap.
Μαλάκα, ακούγεται ακραία καλά.
To get you ready for Siege X, today I'm going to show you how to use reverb to your advantage. Here we are in Bank, and I want to show you how to use the reverb in Siege X to help you identify what type of room the enemy is pushing you from. So to our left we have one attacker, and they're set up in the main lobby, and that's a big, echoey room. To the right we have another attacker on the B site, which is a smaller, more dampened, carpeted room. Let's take a listen to the gunshots and the footsteps and see how different they sound. So you really get a sense that that person's in a big, echoey room. So in this one sounds like it's in a much smaller, drier space. So combined with your map knowledge, you can really use this information to your advantage.
Άλλη μία το καινούριο.
Today I want to show you how to use the sound propagation in Siege X in order to track the enemy better. In addition to the reverb, the sound propagation in Siege X can also help you pinpoint the location of the enemy. In this example, Ash is going to run a full circle around us. And I want you to listen to the low frequency thump of her footsteps and gunshots. That's going to help us track her as she completes that lap. To get you ready for Siege X, today I'm going to show you how to use reverb to your advantage. Here we are in Bank, and I want to show you how to use the reverb in Siege X to help you identify what type of room the enemy is pushing you from. So to our left we have one attacker, and they're set up in the main lobby, and that's a big, echoey room. To the right we have another attacker on the B site, which is a smaller, more dampened, carpeted room. Let's take a listen to the gunshots and the footsteps and see how different they sound.
Πάντως ναι, το echo αυτό που λέω όντως ακούγεται. Το echo. Ναι, ναι. Πολύ καλό. Πολύ καλό και αυτό. Ότι είναι μέσα στο δωμάτιο το δεύτερο.
So combined with your map knowledge, you can really use this information to your advantage.
Last big things to see. Back on my bushy that waits for G's. Tulika fuga tuka tuko keys. Squeezing and goofers in a little bill. Hey, we be getting more paper, no joking no more. We don't need no favors. Hey, and they know all better. We be getting more dough and they need more flavors. They must be hard, I want to see, I wanna wow. Ever since I made it, wonder wow. We just want to shower, what you do, I can't be out, bully, do me, me down, no, not you, wow.
You know what they say. Small changes can make a big difference. Go on, try it. You're in for a real shock.
This game is still a first-person shooter, and the macro can be great. The strategy can be phenomenal. But if you're against a player on an absolute heat, or even this clutch here, you will know that you can just do nothing from time to time. And it's exactly what we said in the pregame. This team of Furia, they might not always win it out strategically. When they don't, they've got the big players to step up in the big moments. And in this map, it was KZ.
Can you believe that there's a big statue of KZ in Rio?
Right? He's just looking all over.
He looks over Rio for the rest of time. Unbelievable.
Look at this. Look at this team summary. I mean, look at the frags on each side. On one side, you've got the best team. On the other side, on the side of Fury, you've got the best players. Round 6, KZ goes for a triple kill. Round 7, Hertz gets a triple kill. Round 8, KZ gets another triple kill. Round 10, he gets a 4 kill in the 1v3 clutch. Round 11, Felipox on his stairs gets a triple kill. Round 14 to close the match, Nate gets a triple kill. So many multi-kills from Furia, so much talent on that lineup, and that's what carried them through.
I just, like, watching back and thinking back to what we just saw, obviously the fans are absolutely popping. But Jack, sometimes there are moments in games. We look back to round 9 as a very specific example as to what we're trying to talk about here. You can be the best, but you got to beat the best.
Yeah, exactly. And W7M, for the most part, they actually were the best. They controlled the round so well. This rush in particular, Leo, they had absolutely everything for it. They had the Lion to go off, the Deimos, the Ying Candelaring upstairs, as you're going to see from Palu, the Raora, which didn't quite work, and then the Monty on the plant as well.
It's actually a very smart move. The Monty goes here for the plant at the same time as Ying is flashing upstairs. The Raora dies here, and that's why you see the door closing. It was actually a mistake from her. She was trying to close down that bottom metal stairs, which is an incredible strat you can retake in ranked. And that is the strategy layer that we mentioned, and that's what put them on 6-3. and then something.
Then it all changes. Then KZ happens. And obviously there was moments where Fury were getting it back. But KZ here, first and foremost, he gets the diffuser cold at the bottom of metal. Then he realizes he has it, and then this is where the pure FPS, the fundamentals comes out, and he plays a 1 versus 3 perfectly. Kills the first guy, gets the second, switches the shotgun, gets the third, and really that set the scene for Fury. It's keep snowballing. You don't want to give Fury a round like that.
You don't, and I can tell you right now, the worst part of it, they started chanting. W7M's fans started losing their mind the second that happens. My God, this place erupted.
It's incredible to see Fury.
Salam
alaikum. In Brazil again.
Alaikum
assalam.
Salam alaikum.
They rely so much on fragging power that if you rejuvenate their confidence.
Πού είσαι, Ανιφάκου? Ανιφαντής. Ανιφαντής, παρουσιάσου, παιδί μου. Καλησπέρα, Δηλή, τι κάνουμε, πώς είμαστε? How are you? Πώς πήγαν τα γεμάκια? Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για τη ρεϊντάρα, thank you. Danke. Όλα καλά, nice.
He refused to pull it
Nice.
Looked at the league admin and said, it's not needed.
We've got this, right?
But you're 5-1 up.
Τι έπαιζες? PC ή PlayStation?
Get the job done.
Yeah, you have to.
Get the job done.
This is now a learning curve that you do not mess with KZ. I'm sorry, it's just as simple as that. Do you want to deep dive into KZ a little more with some stats?
Yeah, let's take a look at his statistics here. It's actually impressive.
Μια χαρά.
7 deaths in a single map, and it's not in the entry.
I was about to say only 2.
Only 2 and 3, and this is
2-3. 2 wins, 3 lose.
most of his frags are actually very late in the round.
Μπασμπά, ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για το follow, να σκαλά mate. Με έστειλε ο Ελεφαντής. Εντάξει. Εντάξει τώρα, γιατί του μιλάς έτσι? Γιατί μιλάς τώρα έτσι για τον Ανιφαντή? Γιατί, why?
Risky, aggressive type that really takes big risks. That's more herbs.
Why?
KZ is the one that's playing in this crossfires, trading his teammates out, and then when needed, getting the clutches, identifying the 1v1s. We've seen it today, but he's a very pure Siege player from that point of view.
One thing I can say, Jack, you said that this was one of the greatest maps in Siege. How about the greatest map in Siege X? Potentially the greatest series in Siege X. We'll have to wait and see, but before we do, Felipox had a chat with Maria.
What a comeback for Furia! I have no words. So Felipox, just tell me whatever you feel in your heart.
Βάνη, δικιά σου, ρε.
Eu acredito. We believe we didn't start. We didn't lose our hopes for the game. It was really tough on attack. We couldn't do anything, but we could make the comeback. And now we are here for the second map, Café, and let's close it out.
Μη μου βάλετε πάλι break, θα μου βάλουν, ρε μαλάκα. Πάλι break μου βάλαν. Ωραία, αφού ήρθαν και τα παιδιά από τον Ανίβ, πάμε να ακούσουμε το καινούριο sound που θα μπει με το CGX. Με 2 βιντεάκια τα οποία μας έχει παρουσιάσει η Ubisoft μέχρι τώρα. Αύριο θα έχουμε και μία, πιστεύω, ολοκληρωμένο review στο πόσο ακριβώς θα είναι το sound, θέλω να πιστεύω. Για να δούμε. Για πάμε. Βάλτε ακουστικά δυνατά. Για πάμε.
In addition to the reverb, the sound propagation in Siege X can also help you pinpoint the location of the enemy. In this example, Ash is going to run a full circle around us. And I want you to listen to the low frequency thump of her footsteps and gunshots. That's going to help us track her as she completes that lap. To get you ready for Siege X, today I'm going to show you how to use reverb to your advantage. Here we are in Bank, and I want to show you how to use the reverb in Siege X to help you identify what type of room the enemy is pushing you from. So to our left we have one attacker, and they're set up in the main lobby, and that's a big, echoey room. To the right we have another attacker on the B site, which is a smaller, more dampened, carpeted room. Let's take a listen to the gunshots and the footsteps and see how different they sound. So you really get a sense that that person's in a big, echoey room. So in this one sounds like it's in a much smaller, drier space. So combined with your map knowledge, you can really use this information to your advantage.
Speed things are safe. Back on my bushy that waits for G's. Tulika funga tuka tuka keys. Squeezing and goofing in a leap of bills. Hey, we be getting more paper, no joking no more. We don't need no favors. Hey, and they know all better. We be getting more dough when they need more flavors. They must speed hard, I want to see, I wanna wow. Ever since I made it, wanna wonder wow. We just when it's a shower, to do a careful wow. Bully, do me and me down on, not sticky wow.
Δεν ξέρω, πάντως εγώ αυτό που άκουσα, παιδιά, με την αλλαγή του sound με εντυπωσίασε, θέλω να το δω και in game. Έτσι αυτό. Λοιπόν, το πρώτο map, παιδιά, το πήραν η Furia για όσους μπήκαν τώρα στο stream. Τώρα θα παίξουμε καφέ το Στογκεύσκι, που είναι το map των W7M. Για να δούμε αν θα μπορούσαν να κάνουν το 1-1 και να πάμε σε decider map, την Clubhouse, ή αν θα κλειδώσουν την πρόκριση η Furia στον τελικό, ώστε να παίξουν αύριο με τους Osaka Gaming. Για δούμε.
The better team strategically to win as long as they can back it up inside of the server. The big thing for W7M is just get rid of the last map out of your mind. Just focus on Cafe, ignore border completely.
Yeah, focus on the first map, and then who knows, we may well get to the third, saying first map like it's a BO1. Of course, one of the big talking points though, Furia start defense on Cafe, Leo.
And that is huge to me because that's exactly where they made their comeback on border. Now they will do so on Cafe, the very map on which they beat the world champion FaZe to qualify to the quarterfinals. This is huge.
It feels like a risky map pick from W7M. They've clearly seen something. You would expect some kind of counter strat. They've seen Furia play it. They want them in that comfort zone. They want them to do the same things. But like you say, start an attack, you need to execute that well, because defense on Cafe, it could snowball really fast. And the best team in the world at snowballing is the one that's starting on defense.
Well, W7M are down, but they're not out for the count just yet. We're going to hear from the coaches before we jump in to Cafe.
How's the vibe right now? You just lost the game. You were so close to win.
Cara, tá bem de boa. O Border é o melhor mapa deles. A gente já sabia e resolveu enfrentar. Então a gente tá bem ciente disso. E Café é outro mapa, Club é outro mapa. Só esquecer o que aconteceu e bora.
You're really calm. You know, Border is the best, Furious maps. So, you know, just take it easy, go and play. They're fine. And the timeout, you said to Furia that they were only accepting whatever W7M was doing. So now are you feeling more confident for the next map?
Yeah, of course. So in the border, in the beginning, we are very passive in our way to play. So I try to correct that, and we do a comeback. So now it's Cafe, is they pick, but we're gonna win, and we go to the finals against Cyclones, of course.
It out, but can we get an all-time classic series now as we head to Cafe, the second map of this particular series, guys? We're now for W7M. They're obviously going to bounce back. They're going to fight back. They get to go to their map pick, so maybe a little bit of comfort there. Obviously, as the Death said, I think it was fresh. Like, you've got to put border out of your mind now. It's hard to do, but you've got to find a way.
You got to try, right? They're facing a 5-round loss streak going into attack Cafe. I don't think I really need to go much further than that. This is going to be a big challenge for W7M.
Yeah, and I think also for Furia as well, you probably don't want to worry too much about what went wrong in that first half, because they found themselves 5-1 down. Yes, they got the response in that second half themselves, and they too probably just need to put border out of their minds now. Move on, next map, one at a time, focus here. And intriguingly, the social predictions has not really changed a whole lot. Still that very much 50% split as we head into Cafe for our second map of this second semi-final. Let's see if W7M can give us an all-time classic. Well, the onus is on them, isn't it not? They must now bounce back, W7M. They begin on the attack, but that, I don't think will worry them too much. The entries has been their strength, at least it was back on border by and large. They'll need to make sure that they win a lot of these early engagements. For Furia, though, they get to begin defense, a little bit of comfort there for them. Of course, defense was the majority side back on border, and honestly, on a map like Cafe, I wouldn't be surprised if it plays out in a similar nature.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of the Brazilian teams here at the event, especially on Cafe, play a very slow build-up style of Siege, and so I probably anticipate that we'll see that again between these two. And it's going to come down to very minute details to separate them, of course. They both play each other often. They both have a very good sense of the local meta, and that's going to translate into the server for this particular matchup. So anticipating the pacing, especially compared to Border, the tempo to really slow down. For the attack, it's about chipping away at map control, trying to suffocate the defense as much as possible. And for Furia, who begin on defense, don't give away anything for free. Be willing to contest and be fluid if you need to.
What about the fact that Fresh brought up that Norris at halftime 5-1 up? They have the ability to talk to their team. He told the admins, I don't need to talk to my team. He said no, he didn't want to take any time. He felt like they were in a very comfortable position, and while they were, it didn't end up that way. And maybe would have been a good moment, and if you're in a similar position at halftime here, you'd probably say, boys, can you close it out this time, please?
Well, KZ came to spoil the party leading into this map, or the earlier map of Border, rather. KZ
Alright, για πάμε. Για πάμε. Εγώ πιστεύω, παιδιά, θα κερδίσουν οι Furia. Κερδίσουν οι Furia και θα λοκάρουν την συμμετοχή τους στο τελικό.
That's not on him to do that. So now others have to stand up, whether that be someone like JB92, Hertz, or for Leapbox. Obviously for Nade, he's more of a support player. And for W7M, Palu had a very quiet map one. It was not great. Again, he was the highest rated player for W7M coming into this series. Only a 69 EPS. Very little impact. 0-1 entry and 6-12 was his KD. So I'm looking to him to be a little bit more influential here on Cafe.
He's always been the bridesmaid, and while there may not be SI implications for this tournament, imagine he walks away with the...
Παιδιά, αύριο τελικός εννοείται είναι best of 5. Ξεκινάει το match 10 και 4. Η παρουσίαση, αν είδα καλά και θυμάμαι, γιατί πρέπει να κάνουμε και την αλλαγή ώρας, γιατί το έχουν με Central. Τέλος πάντων, πρέπει να είναι 8 η ώρα δικιά μας. Δηλαδή το year review και γενικά το season review πρέπει να είναι 8 η ώρα. Οπότε στερμάκι θα ανοίξουμε αύριο λίγο πιο αργά, γιατί σας έχω συνηθίσει αυτή τη εβδομάδα να ανοίγουμε 5, 5.30, 6 εκεί. Αύριο θα ανοίξουμε πιο μετά, γιατί ξεκινάει και πιο μετά το event, οπότε... Και επίσης να είστε όλοι στην παρουσίαση, γιατί δίνουν και exclusive skin για shotgun και charm, πολύ καλό τίμιο, κυριλέ. Να είστε να το πάρετε και να είστε πιπίλα.
Dance affected the most for W7M is lack of map control now. They've only got Volts in shop, he's half health. The other two are pretty much on the roof. So they've lost a lot of that potential map control for Furia. Yeah, they're down to 3, Nate is low, but they've got good power positions and the kit's in a bad spot. So I think W7M is the team that has a bit more to do. Battle towards Pixels. Donis doubles down on the aggression though. KZ not ready to start. The drop shot though is perfect and the knife for good measure. KZ wins that little battle. Dodes wanted to amp up that aggression for W7M. Volts though deals with KZ. The Leapbox there though for good measure.
And it's the combo. The Yokais, the Maestro, Evil Eyes are making this so difficult for the attack.
Flash in from Loban, just has to send it. Hope he wins one, then the second. Now Nade is very low and a support player, but a very clutch player. He has one big clutch moments before it. SIs, and he doesn't hear a reload. Well, a proper 50-50 round to kick things off on Cafe. There's a lot of one-sidedness to Border, a lot of dominance, especially from the defensive teams, but W7M, they wanted to amp up that pressure, but Furia were ready. Halipox was huge in that round.
Yeah, absolutely. Able to lock down next to that wood stack and repel a lot of that early pressure in the round. It then made the tempo strange for W7M, who had one player in the building, 2 isolated. They went for the reset. This was a great play from Dots. But once he died and Filipok swung for the second, it was neutral territory, if not in favor of defense. Again, as mentioned, yeah, that was huge. The Echo and the Maestro combo was massive. You can see on the player cards, the defense flicking that information, probably most notably the Yokai at bar. And so they had a really good read as to how to counterplay into that final push. Sure, it came down to a 1 versus 1, but they still had the advantage.
Intriguingly enough as well, guys, I kind of mentioned the fact that obviously on Border, Super Defender sided at the tournament so far, 56%. Cafe's only 54% defender sided so far at Reload. But two Brazilian teams, a little bit of slow pace typically from the side of Furia. W7M, yes, they've got that extra gear. They can pick up the pace. We saw that in that opening round. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if this is another kind of defender-sided map. And big from Nade. He's not the fragger on the team, but he has got that clutch. Gene, Herds, opening kill on to Dot. Tucked in towards Piano. At least close to it, taking that battle. Now back through Pixel. And happy to just retreat back towards Washrooms. This is the replay of that opening kill, straight through the barricade, hits the headshot onto the repelling Dots. And while we had that replay, Palu will fall at the hands of Felipox in the exact same position.
Can we get a replay of that one?
I'm assuming it was on the repel. Oh, surely now Molt doesn't just die as well. There's an actual opportunity that you can have 3 players die in that same spot. Repel successful. Does know. This angle towards Pixel and Washrooms is being held. That's Hurt, full white. Holds his position, doesn't move an inch. Bulbs and Dodez try and take control, but Bulbs will fall, and so does Dodez. Furia in total control in this second round, and not a lot that Loban's going to be able to do from here. The perfect start for Furia. But if you think back to Border, it was the perfect start for W7M.
Yeah, really good way to open up the defensive account here for Furia. Big opening kill, losing the Ashe costly, especially in the face of some of that utility presented by defense. Furia then doubled down, second kill. Versus 5, massive advantage, all the map control in the world. And a rather convincing round from Furia, who just continue that round streak ever so slightly from Border. It was 5 straight to close it out.
Feels like a mental obstacle now for W7M.
Potentially.
Ο Πελιπόρε, φίλε, πολύ σταθερός παίκτης. Πολύ σταθερός παίκτης. Ο IGL των Fury. Πολύ δυνατός.
Up and about, something to cheer for. And now that blue side of the arena is just firmly standing on their feet, whereas W7M's orange side has been very much quiet for a long period of time now.
Ρε γάμο, τώρα είχαμε πιάσει και τους τέτοιους ρε μαλάκα. Τους wildcard γάμο, την τρέλα μου ρε φίλε.
Some of these rosters subverting expectation. From W7M, we bring a lineup that counteracts this kind of structure, this bomb site, most notably the Ram. Vert play will be really critical in flushing out positions, then open an opportunity for the plant. So Furia expected to contest that. That's why Keys has extended Cocktail, Herd as well, right corridor. He'll probably play Pixel.
This is the beauty of a best of 3 though, right? Is you kind of, at least as from an outsider's perspective, we take a little bit from that first map and kind of try and bridge together into the second. If this was a best of 1, I mean, while it's a great start for Fury, the expectation is for them on defense to begin well. But for W7M, there's that round streak that's been building up now between the 2 maps that they've got to deal with. And this time it's for Leapox that's really fragging out to begin on Cafe, 5-1. 1-1 split between the opening kills for the first 2 rounds. That is lounge control. 2 plays towards Cocktail though, KZ and Hertz for Furia. They could look to, of course, rotate out. Play the drop. Odez caught in the hallway though. KZ wanted more than to just retreat. Wanted to take 1 off the board, does so successfully. Another opening kill for Furia.
He's been just so clinical in this series. I think there's no opportunities come to my mind where he has faltered, he's made a mistake, he has capitalized.
Η Furia θα το πάρουν, παιδιά, να ξέρετε. Η Furia θα πάρουν και το tournament. Αν και Ρε φίλε, η Οσάκα είναι πολύ κολόφαρδη, ρε φίλε, σαν ομάδα, δηλαδή τους βγαίνουν πάρα πολλά πράγματα. Δεν ξέρω αυτή η κολοφαρδία αν μπορεί να τους φέρει και τον τελικό. I don't know, bro. Παίζουν και καλά, έτσι, αλλά έχουν και την τύχη μαζί τους, δηλαδή... Είναι ύποπτο, δεν ξέρω, είναι πολύ δύσκολο. Λογικά θα βάλω στα prediction να κερδίσουν οι Fury, αλλά... I don't know, bro. I don't know.
From someone. That's a one-for-one trade between Dots and Herds. They take each other out. 30 seconds now down white stairs goes Palu. He's got full health. The onus on him.
Για να πάρουμε το skin της σας, πρέπει να πετύχω και τον τελικό. Και εκεί το έχει πάρει το skin. Και τον τελικό να μην πετύχει. Πικίστικο. Πικίστικο της βγήκε όμως. Πήρε το σκηνάκι.
Do you go an early tactical timeout?
I don't know if we're quite at that stage, but
8 rounds. And you're going to need at least 2 attacking rounds this half. Well, Norris opts not to call. No, he does call it.
Okay.
He's pulled it out last second here for Norris.
Já vamos jogar focado muito mais em questão de lentinha. Eu quero ter a prioridade do Natal e eu quero ter a prioridade do charuto. Tá ligado?
Mais focado lentinho? A gente fez dois lentinhos. Mais se quer?
Exato. É, tá. Sim, porque eu quero objetivo. O problema é a gente pegar já primeiro. Exato, exatamente. A gente vai pegar lentinho, eles vão pro bar agora. Primeira opção, já punir a kill do relógio com a HI do Palu. Joga em cima dessa kill depois, tira recurso e comba junto. Tá. Carquinha, o seu avanço branco é ótimo, só que tá faltando a gente jogar. E a porra do. Exato, que a porra da proatividade de jogar junto, tá ligado? Eu quero ideia, mano. Eu quero na hora que a gente vai pegar, entrou, dominou Natal, a gente vai fazer o quê?
Tá.
Tá ligado? É, a gente vai jogar pra roda, então vamos jogar pra roda desse jeito.
Well, the first time we heard Norris back on board, it was the first time this tournament that he was a little bit more animated. This sounds like the first time, though, he's actually frustrated. Clearly, something not working for W7M. Not just here on Cafe, but the way they closed out Border. And he's had enough. Will the troops respond and rally to their coach? The bans have come through. Twitch banned out by Furia and Maestro by W7M.
Both teams identifying the strength of the Maestro in this matchup. Furia were looking to try and better protect them from the shock drones. W7M just take them off the board outright. Echo could still have an impact though for the remainder of the half. And don't count out the Valk as well. Fed a lot of critical info in the last round as well.
Head over to Kitchen here for the 4th round.
10 seconds remaining.
First time in this half.
5 seconds remaining.
So we were at this very point. You think back board, it was 3-0 W7M. And then Furia finally got one on the board. Now, the onus on W7M to do just that, but here on Cafe, their map pick. So far, you kind of look across and you think, well, who's the one that's going to stand up for W7M? And right now, it's definitely not Todes or Palu. Again, to begin on border, even KZ was a little quiet until he finally got going. You look at the overall KD, though, 6 and 15 now for Palu.
Well, he had a 76% cost up until this point, Palu. 50% map 1. So the impact has been less than desirable. But it's these kinds of moments where players at this level can step up.
He's not the only one, though. Dodo's struggling as well. Dot's also below 100. So far, it's been Volbs and Loben doing the heavy lifting for W7M. Although in fairness, there's only 2 players also above 100 from Furia, being KZ and Felipox over the course of the entire series. Never just down to one player, even if KZ will make you think that from border.
Kitchen for this round as well, so all sides to be played here by Furia. They forfeit control above, and so the Ram can get to work on Vert. Questions will then be posed as to what kind of push W7M want to go for. They have the Monty for Bake. Monty can also drop with protection against the VIP if they want to go Freezer side.
Well, there's no contest up above, so you can see Loben on the ramp, getting those Boogie Auto breaches to work over towards Train, mining, open up the floorboards, put the pressure on from above. 90 seconds left. Okay, not too bad for time right now, W7M, considering there is no contest like Furia. But as you said, there's a lot of utility towards the site they will eventually have to deal with. You have to keep in mind that certainly time still needs to be pocketed for when you do go and hit the site.
What am I pointing at, Jake?
It's the Goyo and the smoke. For good reasons. A lot of delay available. You've even got the Fenrir as well with the F-Not mines that need to be dealt with. There's the Soya gates too from the Aruni. Of course, Herds on the Warden will not be flashed out of position towards VIP, which is a power for the defense.
Okay.
Easy call off guard though by Doda, slips in towards Bar, takes a drink with him for good measure as they now head over to VIP. Behind the Christmas tree, hiding, it's not Santa, it's Felipox. Guts the kill onto Dodes, but the trade from Dot is crucial. Nade falls as well. And finally, W7M gaining some ascendancy. And now a 1 versus 1 standoff. Stuck in the corner. It's the last player. It's Herd. He's great. He ain't winning this one though with 30 seconds left. Through the door. It's your death. That is the response that Norris wanted.
Okay. Μετά το time out, bro.
That was able to get them on their feet. Just like that crowd on the orange side of the arena.
Able to sneak in and completely break down the defense. Grimfed, good info. And that was a great way to counteract the playstyle there from defense. It meant that they could essentially ignore Warden VIP until the very end. We ultimately saw the double stack, and they did deal with that effectively with the trade. Isolated it to a 1v3. And a much better approach from W7M. It screamed confidence. We'll now go over to reading. So all sides to be played, as mentioned.
Now we did play Bar Cocktail, Mining, Kitchen, and of course now Reading as well. Going around the world. Surely is Furia. They do still have that 3-1 lead. It's only 1 on the board for W7M. Do you think 2's the pass mark here?
Probably. I think
that's probably par, right? Like that's probably possible. But they've got 2 opportunities to find that second attacking round. You gotta remember as well, Furia not the greatest entry team. They're very slow. Cafe can really bear down on them. So if W7M do get that second attacking round, I think it sets them up nicely for the second half on their own defense. Which they were excellent back on border in that regard. Long ways to go though.
Herd's aggressive in Cigar Lounge. Been successful in the past.
Oh, aggressive indeed. Runs straight at that window, straight into the danger. But this time, caught. 2 players on the rappel either side, and Dodes will get the kill onto Hertz and says, no, not getting away with that one. For the second round running now, opening kills for W7M, and just starting to get themselves back into this series. They've finally broken that round streak. They've begun back on border, ended in the previous round. And they begin their own streak now. And get rid of the Azami as well. No keeper barriers generating throughout the round. Tumble down onto JV92, who had no impact so far on Cafe. Volts has found a big kill.
Αλλά κάτι reboot έκαναν W7 μετά το time out, μπράβο.
Still remaining in this round. Red ping intel to the player inside of Cocktail. They do lose Palu though, but you've got to get this kill. He is very much stuck on an island. And while Felipox comes to aid, he cannot aid, and it's a full white nade from the flash.
Τρελό comeback.
Will make it 2 rounds in a row. Attacking rounds at that.
Yeah.
And they're starting to find their voice once again.
Until you can confirm that map result, don't count either of these 2 teams out. They are capable of incredibly violent momentum swings, and we're seeing it on full display.
And just like that, snap your fingers and suddenly a little bit of pressure back onto Furia to close out this half, looking for that 4th round. Otherwise 3-3, and you probably give that edge to W7M. And just finding a little bit more space in the map, they're able to get entry. You think back to the opening couple of rounds, and it was the repel death scar.
Καλησπέρα Κάτρε. Άλλο. Λέτε κάνουμε όπως είμαστε.
Job at that. This time, ready for it. Cross onto Hertz. Hertz can't find that opening kill. That would have been so vital. So W7M just managing that aspect of the game slightly better now. And they're starting to find the rounds. 3-2, still in favor of Furia. Final round of this opening half.
last 4 rounds, the opening kill has been converted into a round win.
There's only one round that hasn't.
The opener. The pacing of that opening kill, though, has varied a little bit. When W7M won their first here on Cafe, it was at the 55-second mark. That was Kitchen, though, so we saw the map clear, the build-up, etc. Bit snappier, though, in the last round when Herds got caught. It was at 2 minutes 19. Depending on what kind of Pulse Fury you want to go for this time, that may alter the tempo for W7M, who will be pretty eager, I feel, once more to get vert controls and present Palu on the sledge. Ooh. Not ideal.
No, that's a wasted Selma. To try and slip that one through the broken barricade onto the wall. Nitro, I think that's going to miss indeed. Dots just kept on going. Good information from Pixel now towards top right. Goes down. So another opening kill for W7M. 4 now in the half, starting to really gain ascendancy in that area. And now with this Montang, you can just bully them back. That's full cocktail control. Nothing KZ can do on the Mozzie.
Πώς πάει το match, πολύ δυνατό ρε σε. Πολύ δυνατό. Το πρώτο το πήραν η Furia. Αλλά πολύ καλό ματσάκι βλέπουμε. Στον τελικό έχουν περάσει ο Saka Gaming. Οπότε ουσιαστικά τώρα περιμένουμε να τελειώσει και αυτό το match για να δούμε ποιον θα αντιμετωπίσει ο Saka.
And he provides the goods.
He's wounded, retreats back to bar, and eventually finished off by Volt. No KZ magic in this 6th round. JV can barely move, pressure at all sides. The Montang, not what you want to shoot at. Herds will go down, and to follow will be JV.
Oh.
A fantastic...
Time out, μαγκές. Time out όπως και οδήποτε. Furia. Όπως και οδήποτε time out.
They were surgical in the way that they down those defensive holds.
Έχει και άλλα μάτς, το τελευταίο είναι αυτό και κλείνουμε. Και αύριο είναι ο τελικός, μαζί με την ανακοίνωση το τι θα βάλουν στο season και γενικά το τι θα κάνουν μέχρι να τελειώσει το GR.
Denied any potential playmaking opportunities that we perhaps saw on map 1. And now they've set that platform. 3-3 scoreline, arguably an advantage now as they go to defense.
Just seeing the bands, guys, actually, and it's been a common trend so far at Reload where you kind of target ban particular archetypes. So you're looking about shield bands or entry bands. What about soft breach bands here by W7M? No buck, no sledge available. Huge emphasis now on operators like Ram to be utilized on sites like Kitchen where you need to try and get train, mining, floorboards opened up. So it kind of strengthens certain sites for W7M. Maybe not so much, say, top floor, but certainly the other site objectives here on Cafe. Love that strategy in terms of those bans.
Yeah, and it could significantly shift how these sites are played out. That's the beauty of the system. We've seen that on numerous maps thus far. I think this is probably the first time we've seen the double soft breach, double vert here on Cafe specifically. And I'm very intrigued to see just how impactful that may be. Scopos in play for round 7. And so Dot's given the license to roam and fall off.
Small bake at the moment. It just gives you so much vert potential as well in terms of map control when you're playing the Scopos.
Well, the Furia see that and instead go direct horizontal. I think this kind of lineup suggests that could be the case. Rayora can cut off the hallway leading into Small Bake as a potential playmaking opportunity. You have the Capped Out to clear Cupcake. I think direct is probably the right call, and it looks like that will be what Furia pushed for.
I've got the overhead. I'm really trying hard to find that shell. But, I mean, I guess I could have just been watching the main screen. Well, stuck in towards Small Bake. Smokes go out. Look how low 3 members of Furia are already on the attack into the gas bait. That's not an entry position. That entry is just never there or available. KZ though, so low, Drew Bake puts the shield back up, and he too is just barely holding on, and eventually overwhelmed Parley with a double kill, down to Hertz in a 1v3. Bolt's low, W7M onslaught here on Cafe, looking to make it 4 rounds in a row, and Dodes is waiting towards Bar. You push down those brown stairs, it will be your demise. He drones himself, but the drone is now shot out. Herds needs to create 3 1v1s. There's one, wins it. Now recall the fact that Volks is low. This is very winnable with well over a minute remaining.
But defense has info. Herds now needs to break down both of these defenders.
Can't worry about the Vulcan canister at this point. Evil Eye shot out. Does lose a little bit of health. Now the kit outside Bakery. Palu deep inside of Bakery. Volps over towards Prep. So they are well positioned in terms of kit denial. Simply put, Herds needs to find these 2 kills. Now Volps is Prep. And if he takes next contact, he's low. Doesn't matter. Wins the battle anyway. And the war on Cafe starting to turn in favor of W7M as they take 4 rounds straight.
Yeah, I don't think Fury are going to be too pleased about that execution. They went straight into the meat grinder, small bakery. I don't think they knew that the Scopo shell was so close, at least it wasn't checked. The gas canister as well, good util layering from defense. The pressure from the main bake hit really didn't influence the round either. So a lot of those key pieces not really falling into line for attack. Good positioning and capitalizing upon those opportunities, though, for W7M, who as well don't let it slip at the end. They've had a couple of those, rounds against them on border that they should have closed out. They make it count this time around.
Full control right now for W7M, and unfortunately that control is only interrupted by a rehost.
Rehost πάλι, μαλάκα, technical pause, γάμο.
Every series so far seems to have its time, and we get a technical pause here, breaking the action, and we can kind of just dissect a little bit. A 4-round streak.
Χοντρή μαλαγιά, ρε φίλε. Χαλάνε το momentum.
After Furia themselves
Χοντρή μαλαγιά.
perfectly 3 in a row to begin. And what do you recall after those 3 rounds? Tactical timeout by Norris. He took it as late as he possibly could. He was animated, and his troops have indeed now rallied. What can Fury do? They still got their own tactical timeout. But right now, it just really feels like the tide has turned here on Cafe.
Yeah, I'm just so focused in on that early round because so far it's been massively in the advantage for W7M. And unfortunately, Fury just continue to make they're very minute mistakes or oversights or whatever the case may be, but W7M are capitalizing. They're such a high-quality team. You don't really have to go too far back to see them be incredibly successful at international events. Of course, winning the Montreal Major of BDS. Furia still looking to jump out of that small little dip at these international events. SI24, amazing performance. They get that win. Since then, though, they've been chasing it, but they haven't been able to get back to that same height.
Didn't even qualify at Montreal. Of course, able to, as you said, we saw the infographic as well with the desk segment. A little bit of return to form then, of course, at the most recent 6 Invitational. But ultimately, Reload is looking to be so close, but maybe right now W7M have got just their own little twist on this tail. They lead 4-3. I can see the lobby starting to fill back up. I don't think we're too far away from hopefully getting back underway on Cafe. 4-3 lead for W7M. And if you're just tuning in, of course, the opening map did go the way of Furia, an all-time classic, and certainly one to go back and watch. It was an 8-6 win for Furia. They were down 5-1, and then they were down 6-3, and then they eventually won it out. KZ's so influential. And you kind of think about KZ's performance as well here on Cafe, currently leading the way for Furia, despite so much dominance from W7M. He's still 7-5, 1-1 on the entry. He's got 100% cost. Well, 127 EPS. But there are now 4 players above 100 for W7M.
So how do Fury get back into this game? Typically, when they're trailing or have momentum against them, we look at somebody on the team to step up and be the fire starter for the roster. Who's it going to be this time?
Well, it has to be JB92 that has to start performing. 1-6 at the moment. The #1 rated player coming into the semi-final. First for EPS at the tournament, 127, a plus 33 KD, and an overall 77 cost. But right now, a 50% cost and 1 and 6. Severely down on the form we've seen from him so far at Reload.
Yeah, he's been playing a mixture of roles thus far. Got stuck on the RIO at least for the first attack, so you can give him a discount for that one, but he certainly had a rough go of things. Palu as well, a player that we've talked about a couple of times. Again, the significance of this tournament for him and an opportunity to finally lift the trophy. Stepped up in the last round with a 3K. And we have a call in with Maria for this timeout.
Hey, so Norris had to focus in playing slowly. So don't rush too much, W7M, just slow down a little bit and also focus on objectives. And they want W7M to have some ideas, so let's talk more. If we enter this position, that position, what we do now, basically he wants more proactivity from the W7M team right now.
Thank you very much, Maria, for that call in regarding what Norris ended up saying for his team. And hey, it ended up working out perfectly, didn't it, guys? As we're getting back underway, you can see the fist bumps here from the player camera, perfectly timed. Cafe looking to get back underway, the second map of the semi-final, a 4-3 lead for W7M. Can they continue on 4 rounds in a row consecutively? And maybe, you know, you always have these tech pauses, you always have these rehosts, and you kind of wonder, does it benefit a team? Does it maybe reset some of that momentum? We're about to find out who can come out of this break better on the other side of it.
Here we go then. To reiterate the bans, Azami, Castle, Buck, and Sledge. And so we're anticipating Furia to heavily bring the Ram on this path. Philippox will at least initially select it, and we're back over to mining for round 8, where those boogie auto breaches are very effective in gaining map control, not only above the objective itself, but clearing some of the potential rotation positions elsewhere as well. Once you fight across, get control of bar, cocktail, etc., which we highly anticipate. You can see the setup now. W7M will extend and hold that rather aggressively, although they're not going to necessarily play for their lives. They'll be more than willing to fall back, reposition, and recontest the objective.
So far, obviously with the rehost, we do lose those KD numbers. It's been an even split across the board for W7M. An entire team effort. 6 kills from Dodes, Volps, Loban, 5 from Dots, and Palu. So no real clear individual brilliance, but certainly from a team perspective, they're all singing the same tune. 8th round. 4 in a row so far from W7M, as Furia now on the attack must find a way to regain some momentum themselves. Otherwise, this second map could slip away from them, and Clubhouse could be calling.
I'm changing mags.
So you can see the Vault cameras now being pinged out. Herds on the roof, or on the rappel rather, using the scanner to spot that intel out and can relay that to the rest of the team to clear. The little things here on Cafe, but they can make a massive difference on this style of map, and when these two are so evenly matched, denying that information will make the lives of those, especially over towards Cocktail, a little bit more challenging. KZ will drop. Goyo canister just to stall things out.
Oh, a chance from KZ. There's one close, and that's a red ping, can shoot through. Dots is low, has to drop pillar, and does do so. Fortunate to keep himself alive. But honestly, that should have maybe been an opening kill for KZ. He finds it anyway, and it's on to Dodes. So the Warden dealt with. And coming out of that technical pause, KZ feels reactivated, rejuvenated. While they do lose Herds, Furia have still got the man advantage. Nitrocell in hand.
Well, there's a Vault
cam in bar, and that does not hit! How does that not kill Philippox? Eventually, he does go down to the second Nitrocell, and it's a 3 versus 3.
Well, they lost the IQ, which compounds things. It's highly unlikely that W7M will find this information.
Dots, Palu, low. No Nitrocells remaining. 50 seconds left.
Furia looking for the information, I'll correct myself, but again, still critically important in this round.
Still a BPC up as well. Currently being watched by Dodes. Going on through to find some information. Furia, they lose that one. Not a lot gained from it. Currently occupying site, fully in control for W7M. No one attending the vert. No one thinking of a flank or a roam, and dots will fall. This is your moment, Palu. This is your moment, Volbs, for W7M. For an oh-so-crucial round as Furia are on the verge of evening things up. They've got the man advantage, the kit in the hands of Nade. But where does he take it? Currently in that corridor, taking the fight with Palu. Palu cannot win it, neither can Volbs.
Άιντε ρε Furia, άντε ρε. Τελειώστε τώρα παιδιά, να πάμε για ύπνο. Άντε παιδί μου. Τον πατέρα δείτε. Ρε το Βραζιλιάνο ρε, τρέλα. Τρέλα. Μπραζίλ, ζυγασάτε.
Swung it both ways throughout the entire few minutes of the action phase, but ultimately we're now even for a piece.
Τι ύπνο ρε μαλακα γέρο. Που λέω λόγος. Κάτσε ρε φίλε, για ύπνο θα πάει το stream. Θα κλείσω το stream, θα πάει για ύπνο το stream. Αύριο πάλι. Αυτή την άποψη λέω. Το stream θα πάει για ύπνο. Δουλεύουμε αύριο. Εμείς δουλεύουμε Κυριακές.
Tight angle found there by JB92. Two kills for himself in that round. He only had one kill coming into that round, finds two. So again, members of Furia rising to the occasion. And just saying to W7M, we are not going to just lay down here on Cafe. We will fight all the way until the end. Furia, 3 rounds away from a grand final appearance in Rio here at Reload. We all know what happened when this team played in a grand final last time in Brazil.
IQ back on the board, Pulse in play. So there's going to be some very...
Εσείς και τα ρολόγια.
In this round, Herds will be looking to spot and identify Palu. Rest of the team can then look to play around that information. Fuse as well in play, not Shield. So we'll see if that's for util clearance, maybe some crowd control. Put the pressure from up above.
And again, to reiterate the bans, as you can't see them on the overlay, the buck and the sledge. So in terms of soft breach potential, it's not necessarily available for Furia. They do not opt to bring the ram, which can certainly help.
I think Palu has a very good read at this rappel heavy play at the moment. Double nade pixel, and they catch him. That's such a beautiful clear.
Beautifully executed from Furia. No response from W7M. And it just feels like W7M have just kind of taken a foot off the pedal a little bit. They're sitting back. They're not as aggressive, even with that pulse, even with the information that Palu can garner for his team.
Well, it's one thing to have the info, but when Furia are so surgical in clearing these positions, it's so difficult, so much pressure. Dode's just able to sneak out.
There's a nade thrown as well down towards Laundry, but Dode's had already evacuated the area. Low on health, but gets back towards reading. Dots enters back, shuts down KZ. We don't need to spell out how crucial a kill that really is for W7M.
Oh, he was able to push up despite the gridlock on the board, but as he tries to get back towards sight, JV92, who's now found himself in the moment, cuts him down.
It just feels like W7M no longer have any sense of momentum. They're on the back foot. Nothing quite going their way. These little 50-50 moments now starting to navigate towards the side of Furia. The cluster charges to be activated. Deals with even some of these Vulcan canisters pre-placed from Loban. When does Palu activate on the pulse and get some critical information that he himself can play off of? Misdroned. 30 seconds left. Will he be a factor later in this round? Nade is low, they get rid of Dodez. Palu, you've got to make your move. There's no one really on that side of the map for Furia. They're starting to make their way towards reading.
15 seconds, every second counts.
Palu, he's so close, and he does almost make the impact, but doesn't get the kill. Nade was finished off. There's 2 members coming towards Pillar. Into red time, and Volbs cannot handle the heat.
Vamos. Vamos, vamos.
Will Palu stumble again? He had an opportunity to be the win con in that round. at least take one with him to the grave. Second would have been ideal, just to alleviate a little bit of that pressure. And management on side itself, deep in thought at the moment, but smiles for Furia. And when Furia are smiling, they are so dangerous.
They're 2 rounds away, and they know it. And while we know that Furia are the kind of team that certainly has that comeback potential within them, is the same to be said for W7M, as Norris having a quick little chat with the officials. I'm just going to take a guess here. This might be in relation to the bans. I'm not too sure. It is indeed confirmed because of the rehost that we had prior. As we know, the ban's not necessarily showing properly. And of course now with the new ban system, we are supposed to have a ban phase here.
I believe it was the Valk IQ off the board, but we'll wait for...
We'll get official confirmation. So Valkyrie and IQ have been banned out, along with the Azami, Castle, Buck, and Slay.
I mean, these teams are reading each other perfectly. We've seen so many of these bans thus far cancel one another out. The Valkyrie's been highly influential, and the IQ encountering it, so it makes perfect sense. Replay package of the prior round. In this 4 versus 2, Palu needs to be getting that first kill, and if he got the second as well, it may have made it a little bit more manageable for Volps on site. I mean, saying that, Herds with a perfect sweep around, able to lock him to that position. May not have ultimately changed the round too much, but still, small moments mattering at the moment. Furia capitalizing as they so often do.
Who's going to lock in, though, now for W7M and make this their moment? Make this their time.
Yeah.
Now down 5-4. They led oh so briefly.
Well, Loban.
Loban, that is an incredibly early kill. We didn't even get past the Game Pass shout out. That might be the fastest kill we've had so far here on Cafe.
Yeah, be right up
And
there.
they needed something like that as well, just to set the tone early. And who is the target? It's Filipov on the Sens. So typically when you bring that Sens, the RIO is a big part of what you kind of want to do in the round. KZ, of course, playing the Ram will be very much their soft breach potential in this round. We have no Buck, no Sledge, no IQ available, no Azami, no Castle, no Valkyrie.
Doda's actually electing to push forward after clearing that info.
Oh, must win this fight. They've got to find a way to double down and get the 2-player advantage. Well, he does stay alive, unable to deliver any kind of damage. And here comes the Blackbeard in Herds. Doda's overwhelmed. Got nothing from that engagement towards Lounge.
Found himself trapped. Did have an impact in pocket, though, to have maybe made a desperate play. Red doesn't execute it, though.
Just, again, feels as if Furia are finding the way to gain an ascendancy in all of these little micro battles, these 50-50s. It's all just going their way at current. While Loban got them off to a good start in this round, they've got to be able to now win this late round execute, which Furia have been becoming quite dominant at here on Cafe. And so far, dare I say though, a trend that has continued all the way since the opening round on this map. If you get the opening kill, you get the round. W7M did get the opening kill. Not since the first round has that metric gone the way of the team that died first.
Kludge drone sight, but taken down. Quite a powerful tool in countering both the Maestro and the plant denial that they have on offer, and the catch from Jaeger.
I mean, this is what W7M want, though. They want that time to tick down. Furia to have to drop freeze a hatch, have to scramble sight, and hit some big shots.
Not in range.
Nate is struggling to get that Kludge drone, but in the end, he does get it.
I think he got the second.
35 seconds, though, and again, that time will certainly be a factor.
Oh, able to then shoot out the Goyo canisters, so looking to clear that util early, but still only 30 seconds on the clock.
Nate is only just now jumping out of mining, looking for that rotate towards Bakery, but they find the kill onto Loban, so they've got the extra player. Time will be a factor, but falling is Volps. Dots and Palu must activate, or they will be 2 match points down. They must steal this round, but Palu once again, no impact, no one, it's area!
Μια χαρά. Άλλο ένα round απ' άλλο. Άλλο ένα round και τα σβήνουμε όλα, τα τελειώνουμε όλα τα τέλος. Γιατί μιλάει ο admin. Γιατί μιλάει ο admin.
How do you think Cyclops feel at the moment?
Very happy. They're probably celebrating. I think they've made a grand final. It's history for APAC. I'm not too sure they're too fast who they play. But right now, I'm not sure how W7M would be feeling because they must just be feeling like they had Border. They had
Ο admin γιατί του μίλησε, ρε μαλάκα.
they let Border slip. And does that just, as a player, creep ever so slightly into your mind here as you find yourself 2 rounds down on Cafe? To also know that historically in this game, it's that team on the other side of you that seems to always have that fairy tale factor. And that it may not be magic that you have available.
Loban got that freebie at 240. Dode's got caught, unable to escape. Uncontested pick from the Vert. We saw really good play from the Brava to counteract any potential default plant position with the Goyos dealt with, but ultimately it didn't really matter in the end. The rest of the defense broken down. Furia with 2 map and series points.
So what has W7M got left in the tank? They were 6-3 up on Border. They were 4-3 up on Cafe. It will be oh so difficult to get to bed tonight if they let this map go the way of Furia. Loban got the opening kill in the previous round, but now playing the smoke. May not feel that it's his job. All the aura is with Furia. The crowd is with Furia. They are moments away from reaching another grand final in Brazil. And you just know they're the kind of team to be cool, calm and collected in this moment. Vault with information on the pulse.
And the IQ was banned out again, so Furia can't bring that tool that they did in the past to try and isolate the pulse or at least be aware of their presence. Dot spotted out. Over towards Bar. Keys steps up. Gets the second! Furia decimating W7M.
It just feels like this fairy tale has once again come back onto the side of Furia on their home soil. Can someone spoil the party from W7M? 2 players down. Hearts would be racing if you're Palu, Volts or Loban. Don't want to make a mistake, but you've got to now find aggression within yourself. You're 2 players down. Someone needs to stand up.
These Nitro cells, they need to find something. Loban! Oh, he agresses with the shotgun.
Huge. Over towards White Stairs. Loban does, in fact, stand up. Only the 1-player advantage now for Furia. They must not panic. Palu! Huge shot from Palu! What could be the ramifications of that if they can win this round? All 3 players of Furia, top floor, 40 seconds left. All 3 members of W7M, middle level. And there's still that Nitrocell.
Gas paved as well, so there's crowd control, there's planted out potential here. Furia may need to go for kills as the win con.
And time now becomes a factor, but it aids for W7M. 2 huge kills. That one from Palu changes things a little. Nade, KZ and Philippos, and with KZ still up, there's always hope for Furia, and indeed he finds 3. He couldn't end it on an ace, could he? And Palu falls, it's all down to Loban, and that ace could be potentially there. Red time, 5 seconds, sticking to plant now is Nade, and watching is that monster in KZ, but as he falls, Nade secures the kill, and for the first time, that's Furia. They make a grand final at an S-tier event.
Μια χαρά. Πολύ καλό, παιδιά. Πολύ καλά μάτς έκανε ο KZ. Άρα πολύ καλά μάτς. Τρομερός. Τρομερός. Το προηγούμενο game με 18 kills. Και σε αυτό βάρεσε πάρα πολλά.
A tremendous performance from Border to Cafe. They show that SI24 team is still...
Οπότε παιδιά αύριο έχουμε τελικό Osaka Gaming με Furia. Furia και εγώ. 10 και 4 παιδιά ξεκινάει το match. Best of 5. Και πιο νωρίς θα έχουμε το reveal του Gear και το season εννοείται. Αυτή την τύψα μας τη δείχνει από χθες ρε μαλάκα, φτάνει. Πραγματικά ρε, φτάνει ρε παιδί μου. Πω. Καλά, οι πιο πολλοί από αυτούς γνωρίζονται.
Brand of Siege to counter. There's just so many moments, so many rounds where W7M looked just completely out of it, and that is full credit to Furia and their ability to play the game.
We turn our attention to the grand final tomorrow, guys. Brazil versus APAC, Furia versus Cyclops in a best-of-5 grand final, in a way to kick off Siege X in a new era, a new dawn. Who takes it? Who have you got? I mean, I know there's the APAC within you, but Furia were sensational today. They're going to take some beating tomorrow.
I mean, I absolutely love Cyclops. I love APL. But to predict Cyclops to beat these guys, you'd have to be absolutely out of your mind.
A huge swarm of support for Furia in this arena. And back on border, when it was all going the way of W7M, it was their fans that got behind them, rallied them.
Μαλάκα, αυτή είναι η κοπέλα του Nate. Okay. Μάθαμε ποιανού κοπέλα είναι ρε μαλάκα τουλάχιστον. Κουσκούς. Έλα Βάνη, δικιά σου.
But that felt like the Furia of old out there, albeit under a different banner back in the day, but it feels like the magic's back with this team.
Yeah, on border we could see the magic is always with this lineup. We could do the comeback again, and we keep the streak going on border, and hopefully we get the win tomorrow and get the title that we are hoping for so long to get.
Ele falou que na fronteira eles conseguiram sentir essa mágica voltar da equipe e acredita que a equipe evoluiu nesse momento. Congratulations once again. We had an amazing comeback right on the first map. How was the communication at that moment?
We were kind of cold in the first map, like not feeling ourselves. The communication was kind of not good. But then we didn't start believing. We didn't stop believing. And we just kept the game going. Casey was just killing everyone. And the confidence was growing. And we could do the comeback.
Perfeito, o Casey estava matando muito, então eles conseguiram voltar ali a confiança. A comunicação não estava muito boa no início do mapa. But on the first map, the opposite almost happened. How was that for you?
It was really tough to almost lose on a map that we don't lose for more than a year now. So it gets a little to the mental, but I'm glad that we could keep...
Τη μάνα δεξιά, τη Βραζιλιάνα. Πρέπει να είναι η μάνα του τέτοιου.
Praticamente ano, né? Mas
βγάζει φωτογραφία.
All right. Tomorrow, the grand final up against the history-making APAC team, Kago Saka. They're on a tremendous run of form.
Να τους και πατέρας.
We're going to smash them. We have the Liquid fans with us. We're going to avenge them. And, yeah, it's going to be easy.
All right.
Eles têm a galera da Liquid com eles, então eles vão amassar amanhã a Kaga Osaka.
Felipox, and with this crowd here, we've got to do this for Furia here in Brazil. Vamos fazer barulho!
I would like to try something with them.
Yeah. Αυτός ήταν στην παρουσίαση που μας έδιναν τα κλειδιά στο Dune. Αυτός ήταν εκεί. Δεξιά. Τα παρουσιαστές. Furia. Ο πατέρας από πίσω πραγματικά είναι καλύτερο. Alright. Εντάξει, καλή μέρα ήταν σήμερα. Καλά ματσάκια είδαμε. It's okay. Όντως ήταν. Αυτό έλειπε να μην βλέπαμε καλά μάτς Semifinals. Αύριο, παιδιά, ο τελικός 10 και 4. Ο Saka Gaming με τους Furia. Στα prediction εγώ θα βάλω Furia. Λογικά πρέπει να άνοιξαν τα prediction. Για να δούμε. Για πατήστε στο link, νομίζω άνοιξαν. Ναι, έχουν ανοίξει. Ναι. Όχι, αρχίδια άνοιξαν. Ναι. Και δεν έχουν ανοίξει. Απλά κλείνουν, λέει, τα predictions σε 21 ώρες. Ok, whatever. Λογικό. Alright, λοιπόν. Τατάρα, ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για το σοπορτάκι σήμερα. Ακόμα μία μέρα ήταν δυνατή. Thank you. Θα λέμε αύριο πιο νωρίς θα ανοίξουμε, εννοείται, για το reveal. Στο reveal θα έχουμε και weapon skin exclusive όσοι είστε στο reveal on stream και charm exclusive. Οπότε να είστε εδώ, να φαρμάρετε τα ντροπάκια. Τα Semifinals Day έφτασε στο τέλος. Αύριο έχουμε Grand Final και αυτό το τουρνουά θα φτάσει στο τέλος του αύριο. Αυτά. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για τα follow. Όσους κάθισαν μέχρι την ώρα στο stream. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ την Άσια για το raid, τον Ανίβ για το raid και όλα τα παιδιά που ήταν στο stream και άραξαν. Thank you. Δίνουμε ραντεβού αύριο που θα ξεκινήσει το stream μαζί με το reveal. CGX αύριο με καυτά νέα. Πιστεύω αύριο θα μείνουμε όλοι λίγο μαλάκες. Αλλά ας κρατήσουμε και μια πισινή. Αλλά πιστεύω όλα καλά θα πάνε. Δηλαδή οι παρουσιάσεις που θα μας κάνουν αύριο θα μας είναι πολύ δυνατοί. Αυτά. Να είστε καλά. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για ακόμα μια φορά για όλα. Thank you. Θα παίξει μία το playlist με τα βιντεάκια. Θα παίξει μία το invitational παπάκι. Και θα κλείσουμε. See ya. Να είστε καλά. Bye bye.
Sound propagation in SiegeX in order to track the enemy better. In addition to the reverb, the sound propagation in SiegeX can also help you pinpoint the location of the enemy. In this example, Ash is going to run a full circle around us. And I want you to listen to the low frequency thump of her footsteps and gunshots. That's going to help us track her as she completes that lap. To get you ready for Siege X, today I'm going to show you how to use reverb to your advantage. Here we are in Bank, and I want to show you how to use the reverb in Siege X to help you identify what type of room the enemy is pushing you from. So to our left we have one attacker, and they're set up in the main lobby, and that's a big, echoey room. To the right we have another attacker on the B site, which is a smaller, more dampened, carpeted room. Let's take a listen to the gunshots and the footsteps and see how different they sound. So you really get a sense that that person's in a big, echoey room. So in this one sounds like it's in a much smaller, drier space. So combined with your map knowledge, you can really use this information to your advantage.
Big things to see. Back on my bushy that do it for kids. Tulika fuga tuka tuko kids. Squeezing and goofers in a little bill. Hey, we be getting more paper, no joking no more. We don't need no favors. Hey, and they know all better. We be getting more dough when they need more flavors. They must be hard. I want to feel when I wow. Ever since I made it, when I wonder wow. We just when it's down, what you do, I can't be out. Bully, do me and down on. Wow.
You know what they say. Small changes can make a big difference. Go on, try me.